Everybody.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is the June 21st LCCMR meeting. We have a long day today, and please be patient, and all the presentations will be 15 minutes. Especially if they're a little bit larger amount, that doesn't mean we have to go for 15, but that is our allotment at this point, and the time frame on our schedule provides that. So let's start off. You're going to add Rebecca Nash, Miss Nash.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything more to add other than what you have just provided. Just 5-minute long presentations, 10 minutes Q&A, and we're here until 5:30.
Good, thank you. All right, shall we start with our attendance? Roll call.
Gibson.
Here.
Gibson present. Hanson. Her. Acomb.
Present.
Acomb present. Albrecht.
Albright here.
Albrecht present. Backer.
Well, I'm Backer here.
Backer present. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber present. Green. Green. Heinzman.
Present.
Heinzman present. Hollins.
Hollins present.
Hollins present. Langseth. Langseth. Moore.
More present.
Moore present. Peichel.
Michael present.
Peichel present. Putnam. Putnam.
Present, but horrible at unmuting.
Putnam present. Reese.
Reese present.
Reese present. Westrom. Westrom. Currently, there are 11 members present.
Thank you. All right. Members would like to report any potential conflicts of interest with today's hearings. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to report I'll sit out 2025-122 Jenny Bubke's Local Parks, Trails, and Natural Areas Grant Programs, Minnesota DNR State Parks and Trails Division.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Moore.
I believe it's 319 I have to sit out. I'm trying to look it up right now. Sorry, 309, Moose Fecundity and Recruitment.
Yes. Yeah, on line 38. Okay, let's see, Commissioner Reese?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare conflicts on 2025-078, Agrivoltaics 2.0, Building a Resilient E-Farm, and 2025-241, Joel Tullochson Foundational Precision Agriculture Data.
Okay, thank you. So noted. All right, well then let's get going. We're gonna start. Our first one is with Dr. Nicholas Phelps, and it is on evaluation line 11, and it is project 046. Is Dr. Phelps with us? Yes, I see him there. All right, welcome to LCCMR, and you may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. My name is Nick Phelps. I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota's Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology. The project we're going to present on first here today is about temperature stress in one of our most iconic species, the walleye. Before we get to the fish, just to set the scene for you, I bet in all your homes or there at the Capitol, you have the thermostat set to something comfortable. If it's too hot or cold, there's a chance that you'll get grumpy and stressed. But for short periods of time or small changes, we can deal with it. But if the AC goes out during a heat wave, we would need to go somewhere else or call the repair person. If not, the temperature-induced stress on our bodies would result in acute and chronic physiological changes, compromising our health and well-being. This is what walleye are experiencing in our lakes. The AC is essentially going out. Our lakes are getting warmer. But for the walleye, as the temperature rises, they can't pack their bags and go somewhere. They cannot self-regulate because they're cold-blooded, and they can't just call the repair person to fix the problem. They are stuck in the lake with their little fins crossed, hoping it cools down fast enough to recover. Unfortunately for the walleye, the odds of that happening are going down every year. Previous research shows that for some fish species with acute or chronic exposure to temperatures above their thermal optimum, they become more susceptible to disease, grow more slowly, are less reproductively fit, and more likely to die. And if left too warm for too long, populations can crash. However, these outcomes have never been fully quantified for some of our most susceptible cool water species in Minnesota, like the walleye. Although published models suggest we will likely see transitions from walleye to bass-dominated systems and an increase in the number of fish kills in the coming decades, those predictions have a fair bit of uncertainty with them, especially as it relates to the various walleye strains in the state. For example, a paper and review published by the Minnesota DNR right now suggests that local adaptation may be an important factor for walleye survival, but the mechanisms of this are unclear. We need to know how warm is too warm for important walleye strains and what the physiological response will be over time. This will help us answer questions like, are southern strain walleye more resilient to warmer temperatures, or are they at greater risk given the already warm waters they live in? Will northern strain walleye fade away as lakes up north continue to warm? Thinking about climate adaptation strategies to either resist, accept, or direct the changes, some folks are pursuing assisted migration or assisted evolution for keystone species. And it begs the question, should we be considering this for walleye too? Like proactively moving southern strain walleye up north, for example. Would this even work if it did? There are big social and ecological trade-offs in these management questions, and we don't know the answers right now. We intend to fill these knowledge gaps to inform ongoing and future management decisions in partnership with folks from the Minnesota DNR's Walleye Tech team. Briefly, we are proposing to evaluate the thermal tolerance and disease susceptibility of 3 Minnesota walleye strains exposed to current and future temperature scenarios. In short, we'll grow the walleye fry in the lab for 4 months, following multiple temperature regimes with and without pathogen stressors. This trial is going to allow us, for the first time, to quantify the physiological response of walleye at a critical life stage in controlled environments to allow us to isolate the interaction between temperature and stress. We're going to use the experimental data in strain level detail to update existing population models developed by co-PI Dr. Gretchen Hansen that estimate the dynamics of walleye in lakes under current and future temperature conditions. To make the models most informative, we will build an online dashboard allowing users to interact with the data in real time and visualize model outcomes given potential management decisions. Our project team has developed several other similar decision support tools that have proven to be very important for the communication and application of our research. Ultimately, it's our goal to create and support actionable science focused on solutions-oriented and management-relevant problems, and we think that the team and the project we proposed here will do just that. So that's all I have for you this morning. I'd be happy, though, to take any questions or consider suggestions you may have to improve the proposal. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Phelps. I'm looking for questions. Let's see. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm very excited about this topic. I'm curious who your tribal partners are and how you are planning to integrate their stories and historic knowledge of walleye populations.
Dr. Phelps.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Peichel, that's a great question. Working through as we develop this proposal, working with the DNR's Walleye Tech team, there's a fair bit of engagement with tribal natural resource agencies, especially in co-managed areas of the state. We plan to work through those channels to engage them in these sort of management relevant questions that we're hoping to address.
Your follow-up?
Yeah, the second part was the cultural knowledge integration and utilizing history of people in walleye.
Dr. Phelps?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner, sorry for missing that part. One of the outcomes of this type of project is to start thinking about climate adaptation strategies. For example, resisting, adapting, or directing the future change. The cultural implications of moving walleye strains throughout the state is a very important question and relevant to tribal interests, and something that we'd have to take into consideration. We aren't proposing to do anything really with those management decisions, instead inform that conversation. So that isn't for me to, or this project to decide on. But we will no doubt have conversations as we go about what that might mean for them.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a really a proposal and project that we really need to fund. It's something that's walleye is kind of the prototypical fish that we think of for Minnesota. Do have some questions though. Most fishermen understand that walleyes have diurnal and seasonal patterns as well, and kind of find their own level within the lake that is ideal for their temperature, their thermal neutral comfort zone. How do you sort that out in this research? That's question number one. Question number two, I live near a shallow lake there's a lot of water flowing through it. It's held walleye for decades, but now we're starting to catch a lot more bass in that lake. I'm just curious, is DNR already taking steps to switch these populations and stocking for climate, basically climate situations? And do you have any understanding of that?
Dr. Phelps?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Reese, both good questions. So the first one about how do we handle sort of within the lake stratification and sort of the comfort zone of walleye over time. The population models that I referred to consider that stratification as part of the model, given the lake morphology, surrounding landscape, and temperature regimes. So that gets inherently built in to the predictions. For the second part about what's already being done with management, that's often a local question where fisheries managers consider the viability of stocking fish or natural reproduction, and what to do about it. From what I understand, there's been largely a status quo strategy to stock more fish if walleye is a desirable species in that system. What's happening though, in some of these lakes, no matter how much they stock, they aren't successfully recruiting into the population. So you're seeing a shift towards warmer water species. And some of these population models that have been done already for the upper Midwest show that this is an expectation that over time we're going to see this transition. How it manifests, exactly how fast it happens, and to what degree, and what types of lakes are all outstanding questions that we hope to start to fill gaps in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you, Dr. Phelps, for your presentation. I think this is a great project and a great direction, this applied type of research that academic institutions should be following, in particular relative to climate change. My question, though, is how you may engage the decision makers and the fisheries managers with the results of your project. Most fisheries managers in this region and elsewhere don't really have access to peer-reviewed literature, nor do they have the time or interest to really use the peer-reviewed literature. And so it may take a more hands-on type of approach to share your findings. And I wonder if you'd thought that through and what your approach might be.
Thank you. Dr. Phelps?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Moore, another good question. So getting this information out to the stakeholders, broadly defined, is important to me personally and a necessity of research, in my opinion. So we'll spend a lot of time thinking about how to engage folks in the development of the project and the research strategy. Think about how to translate that in a way that they could understand it and use it. We'll publish some papers and we'll do the academic thing, provide some rigor there. but we will have public presentations and stakeholder meetings, bring this down in a way that is applicable and useful. Take out the jargon and put it in their hands. So the online tool that I described is one way to do that. Making ourselves available through regular meetings with project partners will be another way. It's built in. I didn't probably explain it well enough for the importance of it, but that's a big deal for us.
Thanks. No other questions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Phelps, I had a quick question. Will you be able to make any of this data will pertain to other fish that we have, not just sporting fish, but we're talking about rough fish yesterday. So can you extrapolate any of that data, you think, for some other fish species?
Madam Chair, the specifics of this project will only apply to walleye. However, the framework that we're creating here, the methods, the lab protocols, could be transferred to other species in the future. So what we're proposing to do in the modeling that we're bringing together here is quite novel. And I hope we could replicate it with other important fish like lake sturgeon, for example, trout in pristine parts of the state, and the native rough fish that are of conservation concern.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to our second presentation by Josh Napik. I hope I'm saying that correctly. It is on line 31. It is project 247, Advancing Collaborative Wild Rice Monitoring Program Technologies. Are you with us?
I am. And can you hear me?
All right. Thank you for joining us, and please begin your presentation.
All right. Well, good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Josh Knopik, and I'm representing the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. First, I'd like to start with just a couple of facts. Wild rice is the official state grain of Minnesota and prominently represented on the new state seal. Wild rice is also significant to the 12 Ojibwe and Dakota Lakota communities within our borders. The Ojibwe people migrated from the East Coast following a prophecy to travel to where the food grows on water, manomen, or wild rice. This is both sacred and sustenance. Manomen is used in ceremony and is traditionally the first food of infants and the last food of the elderly. And finally, wild rice, natural wild rice growing in our lakes and streams provides nursery habitat for both fish and wildlife, food for migrating waterfowl and humans, and is particularly important for protecting and maintaining water quality in our lakes and streams. More wild rice grows in Minnesota than anywhere else in the United States. We have roughly 4 times the number of natural wild rice lakes than Wisconsin, which is the only other state with a significant population of wild rice. We know that wild rice populations have declined over the past century, but we don't know yet whether they continue to decline or at what rate. In 2021, this committee provided the initial funds to foster the development of the Tribal and State Wild Rice Monitoring Program. This program succeeded in building a statewide collaborative, developed monitoring protocols, used coordinated field teams and emerging technologies to create a statewide strategy for monitoring wild rice. This colorful image in my background is one of the results of this collaboration. This image shows Big Rice Lake near the town of Reamer, just southwest of Grand Rapids. The areas in red represent dense stands of wild rice. Blue is open water. Gray areas are water lilies. Green areas are other vegetation, such as trees or cattails. The orange areas are mixed vegetation. This is likely wild rice mixed with water lilies, and so forth. So this image is just a zoomed in example. The full map stretches across the entire state of Minnesota. So we have a true landscape scale of wild rice stands across the entire state. We have this statewide classification for both 2022 and for 2023. This image was produced by using thousands of data points collected from the northwest angle of Lake of the Woods down to Mississippi River backwaters near Red Wing and everywhere in between. This data was collected and shared by the Red Lake Nation, White Earth Nation, Fond du Lac Reservation, 1854 Treaty Authority, Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, Prairie Island Indian Community, the Nature Conservancy, the University of Minnesota, and the DNR. While I am very proud of the accomplishments and progress the state tribal wild rice monitoring collaboration has made over the past 3 years, there are still significant challenges and opportunities to strengthen the collaboration and continue the great work that we're doing. So some of the specific opportunities includes one, advancing research and use of aerial-derived imagery. The collaboration performed a pilot study that resulted in developing a process and correlation using aircraft and drone-derived imagery to quantify wild rice density. This density data is valuable in estimating potential lake-wide productivity and is a useful input to improve the accuracy of this statewide classification model. In part, what we're hoping to do is take those gray or those orange areas on the map and split those into more groups to say, specifically, is this rice and other plants like cattails, or rice and water lilies, or bulrush, or so forth. Using aerial drive aircraft or aerial drive imagery, we believe we can do that. The second is a significant portion of the budget will go towards coordinating and collecting additional field data. This will be done by hiring a dedicated collaboration coordinator. This position will be responsible for coordinating meetings, training events, and most importantly, developing a long-term and sustainable support mechanism for the collaboration. Another portion will go towards funding support and supporting field data collected by seasonal technicians and as subawards to our tribal partners for hiring additional seasonal support staff. The third component is assessing wild rice at this statewide level across multiple years. So using the expanded data set from field monitoring and the improved statewide classification model, we believe we can use archived imagery and satellite data to make more maps like this one behind me, showing wild rice stands annually dating back to 2018. This will provide us with nearly a decade of annual statewide coverage of wild rice and will help us answer the question of how much wild rice population has changed over the past decade and into the future. Minnesota is important to wild rice. This state supports the largest extent of waters of natural wild rice growing in the United States. Our project partners thank you and ask for continued support in sustaining wild rice, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from commission members? Okay. All right, I have a quick one. It seems that we have funded, if my memory serves me correctly, some LiDAR research over some of the lakes regions. I know we've done a lot of different statewide data collecting. Are you able to access any of this data that we've done in the past? I know we've done biological surveys and other ones. Are you available to look at any of that? Is that helpful for you in doing some of these assessments?
Yes, Madam Chair and members, the answer to your question is some of the LiDAR data is useful, and we're using a suite of data from multiple sources. So the answer is ultimately yes. We are able to use some of that. Some of the data that we're able to use comes from sources, the European Space Agency's Sentinel series of satellites using radar data for elevation changes as well. So yes, we're using a fair bit of data from multiple sources.
Good. It's always nice to see our investment get spread around. Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is an interesting project, and you listed off a number of tribes that have contributed to the data that exists behind your head. But it wasn't clear to me what tribes and tribal organizations you might be collaborating with on this project and how that's actually going to work.
Yeah, so we hold sorry, Madam Chair and members. We hold monthly or semi-monthly meetings, and in these collaboration meetings, we have representatives from the tribal entities listed, but we also reach out to effectively all the other tribals. So we've had in some of we have our monthly kind of collaborators meetings, and then every year we have a broader meeting where we invite everyone who wants to participate, and we've had participation from Leech Lake and Grand Portage and Shakopee. But we've also had a lot of interest in collaborations with the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, GLFWC. They've been very excited about helping support and provide some more data to this as well.
One follow-up, Chair Gibson.
Of course.
So I understand that these tribes and intertribals are participating in the Wild Rice Working Group. But you mentioned that some of the LCCMR funding would go directly to some of the tribes to hire seasonal staff for some of the monitoring work. And that's where it's not clear to me what tribes are involved and how you intend to do that.
Yes, so
Mr.
currently,
Knopik?
oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair and members, the current collaboration that's just ending has provided subawards to the Red Lake Nation to help bolster their wild rice monitoring program, as well as the White Earth Nation to help them additionally bolster their monitoring program. So each tribal entity has a kind of a large variety on their capability and support that they do for monitoring. Most tribes do some level of management, but it doesn't always equate to monitoring and providing the same kind of quality data that we're asking for. Other tribal entities like Fond du Lac in 1854, they've got a really great support system, and they do a lot of monitoring already. So they haven't had any need or desire to use any subawards. But the other ones, like I mentioned, they didn't have the capacity. So these entities are fairly stretched, and while rice is important, they're not. The real big challenge is monitoring rice has to happen within a really kind of a 6 to 8 week window. It's a really narrow window, and it's hard to hire staff for an 8-week window. So that's part of what the subawards help provide funding and support for training and funding interns or student workers and so forth to help get out in the field and collect this data.
Thanks. No further questions.
Okay. Any other members, questions, inquiries? All right. It looks like we're done. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Madam Chair, members, thank you.
Okay, we are on to evaluation line 45. That is project 077, Clean Sweep Solution to Non-Point Source Pollution. Maggie Karshinia. Hope I'm saying that right. Are you on board here with us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. My name is Maggie Karshinia. I'm with the University of Minnesota Water Resource Center and Minnesota Sea Grants.
And I'm Paula Kalineski with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency.
And we'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share our proposal with you this morning. So when it rains and as the snow melts, the streets in front of our houses and along our major roadways are channeling pollutants into our lakes, streams, and rivers. Now, I live in St. Paul, and I know that the storm drain right in front of my house takes stormwater directly to the Mississippi River untreated, which is many times the case in these older developments in our state. This means that the phosphorus in all those leaves going down the drain can feed algae blooms downstream. It means that those heavy metals and those harmful toxins from engine tires or tires can travel with the soil and down into the river. The chlorides from our road salts can permanently pollute our waters, and those microplastics that we're all now worried about can pose some health risks. So once these pollutants enter our waterways, they're difficult and costly to remove, but there is a better solution. Let's prevent pollutants from getting there in the first place by increasing our street sweeping. So many of you already know this, but Minnesota is a leader in street sweeping research, and the work that's been done here in our state has gotten attention statewide or nationwide. Research led by Dr. Sarah Hobby at the U of M has shown that street sweeping can significantly reduce nutrients in our stormwater. Now, the MPCA has used Dr. Hobby's research to develop a phosphorus pollution credit for street sweeping, which has helped motivate some communities to invest in additional street sweeping, but there's still a lot more work to be done.
So as Maggie mentioned, MPCA has paid attention
Please
to
identify yourself. Okay, I need you, once you start talking, to identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Paula Kalineski from MPCA. Thank you.
If you can move over just a little bit so we can see your whole, there you go.
Okay, thanks. So as Maggie mentioned, MPCA has paid attention to the street sweeping research, and in 2022, the University of Minnesota partnered with MPCA to create the Clean Sweep program to provide education and assistance for communities that want to increase street sweeping to help reach their water quality goals. And along the way, we've discovered that there are still gaps, large gaps in the guidance and available science, and especially regarding material management. These gaps are real barriers for a number of our communities that would otherwise implement this very cost-effective BMP. This project will provide funding to launch and support 4 new areas of the Clean Sweep program that combat these barriers and include, number 1, a study to help understand what pollutants are typically found or not found in street sweepings and how we can manage these materials most sustainably. While we have a good understanding of the factors that influence nutrient concentrations in street sweeping, we know much less about other contaminants that might be found in street sweeping, such as microplastics, pesticides, PFAS, metals, etc. This research will take a look at street sweeping samples from across the state to help us gather information to develop guidance on material management and material reuse. Number 2, this project will initiate exploration of new material reuse options and regional collaboration. Communities often choose to send street sweeping materials to landfills rather than investing their limited time and resources to clean and reuse them. This project will work with 3 cities to explore new reuse options for street sweepings, develop reuse plans for each city that meet their needs and goals, and explore regional collaborations to reuse materials, which in turn will reduce the burden on our landfills.
All right, Maggie Karchny again. So the third thing that this project will do is provide planning assistance to communities to develop enhanced street sweeping plans. 10 communities across Minnesota that have impaired waterways and are in TMDL watersheds are going to be engaged to create enhanced street sweeping plans, which will then be used as case studies in the Minnesota Stormwater Manual. Guidance documents and supportive materials will be developed from these plans so that other cities can follow in their footsteps and create plans of their own and identify cost-effective reuse options. The fourth thing that we're going to do is we're going to expand our training efforts for the Clean Sweep program so that we can reach more communities statewide and really get this thing going. So we're going to create some more training videos. We are going to create a brand new street sweeping tracking tool to easily identify where these efforts are happening and the water quality impacts they have. We're going to be creating an online tool to calculate the potential benefits and so help people with this planning effort. And we're also going to be just doing more workshops across the state to really make sure that we're reaching everybody in the outstate as well as the metro. So this partnership is really between researchers, extension, consultants, the MPCA, cities, counties, and our industry partners. Like everybody's in the game on this, and we're uniquely poised to foster long-term success. At the end of this project, we hope to have thousands of pounds of nutrients and sediments removed from our 10 street sweeping plans. We hope to have over 200 professionals trained. We will be creating these 3 new tools to support communities that want to increase their street sweeping. We're going to revise the guidance from the MPCA on best practices for managing and reusing these street sweeping materials. We're going to create regional collaborations to do better reuse and keep all these materials out of our landfills. So this project's really going to have long-lasting impacts throughout Minnesota, but that's not all. Our state, like I mentioned, is a national leader in this. And these resources are also going to have impacts nationwide. So we are also joined today in this room with Dr. Sarah Hoppy and Dr. Jacques Finlay, who are also here to help answer questions. And we just want to thank you for the opportunity to present this project to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And before I get started with the first question, I was remiss. Representative Hansen is here at the meeting and in the room. So please state your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there are electric Zambonis. Are there electric street sweepers?
Good question. Ms. Karshinian?
There are electric street sweepers, and actually there is a federal grant right now that is providing funding to switch over to some of these. But Paula might have a little bit more information on those that are available.
Yeah, at the moment, I think the electric street sweepers that are available are they're quite useful, but they're not as robust maybe as some of our traditional street sweepers. So the technology is really coming along, but there's a gap here yet that will transition over some amount of time.
Follow-up?
Might be a future proposal.
Yeah, good point. Other questions from commission members? Yes. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I know that in my community, we sweep the streets and annually probably sweep up, I would say 6 to 8 at least dump truck loads full of street sweepings. And I'm very interested in the portion of your research project that will look at what are the contaminants within those street sweepings, because currently I think I'm not exactly sure what is done with those sweepings, but I believe they're distributed on land somewhere. And I'm a couple questions. One is what would be if those are found to be hazardous materials or contaminated, that would be considered hazmat, that would have to be disposed of in a hazardous materials site. What would be would the city have a liability for having been found to have hazardous material in their street sweepings, and how might that be handled? And then yeah, that's mainly my question to start with. Thanks.
Sure.
I'm gonna give this question to Paula, since she is the pollution control agency person.
Yeah, so a couple things. Currently, there are guidelines and rules for how MS4s need to manage, cities need to manage things like street sweeping or other sediment that they recover, through construction or cleaning out other BMPs. So they do need to test material before they use it currently. And right now, the concerns are that we don't really, that's an expensive process. And we feel that, I'll just try to move on. Sediment management in general is a field that we really need to work on for MS4s, because they do need to test this material before they can use it. And otherwise, they need to take it to either a solid waste landfill or a hazardous landfill. And that depends on how this testing comes out. And so we want to encourage people to put as little in the landfill as they can. So rather than testing this pile as a composite, let's look at it a little more deeply and see, okay, can we pull out the sand? Can we pull out the leaves and compost those? Are the leaves also contaminated, or is that material and the plant material safe to go to a compost? If we can spend a little more time sorting that material, can we minimize what needs to go to a landfill and should go to a landfill? And we would definitely encourage that, and reuse the other components that can be reused. So we do know that pollutants tend to adhere to smaller particles. So what we want to find out is that true with street sweepings? And, can we, again, take some of this burden of the cost of hauling all of this material and paying for disposal fees off of our MS4s?
Follow-up.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a concern that it's an additional cost. MS4s are required. We used to wash our streets every Thursday, but we're not allowed to do that anymore. So that's good. But yeah, it is a costly part of the stormwater system that MS4 communities have. How will you be selecting your 10 communities? Will people opt in, or is it by the luck of the draw, or do you have a specific set of criteria that you're using? Thanks.
Ms. Karshnia?
Yeah, we're going to be soliciting people to submit their street sweeping samples for testing. We plan on doing this throughout of the list of the MS4s that MPCA has on file. And we're hoping to, from that engagement, we're hoping to find a good diversity of candidates. we plan to make sure that we hit as many different types of soils, different types of areas, different types of land uses as we possibly can to make sure that this gives us all the information we need to make some decisions.
Another follow-up? Okay. All right, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thinking about these street sweepers, I'm not sure how technologically advanced they are, so I have a new vacuum cleaner that sorts out the size of the particulates it's sucking up as it goes, tells me where to spend more time vacuuming. I've also seen precision agricultural implements that can track to the exact plant how much fertilizer is needed. I'm curious if these street sweepers would have the capacity to report back areas of higher concentration that require perhaps greater intensity or revisits more frequently, and if that would be part of your planning assessment as well.
Ms. Karshnia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give this question to Paula Kalinowski as well, since she is way more familiar with this.
Yeah, thanks. So street sweepers in general, I don't think any of them would have the capability to do an on-the-spot check of actual contaminants other than the mass of sediment that they're picking up. Some trucks do have internal scales and some have GPS, so you can retrace where the truck was when it picked up a certain type of material. But largely we lean on the operators, and then we also use tree canopy assessments to look at where nutrients may be. The drivers are going to have a very good sense of where streets are the dirtiest, right? Because they're going to pick it up, they're going to know how fast their truck fills up. And then we test that material and we can mark these areas that were hot spots. So when we do this work, we track the streets that were swept that are associated with a particular load of street sweeping. So that truck, that hopper, that material came from a certain length of street, and we track that. So if we do find that every time a certain area is swept, we come up with a certain pollutant, now the city will know that and they can manage those sweepings differently. Does that address your question?
Okay, thank you. Other questions from commissioner members? Okay, I had one. I live in St. Louis Park and we have an Adopt a Drain program. And it's actually, it's well received, and there in that map that they gave us, there are some areas that are primary concern. And so my concern is, one, are you going to have primary concern spots in some of these clean sweeping? And secondly, how are you going to get information to these individuals that are actually adopting these drains? I don't know where to put the refuse. I'm just putting it in my compost, and that's probably bad. Yep, I don't know who wants to take that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're definitely going to be addressing that in those street sweep plans that we're going to be creating. As far as hotspots go, there's not a way to do that like on an easy way. Like Paula had said, the street sweepers aren't smart vehicles that are saying, oh yeah, there's more leaves here, more contaminants here than over here. So it really has to be done on the ground level, at this community level. So when we create plans for cities, that's at the point where we can identify the hotspots and making sure that these areas are taken care of. And I also want to mention that I do appreciate the Adopt a Drain program. We partner with them as far as Clean Sweep, and they are incredible.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I want to make note that Senator Herr is remotely joining us. He's on Zoom. And so he is present at this time. So, and Jeremy, we want to review on your vacuum cleaner. Okay, thank you very much. All right, on to our next one. It is on line 22, project 160, Geologic Atlases for Water Resource Management. And Barbara Lusardi is here.
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for considering my proposal.
Yes.
My name is Barbara Lusardi. I am the Associate Director of the Minnesota Geological Survey, and we are part of the University of Minnesota. Some of you are already familiar with our mapping program. You've seen my face before. For those who are not, the County Geologic Atlas provides a complete package of geologic information, including maps, data, cross-sections, images, and text, which are all drafted and interpreted by geologists. This is the largest, most comprehensive geologic mapping program in the state, and we very much appreciate the support that the LCCMR and the legislature have provided for this ongoing program. We make maps. You wouldn't take a road trip without a map or work on the plumbing in your house without some sort of schematic. Our maps provide that framework or a guide for finding and protecting natural resources in our state, be they critical minerals, construction aggregate, or drinking water. In Minnesota, the primary application for geological mapping is currently groundwater protection. There is a clear demand for more water to meet demands, improved quality of water to meet safety standards, and better protection of drinking water sources for now and for future generations. Geologic mapping is an essential service. Local communities have used our products to locate new municipal water wells. These wells can cost upwards of $700,000, so it's important to get it in the right place the first time. The entire cost of a county atlas is about $500,000, so this is a very modest investment that can save a lot of money in the long run. As part of the 3M pollution mitigation plan, data from the Washington County Geologic Atlas is being used to create groundwater models so that residents in the East Metro can have access to clean and safe drinking water. But it's not just about water resources. Atlas products are often the first source of information for many projects, or they should be, citing feedlots, calculating sediment load in area streams, evaluating potential locations for carbon sequestration, installing underground utilities, agriculture, wetland conservation, even recreation. From nitrates to arsenic to helium, we take the bad with the good, and understanding the geology can help us solve problems, answer questions, and plan for the future. An atlas comes in two parts. Part A is the geology completed by the Minnesota Geological Survey, and Part B is the groundwater atlas, which is funded separately and completed by the Department of Natural Resources. Together, parts A and B provide a complete package of information infrastructure. Some program updates. Part A mapping is complete in 52 Minnesota counties. Within the last year, we have published atlases for Lake, Ottertail, Lac Parle, Lincoln, and Dakota counties, and there are several more that are nearing completion within the next year. We currently are working in 27 counties, and that includes recent starts in Martin and Cottonwood counties. Beltrami is not far behind, and next year we'll be starting work in Itasca, Le Sueur, and Marshall counties. In addition to our maps and other materials, we provide a presentation of our findings. We also have an Atlas user's guide with descriptions for each of our map plates and how to use them, and the accompanying data to answer questions and to respond to different situations. We also offer digital access to all of our data and files, including our interactive story maps, through which you can access information directly from your browser without any special software needs. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from the commission? Yes, Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barbara, I know you just mentioned, the areas or the counties that you're going to be working to complete the next set. Where are we overall? Because I know we got to be getting close to completing the whole set. And I mean, we asked this question, somebody does, so I figured it was my turn. Just so, because if you could show me a map, it would be much more meaningful. But you know what I'm saying? So those of us have been sitting around here for a number of years. It's just nice to know, we're on the road to getting this completed. Thanks.
We are on the road. Oh, excuse me, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We are on the road to getting this completed. We've been at it for 4 decades, and we have 8 counties that have yet to sign on for an atlas. So the current schedule of atlases, we're starting about 3 per year, and I already have counties scheduled out to start until 2026. And so that's included in the 27 that we're actually working on right now. So I have 8 to start after 2026. And each atlas will take approximately 5 to 6 years to complete. So we're looking to start the last atlas somewhere within 2028 to 2030, which gives us 2033 to 2035 as our sunset of the atlas program.
A follow-up, please, Commissioner Faber.
Thanks, Barbara. I wasn't insinuating that any of us were sitting here for the last 4 decades, but anyways, my friend Rita here was showing me the map, and just a question of curiosity. I see that there is some tribal entities, and it's kind of just a blank. Will the tribal entities, Mille Lacs and our other friends, be approached, or somehow does that fall under their responsibility? I'm just curious where that might stand. Thanks.
Ms. Lusardi?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, yes, we are making an effort to work more closely with our tribal partners, and we have contacted all of the tribal entities throughout the state requesting permission or just opening that conversation as to do they want this information, and all but 4 of the tribal communities in the state have accepted or approved and wish to participate in our mapping. I can't think of all 4 right now, but Boys Fort, Grand Portage, and Upper Sioux in Yellow Medicine County are the 3 that I can come up with right now, have elected to not participate. And so in respecting their wishes, we are not mapping or collecting data on their property via, in person or remote or any other ways. Those reservation boundaries, those tribal communities will be left blank on our maps. And if it's something that they would like to revisit at a later date, we would welcome that conversation.
Thank you, Barbara.
All right. Other questions from commission members? Are there any? Okay, I had a quick question for you. It seems like in the news, we're always hearing about water issues. One was that recent one on bottling some water in Elko New Market. When the counties or cities are making some of these decisions, are they using some of your data from the Geologic Atlas to come up with some of their answers? So I guess my real question is it being used by all these different entities?
Madam Chair, that's a great question, and I certainly hope so. We put the information out there in so many different forms. We have offered presentations to counties that are complete so that they can learn to use the information and what is available. Our staff are certainly available to answer questions if folks have issues of concern and would like to contact us directly. We can certainly walk them through what information is available, what is the best information that we have that will help them respond to their situations. There's been a lot of turnover in county agencies, soil water conservation groups, just a lot of turnover since COVID. And so we would like to make another push to kind of let folks know that this information is available. You come into a new job and you don't necessarily know what resources are out there. And I think we're one of those that may get overlooked more than we should, because we are that foundational data that would help a lot of projects. And so just reaching out to counties on a yearly basis, reaching out to through the county association, through soil water conservation districts, through the Department of Natural Resources, and letting folks know that this is available and that we are available is part of our mission.
Well, thank you for that. It begs the question as to, are you in contact with the Minnesota Counties Association? And also, somehow we have to get a better PR job done on this, so the counties access some of this data, because it's pretty valuable. We've made a good investment in it, and I'd love to see it used. So with that, I have another question from Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation, Barbara. I'm just looking at the attachment that's in your proposal online with the map on it, which is very helpful. And also there's a graph that shows who's paying for this and who has over the years. And I just want to note that you are utilizing in the past some federal cost share, but also generally annually you receive funding from clean water funds and also the Minnesota DNR. And so while ENRTF is often the largest part of your funding mechanism, I just want to note that other entities are also helping to fund, but I don't see anything, as our chair has mentioned, about counties contributing. So those counties that have opted not to apply for the geologic survey that you mentioned, is there a cost to a county to be a participant in the mapping program? Thank you.
Mr. Sardi?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for that question. The counties are asked to help us gather data. It's part of their skin in the game so that they have an impetus and interest in the work that we're doing and will know that it's available. Part of the first steps of our work is to locate water wells so that we can use those data. And the county staff are the most familiar. They already have boots on the ground for inspections, septic information, all that sort of thing. They're already going out to some of these places, or they already have GIS information set up that they can identify water well locations using their online systems, and that information is valuable to us. And so we ask the counties to provide assistance in locating those wells. So that is, there's no upfront cost other than their staff time. And there are various grants through state agencies that can help fund that. They can hire interns, they can use staff that they already have, again, as part of their daily work. And so, yes, we do ask the counties to participate. And in some cases, that has been a limiting factor. I've contacted all of the counties in Minnesota that we have yet to sign on. And in some cases, it's a one-person staff that's doing all the work in the county on their environmental side. And so we try to work with them. We may wait until another year to invite them to participate. So there are options that we can face, especially as we get down here to the end. I'm not quite sure how we'll decide who is the last county, but everybody needs this data, and they should all have it 10 years ago at this point.
All right. Any other questions? All right. We greatly appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next project is Line 34. And project is number 280. And our presenter is Leif Olmanson. Understanding to improve Minnesota's future lake water quality. Is our presenter on?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Thank you very much. You may proceed with your
Can
presentation.
I shared my, can I share my background? I need permission to do that.
I think you can show your background. That's fine. But if you would also identify yourself too. So.
Yeah. But my background is in the share. It's advanced things, and so I need to have permission to share my screen.
No, we can't. No, we can't do that. Okay, we can't share your screen. Sorry
about
that.
Okay.
So we're just going to need your presentation.
Okay, so I'll do without a background then. My name is Leif Olmanson. I'm a research scientist at the University of Minnesota with over 25 years experience using satellite remote sensing for lake water quality assessments. During the early years of that work, we were able to do statewide assessments at around 5-year intervals. That was due to the availability of clear imagery, plus the work it took to process all that imagery. With all the new data that was available, we had a lot more data to work with, so we really couldn't do it all manually if we wanted to take advantage of it. So we automated the image process procedures with the help of David Porter from the Minnesota Supercomputing Institute. That work was part of a 2018 Environment and Natural Resource Trust Fund project. with all this new data, instead of every 5 years for a late summer measurement, we're able to get lake data for all the lakes in the state every week or so, depending on cloud cover and then also where it is located in the state. And that was made accessible through our Minnesota Lake browser. So we added that data into that. And Peter Oringa, David Porter and Peter Oringa are both my co-investigators on this project. And that, you know, having all that data, you know, really had to enhance the Minnesota Lake browser. Minnesota is well known for its lake monitoring programs, and basically made this research possible because we calibrate all of our models using that data, and then we're able to expand that to all lakes in the state. So order of magnitude more data using this remote sensing. If you're able to see my background, you would see that I do have a map of the distribution of where lakes are monitored in the state. And you'll see they're clustered in certain areas. Things like the Metropolitan Council has a citizen lake monitoring program. And there's coalitions of lake associations throughout the state that collect a lot of data, organize a lot of data collection. And, you know, so it's kind of clustered in certain areas. And those lakes tend to be the recreational water bodies, the larger lakes. And then there are lakes that are less chlorophyll in them. And then also lakes that are not changing. So they're kind of, if you do any geospatial analysis with the in situ data, it's biased towards the lakes that you have data for.
Mr. Olmanson?
With the, yes.
Just a quick comment here. You did not have to ask us for permission to put the background photo up, but it's your responsibility to do it. So we do allow you to do one back behind you to have a background.
Yeah, I have a, I mean, there's advanced features in there that allow you to share your background and not, it's a different process and I didn't prepare for the other background.
Okay, well then
if I can share my screen, I can put my background on because through the advanced, if that's possible.
But it's up to you. We will allow you to do a screen in the background, but it's your responsibility.
Yeah, just the host, it says host disabled participants, Sheen Square, so I can't do it.
Okay.
So I don't have that option set up right now, so I'll have to just continue with what I'm doing.
Just wanted to state the laws, so please proceed.
It's Plan B. I had some cool maps and stuff to show you, but that's fine. So basically, we have you know, we have the whole population, so we can do geospatial analysis with our data, and you know, if I with the map, you know, like in western Minnesota, there's an area where there's a lot of decrease in water clarity. We've done trend analysis from 1985 to 2022, and that's an area where things have changed from small grain to more corn production, plus the hydrology's changed. So a lot of these prairie potholes are filling up with water. Twin City metropolitan area is an area where there's a lot of improving water quality due to best management practices when the lakes are developed or areas are developed. And then also a lot more resources for lake management in those areas. The big concern I have is up in northern Minnesota, where there's a whole bunch of lakes that are decreasing water clarity, but there's really no watershed thing going on that's going to contribute to that. But if you look at temperature over that time period, big increase of temperature, about 3 degrees Fahrenheit over Minnesota for the August-September time period. And if you look at precipitation, you can see that precipitation events are more drought, more big rain events. So that is also contributing to more nutrients going into these lakes. So that's my big concern is the northern Minnesota with these temperature-driven things. So temperature is one of the most important water variables. It controls many factors with the algae. Warmer lakes, you're going to have more algal blooms. And then also with the big storm events, you're going to have more nutrients going into these lakes. At the same time, there's fisheries. They like a lot of oxygen, more blooms, more nutrients, more algal blooms. You're going to have lower oxygen levels for the fish habitat. We have maps that we've been doing for temperature using the Landsat satellite. We have that since 1985. This project would automate the processing of all of the Landsat imagery from 2017 to 2027 for temperature. Plus, it would also improve the water quality models we have now in the lake browser. I would combine all that data. We would interpolate between time periods. We'd have a nice consistent data set over that 11-year period. Would add the temperature and water quality data, the ancillary data, things like the weather data, the precipitation, the temperatures, the winds, things like that, solar radiation, all important for temperature. Add with soils, slope, lots of other characteristics to model, to understand what's going on with these lakes with water quality and temperature, how that's affecting lakes. The Climate Adaptation Partnership at the University of Minnesota has projected these temperature changes and other factors into the future. And once we have that understanding, we'd project these models into the future to know, kind of get an idea of what we would expect to happen to these lakes and fisheries in the future as the oxygen levels decrease and the habitat decreases as well for the cold water fishes. And then the most important part of this is making all of this data accessible, which we do with our Minnesota Lake browser, and then have another tool. We have have data access and then visualization tools. And I did go over, I'm sorry about that. I had it figured out earlier, so I must apologize for not misunderstanding availability of the share in the background.
Okay, thank you. And in regard to that, if commission members are looking at their proposal, you will see some of what he's talking about. I just found it here. Under some of the additional papers, you can see some of those maps that he was discussing. So thank you for that. Are there questions from commission members? Yes, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I was reflecting on activity 2 in particular. Are you intending to incorporate changes in the airshed over the last 20 years, given the catastrophic wildfires that have bloomed in intensity, frequency, constantly bathing us in the ash and smoke of Western wildfires? And to what extent you anticipate that will confound or impact the climate change assessments that you're doing as well?
Mr. Olmison?
Yes, I'm well aware of all the smoke that does affect our imagery as well. So we've been seeing a big increase in that, and so that is a big issue. We'll basically are open to using everything we can possibly to kind of come up with some good relationships. I've kind of listed a few in there, but we're kind of open to using everything. So we definitely, I think that's going to be a factor. And I'm glad, actually, I'm a little bit glad we have had rain lately, even though there's too much of it. But with the extreme drought, I was getting concerned we're going to have some wildfires, big wildfires in Minnesota as well. So I greatly would like to utilize that as well.
Okay, another question from commission members. Commissioner Albrecht.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. I think putting together all of the sort of disparate sets of data and combining them into one where you call machine learning will help us understand it all, I think is brilliant and very much needed. When we talk about harmful HABs, harmful algal blooms in lakes, will you be able to determine, because you noted that in some northern Minnesota lakes, it's not clear that there's runoff or septic or other reasons for these algal blooms. Will you be able to tell if it's naturally occurring nutrient loading in those lakes that is causing algal blooms? Because oftentimes there's not really anything you can do when there's just naturally occurring breakdown of plant matter. Any comment about that?
Mr. Olmison?
Yeah, I think with the patterns I'm seeing in northern Minnesota, I think are due both to the warming of the water and the precipitation, big storm events. So it is something you need to understand, going into the future, because our temperatures are projected to continue to increase over the century. And so, this project would get a handle on, what we can expect to happen, and if there's additional management that we need to do to kind of prevent some of the fisheries from becoming anoxic, and not being able to support some of the cold water fishes and stuff like that.
Thank you. Follow up?
Thank you. Just one last thing, and that is, will you have access to septic data? Because often in rural areas where there are central services, that is part of the reason for contamination in lakes. And I'm just curious if that's part of the data set that you'll be inputting into your model. Thanks.
Mr. Olmanson?
I am not aware of a data set that compiles all of that data, but if it is available, we can definitely incorporate it into our system. That's definitely something to look into. But with the larger, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't look like, if you could see my map, there's a large number of lakes that are having this problem. A lot of these are very remote lakes. They're not developed at all. So since there's undeveloped lakes, having the same issue, it seems to be more of a temperature and storm event type event causing these problems.
Okay, thank you. And welcome to Senator Westrom, and you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the lakes, and one of your comments was lakes in western Minnesota. How do you factor in the recent clarity of many lakes, at least out in our area here? I hear from more and more people with the zebra mussels, of course, being an AIS, but one of the positives is they really clean up the lakes. Your data only goes through 22. Are you going to continue to monitor that? And how do you balance that? Because your statement was that all the lakes are getting dirtier, and that's contrary to what the experience is for a lot of lake owners, that with zebra mussels, they're seeing more clarity, which some bring concerns to me that there's more sunshine getting through, so they're getting more weeds in their lakes, as one example. So how do you balance that, and what's your response to the clarity of lakes because of zebra mussels, good or bad?
The water quality data would continue, and it would be expanded. We have better models nowadays that would apply to the whole data set, so we'd have thing through at least 2027 and hopefully into the future from there. The idea is to make a near real-time system, so it's continually updated. So all this data is accessible to anyone who wants it. In our lake browser, if you do look at some of these lakes, you can click on a lake that has zebra mussels, and you'll see a big increase in water clarity in them. The trends I'm doing is over this whole period of time, and I think I did link up the known zebra mussel lakes, and it was about 3% of the lakes were increasing water clarity because of zebra mussels. That might have changed since I did that analysis, but yes, zebra mussels do clear it up, but they usually kind of wreck the habitat for a lot of the fish. So it's not the best way to clean up your lake, but it is definitely seen in our thing. And the ones in western Minnesota are more of the prairie potholes. There's a lot of them filling up with water, similar things going on in like South Dakota, eastern South Dakota. And just the change in the practices going there is what we were able to contribute to doing the geospatial analysis of different factors going on.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Olmanson. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we are on time. So our next one is evaluation line 38 from Dr. Michelle Cartenson on the recruitment and fecundity of Minnesota moose.
Good morning, and thank you.
Good morning.
Is my audio coming in okay?
Yes, it is. So just identify yourself. I see two people there, so.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for this opportunity to present on our research proposal. My name is Michelle Carstensen, and I am the Wildlife Health Program Supervisor for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources.
And I'm Morgan Swingen. I'm the wildlife biologist with the 1854 Treaty Authority, which is an intertribal natural resources agency in northeastern Minnesota. And we wanted to present together today because we hope to put the concept of co-stewardship into action. As co-PIs for this project, Michelle and I are not only demonstrating the importance of the state and tribal nations working together in equal standing, but we've also brought together a highly collaborative team of experts from the National Park Service, the University of Minnesota, the Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, the University of St. Thomas, and the Smithsonian Institute to study recruitment and fecundity of Minnesota moose. Moose, as they are referred to in the Ojibwe language, are a highly valued species for tribal nations and for the state of Minnesota. Together, we have a common goal of maintaining a healthy and productive moose population. However, this population has declined by over 60% over the past 20 years, and although it appears to have stabilized at approximately 3,500 moose, we want to manage for population growth. This requires a clear understanding of all aspects that may be limiting this population. Past research by state and tribal biologists has improved our understanding of newborn and adult moose survival and causes of mortality, but we lack information about survival and productivity of young moose, specifically from 8 months to 3 years of age. Not only are young moose a key driver in population growth through recruitment, they can also be an indicator of habitat quality and population health. The objectives of our project are to first determine the recruitment rate of young moose into the breeding population, to determine survival rates and causes of mortality, and to determine the age of first reproduction and the number of calves produced per cow. We will do this by capturing and collaring 80 moose that are 8 to 9 months old each winter for 3 years, totaling 240 moose. Animals will be monitored for survival, mortality, and habitat use across core moose range in northeast Minnesota. We will also use non-invasive sampling techniques, including fecal pellet collections to determine the age at first pregnancy, and aerial thermal surveys to determine parturition rates and fecundity.
And some of the key outcomes for the research project that we're proposing will be to apply our improved understanding of survival and reproduction of young moose directly to management questions, such as identifying areas for improved habitat management. This could include the use of silviculture methods for improving forage quality or quantity, or mitigation options for stressors such as parasites and predators. An example of how this information may help current forest management efforts of the Moose Habitat Collaborative would be to focus in areas of moose range where pregnancy rates and productivity may be lowest. Also, knowing more about how young moose use their habitat and where they are most successful in raising calves can guide current efforts being led through the America the Beautiful grant to create 2 to 3 large areas for dedicated moose habitat management in northeast Minnesota. Lastly, information from this study will be used to improve moose population modeling that's being led by our collaborators at the University of St. Thomas and the University of Minnesota. These partners are trying to predict population growth rates and also quantify the factors that limit it, such as predation pressure and health issues like P. tenuis or brainworm and winter ticks. Thank you for your time and consideration for our research proposal. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remorse if I didn't ask a question about moose, since this is first, I feel like reborn. All right, Dr. Carson and Dr. Swingen. So the important thing, I think, for many of our friends who have been here long enough to remember, you know, we've supported a lot of moose work. The importance of this particular study in the context of our longer term studies in moose is the yearling, 2-year-old missing piece of this overall puzzle of what we have a pretty good understanding of what's happening on the calf side, what's happening to adults, but we're unsure. And you mentioned it in your presentation that a key component of maintaining or even increasing, dare we think that, with the moose population is understanding better what's happening to those. Is that correct when you look at this overall in our overall picture of Minnesota moose?
Dr. Carstensen?
Madam Chair, Dr. Faber, and members, thank you for the question. Yes, you're absolutely characterizing that correctly. When we think back to the research that has been conducted by both state and tribal nations on moose, we realize that only 2% of all the moose collared have been animals in this age cohort. So we really are missing that critical piece of recruitment that drives population growth. We estimate it basically based off of a survey in the winter, which is a 1 point in time a snapshot of cow-calf ratios in January without knowing if any of those calves or what proportion of them survive and at what age they might be contributing to the population. So if we can improve that understanding, we can fine-tune, as I mentioned, these population models, but also learning how the population may grow and where those limitations lie can really, as I mentioned, direct habitat restoration work that we want to accomplish.
Follow-up, Commissioner Faber?
Thanks, Michelle. The second question is a logistical question, but I think it's important for all of our members to understand, some of them have been here long enough, that at Governor Dayton during his administration, they had put a ban on marking all moose because of some of the issues we had. The tribes were allowed to continue, as Dr. Moore did up with Grand Portage and others, I think. I mean, 1854 Authority and Morgan and them maybe weren't involved in that, but now that ban has expired, correct? So that even you, the DNR and so on, that's allowed to begin marking moose again, correct?
Dr. Carstensen?
Madam Chair, Dr. Faber, and members, yes, that is correct. The executive order that was administered under Governor Dayton in 2016 did expire about 60 days after he left office. And that was really motivated primarily due to calf abandonment for newborn calves that were being captured to understand about neonate survival and causes of mortality. So there was increased risk of abandonment that had occurred during those projects. And as we have talked about today, that the moose that we're focusing on are already 400 to 500 pounds and 8 to 9 months old. And the capture methods that we're using are highly vetted and also being used currently and have been by the tribal nations that are leading research, especially Grand Portage Band and IOL National Park. We're actually using the same team that has been successfully capturing moose for the last 10 years through those projects. Same veterinarian, same capture company, same method. So we are planning to have a lot of safeguards in place for moose health and safety and mitigate risks to capture. But we will be, obviously paying close attention to any issues that may come up that could compromise an individual health.
Okay.
Thanks much, ladies.
Other questions? I just had one quick one. I was fortunate enough to go out with you, Dr. Carstensen, might have been 10 years ago. And winter tick was really raging at that point. Is that still a problem? And will that come into some of your data on survival records?
Madam Chair, members, yes, winter tick is still an issue in Minnesota. And I think an interesting part of this project that we're proposing is to be able to look at it at a way we haven't in the past, meaning when we have been working primarily with adults, we have seen some winter tick mortality in certain years come through with a few individuals that succumb to exposure and anemia in late winter. Usually it's more like March and April, but we never know what happens to the calves. So if you think that the impact on adults might be showing up as important, you would guess that the calf mortality overcoming winter in those conditions is likely much greater due to ticks. And if we are able to survey for ticks on moose at this age, we can compare that information to our colleagues in New England that have been doing tick surveys on moose that are 8 months old and older and their survival over winter for the last several years, and try to understand where Minnesota fits in that spectrum of tick loads and survival. But I think we've been underestimating likely the tick effect by missing out on assessing the animals at this age group.
Okay. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not very well educated when it comes to the moose, but with ranges, is there a requirement for you to, or need for you to cooperate or coordinate with Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry on cross-border moose management? And to the extent that these collars end up in Canada, do we have an international incident on our hands?
Dr. Carstensen. Do you think they know?
Yeah, this is Morgan Swingen. Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't know who was going to answer.
That's just fine. Yeah, we would certainly collaborate with staff in Ontario if we had moose cross the border. The staff at Grand Portage often have their collared moose crossing the border into Canada, and they have a working relationship with the staff up there. So we would continue to do that because it is one population, and we'd want to obviously monitor the moose that are moving across the border.
I'd add to that, Madam Chair and members too, that you recently learned that the Ontario MNR is planning a similar project by Thunder Bay, where they're going to start focusing on collaring 8 months old also. So we're excited for that to happen simultaneously with our work, so we could again compare some of our findings across the border, which really isn't that short of a distance, and likely all the same moose population too. So there'll be some added benefit with that collaboration with our countries.
To follow? No, okay. I just have one more question. You mentioned Isle Royal. Are you comparing your data with them, or are you actually working over there? I don't know who wants to answer.
I could answer. This is Morgan Swingen again. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Yeah, we could definitely compare our data to data collected at Isle Royal, but our project specifically won't be collaring any moose as part of this funding at Isle Royal, but there has been collaring efforts happening there for a long time, and so they have a lot of data that we could compare. There are some interesting differences ecologically between the island and the mainland that would be neat to have this data to look at.
Good. That's good news. Okay, other questions from commission members? All right, thank you very much for your present. Oh,
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Yes, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to address one of the other factors that is a known contributor to moose mortality, especially in calves. You've mentioned disease and ticks and climate change. Is there going to be any element to this research that could also address, as I said a moment ago, another known factor in moose mortality, wolf predation? Is that going to be information collected in this research?
Yes, Dr. Carstensen.
Yep, Madam Chair, members, Mr. Heinzman. Yes, absolutely. Wolf predation and the risk of that is central to the mortality and cause-specific, the survival and cause-specific mortality work that we intend to do. We can't ignore that factor, as you mentioned. It's been the driver of the neonate work as far as bear and wolf mortality have been the strongest signals we've seen in calves that are from birth to 3 months of age. But we're sort of missing that, again, that gap of information about whether or not that's still the primary driver into what happens with recruitment, because in the adult cohort that we've studied, which had a mean age of 6, we didn't find the wolf signal to be as strong. And in fact, these parasites and other health issues became the predominant drivers of mortality. So trying to understand more about where wolves have that impact and the duration and magnitude of that, I think will help us understand more about what potential changes to how we manage wolves or bears could impact moose calf survival and recruitment rates. So that's absolutely part of the project.
Follow up?
Chair, thank you. Just glad to hear that that's not being ignored. I wouldn't expect it to, but just confirming. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any others? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are into the environmental education category on evaluation line 66. That's project 65. This is Brian Wood for the outdoor school for Minnesota K through 12 students. Are you with us, Brian?
I am.
Good. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brian Wood, and I'm Executive Director of Osprey Wild's Environmental Learning Center. I'm here today on behalf of Minnesota's accredited outdoor schools, and the problem that we're aiming to address is that childhood is increasingly moved indoors. And with that, I think a great deal is being lost for today's youth. Today's children are losing the social, emotional, and physical benefits of time spent in nature and increasing in a lack of awareness, understanding, and contact with the environment. The average U.S. child today spends only 7 minutes on unstructured outdoor time compared to 7 to 10 hours on a screen. There's never been a time in human history where children have spent less time outdoors and in nature. Meanwhile, over 70% of Minnesota's metro area schools face budget deficits and rising costs. Currently, only 30% of Minnesota's K-12 students experience a trip to a Minnesota outdoor school. For Minnesota to have a in the future, we need the next generation connected to, interested in, and informed on our state's environmental and natural resources. We see a great opportunity for a broad partnership amongst our outdoor schools to help address this issue at our campuses. Through feedback from schools, we've learned that scholarship support alone is not enough, as it fails to address two other crucial funding issues. In this proposal, we add transportation assistance and teacher stipends to address those realities. And by covering all three of the necessary funding elements to make an outdoor school trip occur, we will provide meaningful hands-on nature experiences to children across the state. Through our programs, Minnesota's accredited outdoor schools, which include Deep Portage Learning Center, Eagle Bluff Environmental Learning Center, Long Lake Conservation Center, Osprey Wilds Environmental Learning Center, and Wolf Ridge Environmental Learning Center, will build on our current reach by providing a minimum of 1,000 instruction hours to Minnesota K-12 students with immersive multi-day outdoor learning experiences. Every student will experience multiple courses that are directly focused upon the learning outcomes of the Environment and Natural Resource Trust Fund's constitutionally declared goals and objectives. We'll provide student tuition funding, transportation funding, and teachers' stipends as needed, with each K-12 student spending a minimum of 1 night and 2 days on site. We will reach a statewide population of K-12 students with eligible schools showing a clear financial need through our application process. Our current ENRTF grant provides important scholarship assistance, but we've learned that that's only one piece of the financial consideration for these trips. There's also a clear need for teacher compensation, as the vast majority of coordinating teachers work outside of contract hours and receive no compensation for their time and effort to make these impactful experiences happen. In addition, bus transportation costs are a severe barrier to these field trips. Even if schools have no student tuition costs, transportation costs alone can be enough to prevent these trips from occurring. So by supporting teachers and helping with transportation costs, we make it more likely that schools will be able to participate in our outdoor school programs. Our work helps Minnesota reach its ENRTF goals with our younger citizens by increasing the number of children recreating and learning outdoors in an immersive way not possible in day-use nature centers, fostering Minnesota's outdoor heritage for the next generation. Our outcomes will include providing a minimum of 300,000 instruction hours to a minimum of 20,000 Minnesota K-12 students through multi-day learning experiences at our outdoor schools. Every student during a 2-night, 3-day visit receives a minimum of 15 instruction hours. By giving K-12 students extended time in nature, we help Minnesota achieve ENRTF's goals and help students develop environmental awareness, appreciation, and interest. Instructional hours will align with the LCCMR strategic plan focal areas of water, outdoor recreation, wildlife, plants, climate change, and habitat management. And through financial support to underserved student populations, we can address the social, economic, and physical barriers. Thank you for your time, and I'm delighted to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Brian Wood. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Wood. I'm somewhat torn on this because we had the proposal for $25 million in general fund come in front of or come as bills introduced to the legislature. And there are questions about jurisdiction of whether, if we provide education funding, should it come through an education budget, or should it come through a natural resources budget, or should it come at all? if we're funding outdoor learning centers. And so 5 million coming from the Environmental Trust Fund is different than 5 million coming, or 25 million coming from the general fund. But I'm just cautious because I worry, it's not really a worry, but I wonder, with declining enrollment and fewer students coming on the horizon, is it the state's role to fund the environmental learning centers by any means necessary? Is it, is this a voucher program? Are these charter schools? Is this an education thing or an environment? And I know it meets the charge that we have for the Constitution. Those are just some very big questions that maybe if you can respond to those, it would help, not just for here, but in the long run.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Hansen and commissioners. We definitely think that it's important for all kids to get outdoor experiences, and we feel we're uniquely positioned to make a really big impact when we can get students there, because it's not just 2 or 3 hours at a time. It's 48 hours or 72 or 98 hours, depending on how long they're there. We're not looking to have this as a voucher program. We're looking for this to supplement what we are doing in our operations. And if schools need support, they can ask for that. But that's up to them to do that. And it's not for us to preemptively award that to them. We want to be here to be able to provide assistance for the schools that need some support to make that happen. And we just feel that with all of the challenges going on with the environment, and the fact that kids just have reasons for keeping them away from being outdoors, whether it's technology, whether it's access, whether it's time, whether it's an adult that can make that connection. We just see that it's so imperative to provide these experiences for students. And this is a way that we feel we can reach Minnesota's changing demographics and the next generation through this proposal. And yes, we tried with legislative action last year that did not pass, as you're aware. We want to ensure that we can continue to provide experiences in the near future for students in schools that would like this opportunity.
Follow? Okay. Thank you. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar but a little different angle. But first of all, part of my question, can you remind me where Osprey, your center, is located? I didn't hear that in your presentation. I might have missed it. But secondly, what are you going to do next year or the year after or the year after that? Is this kind of a base ongoing funding that you would foresee? Or I guess initially I was thinking maybe this was going to be helping set up outdoor education settings for more schools, but it doesn't seem to be that. And so a little on the same vein as Representative Hansen, but a little more on the side of, is this getting something set up and going to have a different funding stream down the road for you? Or is this just going to be a continual repeat funding request like some other education requests that seem to come through? Generally, the LCCMR likes to see requests be like a butterfly and be able to get up and fly on their own if we can plant the seed for a couple of years. So where are you at? And just if you could respond to that funding question.
Mr. Wood?
Sure, Senator Westrom. Osprey Wilds is in Pine County near Sandstone. Up until 2020, our name was Audubon Center in the Northwoods. So that's where we're located. We would see that this proposal builds off of the current one that we have, which offers scholarship support, but that what we're hearing and seeing is that there's more needed to make this program happen. So for the next 3 years, we would hope that this can provide that opportunity. At the same time, we are looking to try to get something established at the state level to ensure that this program can exist well into the future and support as many students as possible. In addition to that, all of our centers do fundraisers to try to create financial assistance to award to those schools. But we see this as a different proposal than our current one because we're hearing that there's other elements to the trip that are just really needed to help make these happen. And so for the next 3 years, we would like to roll this program out, which would be a new way for us to do this, to really address all 3 areas of this and to see how that is received from schools and the kind of difference that makes, and then see where we're at in 3 years in terms of the progress, the success, and what we would be doing at that point forward.
So, Madam Chair, follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Two parts. So can you explain, are you integrating with several schools around you, and you would be the science or environmental component of some of their classes, so they would be able to reduce their need to offer some classes that you could backfill and be offering in a unique and out in the environment type setting? It seems like that would be kind of more of a sustainable model. So if you can explain that just a little bit more so I get a better understanding. But then secondly, $5 million is a lot of money. And then I think of your location, and there's several other environmental learning centers. What happens when it's the Me Too effect and multiple of the others? Wolf Ridge is up north. There's one out in Fergus Falls here in western Minnesota. There's other environmental learning centers. There's one down in Spicer, the Wilmer area. I guess I'm trying to think through how you know the next round of requests just continue to grow, and 5 million here and 5 or 10 other environmental centers, and soon the fund is eaten up with just this. So 2 parts to that question, if you can address it, the structure and the classroom a little better, and then just the overall model of this amount of money with the number of centers we have.
All right. Just so you note too, Senator Weston, Wolf Ridge is included in this. So with that, Mr. Wood.
Okay, very good. Thanks for the clarification, Madam.
Sure. Would you like to answer those questions, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Senator Westrom and commissioners, for this proposal, we are looking for the overnight field trip experiences for the students. So this proposal would not be going into local schools and doing programs during the day with them. This would be helping schools get to a place where students are really immersed in nature for at least one night and having that multi-day experiences, which so many students just do not get today. And we feel that that's what we're best at. And so that's what this proposal offers is the chance for those overnight learning experiences to occur. And the way that we differentiate, who fits into this is that the 5 centers that are in this proposal are all accredited schools. So we have gone through that process and accredited as schools for over 20 years. And so with those 5, that's how we come together with this partnership. There are other centers out there, but we are the only 5 that are accredited schools.
Okay, we are running out of time. Commissioner Reese, can you make it a quick question?
Sure. This is a $5 million proposal, so I think we can afford a couple more minutes. But in any case, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Woods, I appreciate what you do and what the environmental learning centers do. But I do have an issue with scholarships. I put in a proposal 15 years ago to LCCMR before I was on the commission that had scholarships in it. And I was told that they didn't like that approach because the staff told me that because they needed to know where the expenses were going. And now, as I said in the commission, I agree with that scholarships are an easy way to put the budget together. But at the end of the day, we have fiduciary responsibilities, and scholarships don't tell us where the dollars are going. We don't know if they're being used for expenses that are not consistent with LCCMR. Don't know if they're being used for overhead. And so I would encourage not only you, but others that are taking this approach that you should actually put the expenses in and then don't charge the students. That way we can, as a commission, we can better understand where these expenses are going. So where the costs are going. Scholarships really don't tell us anything. We don't know what those dollars are being used for at this point in time. But thank you for the proposal, and I do appreciate the work that you're doing.
Commissioner Reese, if you look at the category of non-trust fund funds, you will see that the individual learning centers are doing their own fundraising for that. You can see, for example, Wolf Ridge has put in 180,000. Yeah, for scholarships. These are all for scholarships. So each one has put in some significant funds to provide for scholarships.
Okay, maybe I was misreading the budget that I had open, but I didn't see the breakdown of what those. I believe that the request is for scholarship dollars for students, and that's my point, is that the scholarships go to the students, and then it's paid back to the environmental learning centers, and then they use the money as they need, and that's basically a way to launder the dollars. Excuse me for the language I'm using. It's not. There's no negative or criminal connotation there, but it does not allow us to see what the actual dollars are being spent on ultimately. And I think that's the point, Madam Chair.
All right, hold on. Staff's helping me here to answer that question. Or maybe Mr. Wood, you want to answer that question?
Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. Mr. Reese and commissioners, the scholarship process is that the scholarship monies do not go to schools or to families. So when a coordinating teacher reaches out for a reservation and fills out a scholarship request for their school, they're putting down what their need is based on their financial circumstances. And then we review that. Each of the centers do. Each of us have a cost per student for what a 1-night, 2-day visit is, a 2-night, 3-day visit is. Those scholarship amounts then get applied to that student fee, so that is essentially deducted off of the invoice that the school receives. So the scholarship amounts do not go to families that are then paid back. It's based off of what each center has as their student fee, and each of us look at our financials to figure out what is the cost that we're charging for those schools, and then that is awarded based on the request, and then that scholarship amount is deducted off the invoice, and that's how we handle the scholarship requests with the schools.
So follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please make it quick.
Yes, I will. So are any of the dollars used to purchase computers? Or any of the dollars used to purchase items that are not typically allowed? Scholarship dollars come back or rest within the organizations. Are any of those dollars used to purchase items that are not allowed by LCCMR?
Mr. Wood.
The scholarship amounts are used for the program expense. So that is for our payroll, for the facilities, which there aren't computers used with the students for those. It's used for food service, housekeeping. So it's for the experience of the students that are coming there, and it's for that program cost of what it takes to offer that experience when a student is there.
Thank you. And just quickly, Madam Chair, that's my point, is that why not, rather than scholarships, why not actually just put the actual costs in, put that in the proposal so we can actually see what those dollars are going for. That's my point. So, but again, thank you. Again, I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Appreciate it. And we're on to the next project. This is on line 10. And it is project number 009, Jacob House, the Fond du Lac Deer Study, Phase 1. Are you with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Good morning. My name is Jake House. I'm an associate professor in the wildlife biology program at Bemidji State University, where my teaching and research activities focus on the biology and management of large mammals, primarily white-tailed deer.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Mike Schrag. I'm Jake's co-presenter this morning. I'm the wildlife biologist for the Fond du Lac Band. Been working here for almost 29 years now on a variety of wildlife research and management issues, including the exercise of treaty hunting rights, moose and wolf research, and now elk restoration.
We'll start with a brief background to the research study that we're proposing today, and then we can discuss some specific objectives and benefits of the project. As most of you are well aware, the Fond du Lac Band has been working for many years now towards the restoration of an elk population in northeast Minnesota. This effort's well underway, and Fond du Lac and the DNR anticipate moving the first elk in 2026. The presence of elk may directly or indirectly influence deer habitat use, disease dynamics, predator-prey interactions, and could subsequently alter rates of white-tailed deer survival and recruitment. An understanding of how elk restoration may impact deer and how to mitigate such impacts through management activities requires baseline data on population demographics, habitat use, movement for deer in the region prior to interaction and range overlap with elk. And we're proposing this project as phase 1 of a multiple phase approach, with future proposals examining the effect of elk on deer, both during and after elk introduction and establishment. The benefits of this phase 1 proposal are twofold. The first benefit is as a standalone deer research project. Deer management in northern Minnesota is complex, and low deer numbers are a contentious issue right now. Phase 1 of this project involves a really holistic study of fawn survival, adult survival, habitat use, wintering areas, and causes of mortality in each age class. This baseline before elk data will better inform deer management on the Fond du Lac Reservation and the surrounding areas where the band retains hunting rights under the Treaty of 1854. Much of the best available research from the region, data that is currently informing management, is already decades old. Our study will provide tribal and DNR wildlife managers with accurate scientific information regarding really important deer wintering areas and the relative importance of winter severity, state and tribal hunter harvest, various predators, highway collisions, and other sources of adult and fawn mortality across the landscape, a landscape that's representative of much of the northern forests in Minnesota. The second benefit is as this kickoff to a larger scale, multi-phase elk deer interaction study. Elk and deer are both large herbivores that are native to northeast Minnesota. They're both species of historic and cultural significance to Fond du Lac members, and they're both species capable of leaving their mark on an ecosystem with both social and economic importance to the region. How these populations impact each other has not really been studied before, and the restoration efforts at Fond du Lac provide a really unique opportunity to take this before and after snapshot of that relationship, a study that to our knowledge has never been done with any eastern elk restoration efforts. The 320 square mile study area overlaps with the proposed elk reintroduction area and is about 60% public, 40% private land. Our study area is where the Fond du Lac members do most of their deer hunting, is extensively hunted by state licensed deer hunters as well. The majority of private land is in the east portion of the study area, which is more fragmented and developed, with the majority of the forested public lands farther west. Most of the state, county, and tribal lands are managed for timber harvest and other natural resources, and the full study area is crisscrossed by numerous paved highways and railroads. The region has the full suite of northern Minnesota predators. Wolves, bears, bobcats, coyotes are all abundant. The Fond du Lac Band maintains an ongoing wolf study, which monitors the number of wolf packs using the reservation and the surrounding area, including their movements, pup production, and causes and rates of adult wolf mortality. By combining information from this research With existing data on hunter harvest and predator communities across this very varied landscape, we're provided a really excellent opportunity to help understand the relationship between deer and a newly restored elk population. This information is going to assist tribal and state managers, state management of deer and elk in the Fond du Lac area, as well as help inform any future elk restorations, which may take place elsewhere in Minnesota. We're committed to sharing our results with local tribal and non-tribal communities and land managers, and while we appreciate that management decisions, particularly for species like deer, elk, and wolves, are often very value-based propositions, they should be informed by accurate scientific information, and that is exactly what this project is going to provide. We'll end by sincerely thanking you all for your time and opportunity to speak with you this morning, and we'll turn it back over to Madam Chair and members for questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Right on time. Yes, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is kind of the chronology or timeline. So we appropriated money to you last year for the reintroduction with elk. And if this is funded, then it would become available on the money would become available on July 1, 2025. So could you just walk me through kind of the chronology here of time that it's anticipated for what will happen when?
Mr. House?
I can take it.
I don't know who wants
Thank
to
you,
answer
Chair
that.
members. This is Mike Schrag. I'll take this question. So yeah, we are proposing to start with deer captures in the winter of 25-26. If we stay on schedule, we are proposing to move the first elk in the winter of 26, with releasing the first animals on the landscape in May of 26. The initial numbers of elk are quite likely going to be small, probably less than 30 animals. And given what other eastern states have experienced, the elk are likely to use a very small area at first, and it'll be much later before there's significant range expansion across the rest of the study area.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking about Representative Hanson's question on a previous proposal. Looking at your equipment purchases, I see 2 used 4x4 pickup trucks and 2 snowmobiles. Have you considered electric for your fuel option?
We have not. So thank you, Madam Chair and members, for the question. We have not considered electric, but we would certainly be open to that. We haven't put much thought into that besides adding to the budget for vehicles.
I think you see our encouragement there. Other questions from commission members? I'm looking at Commissioner Faber and he's quiet. All right, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on down to line 102. This is project 122 from Jenny Bubke from the Local Parks, Trails, and Natural Area Grant Programs. Is Jenny here?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Great.
You can introduce yourself and then proceed.
Great. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Jenny Bubke with the DNR Division of Parks and Trails. Thank you for the invitation to present additional information today on our proposal. The DNR's Parks and Trail Division is requesting $5 million for our local park and trail grant programs. These include our local trail connection grants, our outdoor recreation grants, which supports local parks, and our natural and scenic areas, all authorized under Minnesota statutes 85.019. This project will help accelerate these programs by providing additional funding for approximately 18 projects and will also leverage at least $3.5 million in local match. These programs are important for local communities for several reasons. With increasing demands on local budgets, there is limited funding opportunities to support local parks and trails. The programs provide assistance for important close-to-home outdoor recreation opportunities for communities. The programs also leverage local funding, and the local communities provide the ongoing operations and maintenance costs. Lastly, these programs complement other funding for regional and state facilities and help create a network of parks and trails throughout the state of Minnesota. We'd also like to provide some additional information on each of these programs. First, the Local Trail Connections helps with the completion of local trails to safely connect where people live to desirable locations within the community, including connecting to local, regional, and/or state parks and trails. It provides safe off-road trail connections, and the trails are maintained for a minimum of 25 years while acquisition is permanent. Finally, there is a 25% cash match required under this program. Next is our Outdoor Recreation Grants Program, or Local Parks Program. This program includes acquisition, development, and/or redevelopment of local outdoor recreation park facilities. While the program does fund a variety of active and natural resource-based outdoor recreation opportunities, this funding would only be for natural resource-based recreation facilities such as camping, picnicking, trails, fishing, and boating. Many projects include renovation of recreation facilities to improve safety and accessibility or meet new and/or changing local demands. A 50% match is required, which can consist of cash or the value of materials, labor, and equipment use provided by the local community and/or by local donations. Lastly is our Natural and Scenic Area Grant Program. This program covers acquisition and protection of locally significant natural and scenic areas, and this program also has a 50% match requirement. Both the Outdoor Recreation and Natural and Scenic Area Grant programs require the community to operate and maintain the park into perpetuity, creating a permanent legacy of close-to-home recreation areas. We would like to reiterate today that the demand for these programs remains high. Your previous support has had a significant impact on the percentage of applications we have been able to fund each year. We went from funding 20% of the applications submitted to averaging over 36% with recent ENRTF appropriations. For this last application round that was completed this month, we were able to recommend for funding 36% or 36 out of the 100 applications received. Of these 36 projects recommended for funding, the ENRTF FY25 appropriation of just under $4.7 million will fund 18 of these projects, including 13 local trail connection projects and 5 local park and natural and scenic area projects. These 18 projects will be underway with construction where applicable later this year or next year, and with this round, we expect to leverage over $7 million in local match. We expect the demand for grants to continue to increase as nearby communities hear about successful projects in their area. These programs further the goals of the departments by connecting citizens with the outdoors through park and trail facilities. They are at the front line of the DNR's effort to partner with local communities in providing access to outdoor recreation opportunities. And one of the most rewarding parts of my job is when I meet with local communities to look at their finished project and hear how grateful they are for the assistance, and also in many cases, hearing how the project may not have been able to be completed without the grant funds. Thank you again for your time, and I will now take any questions.
Just a comment, Ms. Bupke, did you say this potentially has the potential to get $7 million in local match? Is that what you said? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. The estimated match. Oh, that's okay.
It was my microphone. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. The estimated match is around $3.5 million or more each year. However, this year we are expecting to exceed $7 million due to some of the sizes of the projects that we received for funding.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from commissioner members? Yes. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Speaking as someone who has worked in local government, communities really rely on the local grants that the DNR provides and the matching money that it leverages. And I'm happy to see that this proposal is a little bit expanded from in the past when I believe we have recommended $2 million in funding, but this one has expanded to include trail connections and natural and scenic areas. And I appreciate that because we often get project requests from communities that look to me to be more of the flavor of this particular funding stream than as a, you know, for the LCCMR fund to fund a playground isn't necessarily how we feel is the best use of our funding directly. And so having that oversight and that work through the Minnesota DNR and the projects that you work with and local communities, I think is a really wise use of our funds. So thanks for this application.
Any comment, Ms. Bupke?
Just thank you again for your continued support of this program. It's truly greatly appreciated by the communities.
Good. I have a quick question. Sometimes you give us, sometimes we see a priority list. How do you put your list together? You said you're now up to 36%. I'm assuming your goal is 100. But how do you select the ones that are on the ones that are on top?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We obviously would love to see 100%. Unfortunately, we don't have I'm not sure with the competitiveness of the project and the popularity of the grant program we'll be seeing 100% in the near future, but we do like to get as close to possible as we can. We use the state comprehensive outdoor recreation plan for reviewing the received applications, which has a lot of priorities outlined for us. It includes things like how the park and trails can be accessed, the universal design of the project, ensuring that it meets, it can support people with all abilities. We also look at project design, rehabilitation, and managing outdoor recreation facilities to be used by diverse backgrounds and experience. So we want projects that are welcoming and safe environments for everyone, including seeing that reflected in informational signage throughout the project. And then we also look to see how it's, similarly, we look to see how it's meeting the needs and interests of diverse communities. And we also look at settled areas, densely settled areas, and rapid population growth. And those are just some of the few priorities that we're looking at while reviewing the applications.
Good. Thank you for that explanation. I'm assuming the trust fund gets credit for all these different parks. And the question I have is, do you have other educational materials posted in some of these parks so people can learn what's in these regional parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so one of the requirements for these programs is we do a final inspection for every project, and final reimbursement on the project requires a successful completion of the project, which includes seeing the posted funding and acknowledgement sign for ENRTF. So that is part of the requirement to complete a project successfully under the grant programs. And then in terms of informational signage, it would depend on the local grantee, what kind of informational signage and education they want to put within the park. We do often have them advertised on the websites, and we would request that those also be noted that there was funding assistance from the ANRTF appropriation.
Thank you. I would just encourage education is very important so people know what they're looking at and maybe some of the species and how to look for butterflies, etc. So, all right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next we have line 21, project number 151. Mapping human carnivore conflicts in human-dominated landscape. And I think Dr. Michael Joyce is joining us for that one. Are you there, Dr. Joyce?
I am here.
Good.
Ready to go.
Thank you. All right, please proceed.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Michael Joyce. I'm a wildlife ecologist at the Natural Resources Research Institute in Duluth, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss this proposal. Carnivores are charismatic wildlife of high public interest and value, but they can cause conflicts where they live in close proximity to humans. In many areas, including various parts of Minnesota, human-carnivore conflicts are increasing due to the simultaneous expansion of human development and recovery and expansion of carnivore populations. And these conflicts can result in property damage, they can result in loss of pets or livestock, and they can lead to public fear and resentment of carnivores. In the greater Duluth area, several species of carnivore cause regular concern and conflicts with people. Duluth is the largest complaint area for bear conflicts, with about 2,500 conflicts being reported over the last 20 years. That's about 125 a year. Similarly, coyotes and bobcats can get into trash. They can hunt native songbirds at bird feeders. They can kill small pets or small livestock. And reports of bobcat and coyote concerns are also increasing in this area. And we saw some of these conflicts firsthand, not necessarily in the Duluth area, on a recent bobcat fisher project that we led with ENRTF support, where several of our bobcat study animals were killed after they were found killing chickens, waterfowl, rabbits. And so we've also engaged a lot directly with the public, who have expressed concern to us about the presence of these carnivores near their residences in this area. And so preventing and resolving human-carnivore conflicts is a major goal of the DNR. It's also a major goal of my research group. But in order to do that, we require detailed information on how carnivores are using human-dominated landscapes. And this information is also of really high public value because we can use it to raise public awareness of conflict risk factors and effective mitigation strategies. So the main goal of this project is to better understand how carnivores are using a human-dominated landscape to identify where conflict mitigation strategies are most likely to be effective. We will deploy GPS collars to collect foundational data on carnivore habitat use, activity patterns, and diets in the greater Duluth area. We would focus on 3 carnivores: bears, bobcats, and coyotes. And this would be the first study on bear and bobcats in human-dominated landscape in Minnesota, and will address really key knowledge gaps of high scientific and management value. So we would use the data we collect to first evaluate carnivore movements and map hotspots for human-carnivore conflicts in this landscape. Number 2, evaluate diet and foraging behavior to help determine what factors are promoting this conflict. 3, determine how frequently carnivores are moving in and out of this urban and suburban area. And that's particularly important for bears, as it would allow us to evaluate whether existing hunting seasons are one lethal strategy that we could use to help manage these conflicts. And finally, number 4, we would provide information needed to improve conflict management and raise public awareness of mitigation needs and strategies. And so we think there's really 3 major outcomes and impacts from this study that would benefit the citizens of Minnesota. First, the results of this project will be of high management value to map conflict hotspots, better understand causes of conflict, and identify opportunities for improved mitigation and human-carnivore coexistence. Duluth is a great area to do this work, given the long history of conflicts with these 3 species, and we're working directly with DNR researchers and managers to ensure that our results will allow them to prioritize outreach and conflict prevention efforts. Additionally, this project fills an existing knowledge gap by providing the first data from Minnesota on urban and suburban bobcat and bear ecology, and it is of high scientific value. Beyond the data and results, this project will be a great opportunity to build and strengthen partnerships to achieve the goal of reducing human-carnivore conflicts. We'll engage with several municipalities in the greater Duluth area throughout the project to make sure that we're addressing their needs, but also make sure that we get information back to them on how best to handle these situations when they arise. Additionally, we'll work to strengthen partnerships with existing outreach outlets, such as naturalist programs, to help disseminate results and ensure that our results can be used by people who are already focused on trying to improve human-carnivore coexistence. And finally, the focus here is all on reducing human-wildlife conflicts. And so this project is specifically designed to have high value to the public. And we anticipate a lot of public interest given the species we're focusing on in the topic. And so we will engage with the public throughout the project to make sure that we can share results and raise awareness of conflict risk factors and effective mitigation strategies. So with that, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have about this proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. We have a question from Commissioner Faber.
Dr. Joyce, I've got a question for you. We're just looking at your map. Rita had pulled it up here. I mean, What's being done right now when you have, especially the bear issues that you have? I mean, I'm guessing that to say, do they have animal control? Because you'd have an area wildlife manager working full time, just taking care of bear conflicts, let alone bobcat and coyotes. I'm curious what now and what might you think? You said mitigating. How do you mitigate this? Give me a little. Expand on that a little for me, please.
Dr. Joyce?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, really good question, Commissioner Faber. Currently, these are being handled on a case-by-case basis. The DNR is ushering in Bearwise messaging. It's a program made to provide information and educational materials. And Martha Minchak was the former wildlife manager in this area. I chatted with her this morning, and we've talked throughout the development of this proposal. And it's really, these are being handled on a case-by-case basis where the DNR gets a call. Sometimes the call goes straight to Duluth Police Department or somewhere else. And so that's part of our strategy here, is to make sure that we have consistent messaging, that all people involved in this process, including obviously the public, are made aware. But some of the challenges with how this is currently being dealt with is we've had somewhat of an influx of people. Duluth is a tourist town. We have people moving through from that. We're a college town. We have people that are residents for several years. It's a climate refuge with remote work options. We have people coming in that aren't used to dealing with these species. And so there is a need to consistently educate on prevention techniques, and so that we can mitigate. And, sometimes a lot of it's just good, direct conversations. And we're hoping that through getting this data, we can do targeted events to make more people aware of the base suggestions and guidelines that people should be aware of, but also help invite that conversation and make them more aware of how to handle this and who to contact.
Commissioner Faber.
Thanks, Dr. Joyce. And then when we were looking at that map, and obviously the wildlife people that go out to deal with these issues, especially with the bears, it's not like you can shoot every one of these problem bears. You wouldn't have any bears left. So I didn't realize it was quite that great of a problem. So then mitigation really is how do you or how do you get rid of the bears or whatever the issue is, right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just as a quick follow-up, it's usually the case that these conflicts can be resolved without lethal control, specifically with bears. It gets a little trickier sometimes in more of the rural urban areas where people have chickens and whatnot. But I will say that through communication, especially Martha and the current wildlife manager have been really successful at educating on bear activity and behavior, and really making sure that we only have to go to lethal control in rare situations where that's what's needed, which we believe is the best outcome for all parties involved.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you, Dr. Joyce. I think this is a hugely important area for research. The human-wildlife interface is becoming more and more sort of problematic in modern society. Just this week, we had a black bear lock herself in a community member's vehicle. Obviously, she was a repeat offender. She was very practiced at doing this, but also she has 3 cubs. So, euthanizing her becomes both a biological and a sociological nightmare. So we had to release her. I encourage you, as you develop this work, first of all, I think it's important, but I think it's equally important that you communicate both effectively with the public and with natural resources managers. I know that the academic focus and how academics get credited is through peer-reviewed publication process, and that's probably important, but I also think communication with the stakeholders and those who are funding this work is probably more important. So I just really want to encourage you to do that as you move forward with this work.
Any comment, Dr. Joyce?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Moore, really appreciate the comments and the anecdote. And I'll just say I wholeheartedly agree. One of the nice things about the Natural Resources Research Institute is that we're focused on applied solutions. So we're not as focused on publish or perish as some academic units. And publishing our results is really important for the scientific community, and we put a lot of emphasis on that. But I wholeheartedly agree that a publication in a journal that doesn't get the information to the people that can make the difference on the ground is a waste of money and time in this case. And so I strongly agree with you, and that is really the focal point of how we try to approach projects like this. So appreciate the comments and thoughts.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any other commission members? I have a quick.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll just comment that the bear aren't encroaching on human space. Humans are encroaching into bear space. And so that's why it's incumbent on us to figure out how do we minimize those conflicts and in that interface. And I appreciate your work to do this. Thanks very much.
Okay, Dr. Joyce, I had a question. And many of my trips up to Duluth, if you go along Canal Street, there is a huge population of rabbits, and they're not all native. Is there anything you can do? I mean, I'm sure they attract carnivores. And there's deer feeding going on. Are you trying to address these issues so we can do a little bit of prevention control?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members, really good question. Part of this project is really, and I didn't emphasize this, but it's in the proposal, is aimed at understanding how resource availability, like rabbits, prey, garbage, things like that, foraging behavior and activity patterns of the animals that we're studying, how that influences this risk. And so, yeah, I mean, these sort of questions of deer feeding, deer population and presence, whether we're securing garbage cans, where natural and garden foods are available to these animals, how that influences them or their prey. These are all things we hope to tease apart. In terms of the deer feeding and the impacts of that, that's not something that I'm necessarily planning on addressing specifically with the public through this project. But these are ongoing communication points, and I do really appreciate the opportunity that this project would provide for us to strengthen our outreach and community partnerships and engagement to allow us to continue to pursue these sort of issues with wildlife. And like the previous commissioner said too, whether it's them coming into our space, us going into their space, I think it is part of each of those. We need to be good neighbors. We need to understand how our activities are influencing wildlife for better or worse, and how their activity is influencing us for better or worse, so that we can continue as, global citizens within the ecosystems we live, continue to find ways to provide for what we need, but also provide for what the rest of the ecosystem and wildlife need.
Thank you. I appreciate your integrity. I just was going to comment. I was on Canal Street, and there are all these invasive rabbits, and one I think was a floppy-eared rabbit, and there were people with their cameras going strong, and a coyote came in, and they were thrilled. So you have some real problems in front of you besides bears getting locked in cars. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, on to our 1130 project. It's line 24, health and disease monitoring in Minnesota wildlife. And it's Dr. Arno, and I'm going to have you pronounce your last name so I don't really screw it up here. So if you're with us, you would start with that pronunciation. I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair Gibson and committee. My name is Dr. Arno Wünschmann. I'm a pathologist at the Minnesota Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory and the lead for this collaborative proposal. All of us enjoy seeing healthy wildlife. Sick wildlife is not only heartbreaking to watch, but also may indicate a larger problem with our ecosystem and can pose a direct threat to the health of livestock, pets, and also people. Our proposal addresses two needs. First, gaining knowledge of the diseases affecting a wide variety of Minnesota wildlife by recruiting freshly dead wild animals for autopsies. And second, training the next generation of wildlife pathologists. There's a dearth of information regarding many free-ranging amphibians, reptilian, avian, and mammal species with respect to health and disease. Wildlife is exposed to an almost infinite number of toxins and pathogens, such as viruses, bacteria, and parasites. As mentioned earlier, many toxins and pathogens do not only affect wildlife, but also domestic animals and people. Many pathogens have a wild animal reservoir that we frequently have not fully identified yet. A recent example includes the utterly unexpected detection of highly pathogenic avian influenza virus in free-ranging mammals, including foxes and bears. It's time to start an inventory of diseases affecting Minnesota wildlife and have a survey even for otherwise less studied species. Pathology is a key discipline when it comes to wildlife disease detection. No other field of veterinary medicine allows for a more comprehensive investigation of the entire animal and enables us better to determine what a pathogen or toxin actually does to the animal. Pathologists, unfortunately, need freshly dead animals. This is particularly difficult with wild animals that die often undetected. Involving the public by teaming up with the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center and with the Department of Natural Resources, both partners on this proposal, as well as other Minnesota wildlife organizations and biologists at tribal nations, for example, addresses this problem. Concerned citizens bring living or dead wildlife to the rehabilitation center on a daily basis. For understandable reasons, rehabilitators tend to prioritize spending their limited financial resources on the living patients rather than the dead, so that the wildlife rehabilitation community is a largely untapped resource when it comes to autopsies. We are addressing this problem with this grant by covering the fees of the autopsies for 500 wild animals every year for 3 years. Looking into the future, the second aspect of the project is capacity building. About 10 domestic animal species routinely present to diagnostic laboratories, and these are prioritized. Dealing with a large variety of wildlife species from various phylogenetic classes is laborious and hence economically difficult to justify for a diagnostic laboratory. The grant proposal therefore includes support for veterinary pathology residents in the 3rd year of their training so they can spend the extra time and effort to familiarize themselves with the anatomy of wild animals and be trained to diagnose their diseases. The work we did in the past has led to tangible outcomes. For instance, we detected that the tapeworm Echinococcus, which also affects people, is very prevalent in wolves on tribal lands. This recognition has led to changes of the field protocols to protect the biologists handling wolves. It also triggered deworming of domestic dogs that also can carry this parasite, and thus mitigating a risk for dog owners and their families. In summary, our project aims to first provide funding necessary for dead wildlife cases to be investigated and not ignored. Second, enable the creation of an inventory of wild animal diseases in Minnesota, including emerging diseases that can have adverse effects not only on wildlife, but also domestic animals and people. And third, provide funding for training and veterinary residents in wildlife pathology to ensure a transfer of the institutional knowledge and experiences. These objects will position Minnesota to be more proactive rather than reactive to emerging health threats. Thank you, Chair Gibson and members, for affording us the opportunity to present our project, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Watchman. I will open it up for questions. Oh, is Moore from last time?
No, he's up again.
Okay, Dr. Moore, Commissioner Moore.
Oh, I cannot hear you.
Yeah, sorry, it was my fault. I did not have my microphone turned off.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Wunschman. Thank you, Chair Gibson. First, this is a wonderful project, And as you know, our agency has sent you many, many different dead wildlife of many different species, actually triggering some management changes in how we work here in Grand Portage. My question, though, is how do you intend to advertise this service? I think it's an amazing service, and I think it's going to be very well used. How do you intend to advertise that among the different entities that may perhaps send you dead wildlife?
Dr.
Oh, yeah.
Washman?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Moore, thank you very much for the question. Yes, I mean, I think we will spread the word. First of all, the DNR is already a partner on this proposal. The Wildlife Minnesota Rehabilitation Center is already a partner here. And we will spread the word among the wildlife organizations, the rehabilitation organizations, also tribal nations, that we can accept these carcasses or bodies to do our work. Of course, we don't want to necessarily open up a floodline and get inundated with cases. So we will hopefully be able to kind of manage that we really get animals that are well enough preserved for the work we do, and that mainly have diseases rather than being run over by a car on the road, which of course is also a big problem, but not necessarily what we want to address in this project.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Right. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Wunschman, it was interesting. I noticed over your right shoulder on your background, the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center of Minnesota. And I just got this week's latest Wildlife Society newsletter. And there was a study done out in Oregon looking at, do wildlife rehabilitators actually benefit wildlife populations? And they did a big study in the state of Oregon. And they were able to support that with certain species, especially raptor friends like golden eagles, red-tailed hawks, and others, that with this one wildlife rehabilitation center and those around, that they had worked on 600 large birds. And that when they did their modeling and so on, that there was a net positive benefit to the wildlife populations, because for probably forever, many of us in the wildlife part of this program thought that, well, most of those things were released, they died, they got eaten up or whatever. So I couldn't help but think of this, your part with wildlife disease, you know, now that we're seeing avian influenza spread to dairy cows and then to people. So that I think you're going to see a certain change in the attitude of wildlifers, if you will, towards rehabilitation and the importance of these disease pathology and prevention, because we're benefiting not only wildlife populations when we can rehabilitate, but reducing the risk of the spread of disease through understanding them is going to benefit then us, domestic animals, and so on. So it's more of a comment. So I think that your role in this with building capacity is critically important, as Seth was just mentioning. So thank you for your proposal.
Well, thank you for your comment. Do you want to add to that, Dr. Wunschman?
Well, thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Faber. Yeah, I appreciate very much your comment. And again, the goal is, yes, twofold. First of all, help Minnesota wildlife populations, of course, but also, again, identify threats to livestock and to pets and to people that might come up. And so, yeah, thank you very much. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Wunschman, for your presentation. I see that part of your outcome, you expect to provide additional training for wildlife biologists, pathologists, and I don't see anywhere in the breakdown of your budget or your activities where you're talking about how you're going to accomplish that goal of providing training or additional information. Can you just expand on that a bit for us? Thank you.
Dr. Washman?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Albrecht. Yeah, sharing the results. I mean, of course, we will share our findings in individual reports with the submitters, if it was a case that came through the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, for example. But we also, of course, share our results in a larger scale with the Department of Natural Resources, which is on the proposal as a partner. And I mean, I think we plan on having maybe a running tab of cases on our webpage, maybe do also like a case of the month presentation to include the public and show them what the results are of our study as it continues.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Winchman, thank you so much for the proposal. You touched a little bit on my question, which was, will you be having a online map indicating if any of these diseases had been identified or diagnosed and where those locations were at? That'd be extremely helpful from a standpoint of dairy producers and others that work in livestock, poultry producers. We're dealing with that now, trying to keep H5N1 out of our dairy herd, for example. Right. So do you have any comment about that or any ideas on how that could be implemented?
Dr. Watson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Albrecht. Most of the reportable diseases, that would be the publication of those results, if you want to, would be handled through the Department of Natural Resources and the Board of Animal Health, as they already do. So I haven't necessarily thought of a map per se where we would indicate which cases were diagnosed where. It's an interesting thought. But again, I think, again, with reportable diseases, the Board of Animal Health and the Department of Natural Resources still would be our first line of going public, so to speak.
Okay. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this research is really valuable because often the first response is blame the wildlife. Always blame the wildlife. And so actually getting real data, and if you can recognize specific strains that may have been incubated under intense confinement, and then getting out into the wildlife, things go both ways. And so I think getting actual data, and when it's blame the wildlife, then sometimes people take things into their own hands and have an impact on the wildlife that belongs to all of us in order to protect their private profit. So I would encourage, this is a good thing to get actual real data that can help identify what is happening where and how.
All right. Would you like to comment on that, Dr. Watchman?
No, thank you, Chair Gibson and Representative Hansen. Thank you very much for your comment. And yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I've worked with the Wildlife Rehab Center last few years, primarily on foxes, of which we are not seeing any for the last couple of years, and I have some concerns about that. And there's also been a lot of discussion on avian flu, its impact on wildlife. And I saw the story about seals in South America that were really affected. Can you touch on, is there any opportunity, any ideas on how we can deal with avian flu? And if you could answer that question on foxes, I'd be very happy to.
Well, thank you, Chair Gibson, and members again. Yeah, I mean, we did diagnose here some of the first foxes with actually influenza virus in our lab, and so we're keenly aware of the problem. In terms of how this will affect the population or has affected the population, that is, of course, a little bit difficult for us out of the lab to say. This is where Department of Natural Resources and other people come in. It's definitely a problem. The Raptor Center, as you probably all are aware of, is working very hard on getting a grasp on what the population impacts are of highly pathogenic avian influenza. It seems undoubtedly large on vultures and bald eagles. The seal issue is a different issue in South America, as well as I believe on the Atlantic coast on the east, where there's potentially a sustained infection of animals. We have to our surprise, we have seen again highly path influenza in blue-eyed juncos, passerine birds. We have seen them in chickadees. We have seen it in other animals, and that's why we are trying to do this project and see. We will test any birds that come in, anything that is suspicious or has a potential for a highly pathogenic avian influenza. We will test it for these viruses.
Thank you. Commissioner Peichel. You sure? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
All right. We have one more before lunch. Let's turn to our evaluation line 27. It's project 222, expanding the application of Minnesota's wetland monitoring data. Amy Kendig, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good. You introduce yourself and you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. I'm Amy Kendig, and I'm a biometrician and wetland researcher with the Minnesota DNR. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal today. The proposed project greatly extends the value of an existing DNR data set. The West data set was designed to monitor the status and trends of wetland quantities across the state, and we see immense potential to expand and enhance the DNR's monitoring of grasslands and wetlands by leveraging West data and advanced analytics. West includes over 22,000 high-resolution photos taken from airplanes from the same 3,750 locations since 2006. The photos have been mapped with different land cover types categorized. This is a uniquely robust, standardized, and accurate data set. We see potential to extract more value and insight from West by revisiting these photos, adding on to the mapping, and incorporating artificial intelligence. And we've identified 3 opportunities that can be addressed by reanalyzing West. The first is quantifying change in grassland area over time. We would use West to identify different grassland types, quantify their changes, and attribute causes to those changes. The outcome would be estimated statewide changes in grassland area over the past approximately 20 years. These values can give us an umbrella understanding to the many prairie reconstruction efforts and losses of remnant prairie, which can guide conservation goals. The LCCMR grant would help us achieve a huge amount of data processing, but once we're caught up to current photos, we can continue to monitor grasslands in conjunction with wetlands after the grant. This activity builds upon previous efforts that quantified remnant prairie loss, because ongoing data collection with West provides more frequent and up-to-date estimates of grassland area, and our approach would include prairie reconstruction and non-native grasslands in addition to native prairie. The second opportunity is understanding the role of beaver activity in statewide wetland changes. While we know some details about wetland changes from West, the very specific causes such as beavers or restorations are not systematically tracked. This activity can be completed in conjunction with the first one because it also involves re-examining West photos. In the photos, we would identify causes of wetland change and then train an artificial intelligence model to recognize beaver activity. Our collaborator, Dr. Emily Fairfax at UMN, has built and tested this model on other data sets, so the activity would involve calibrating it to Minnesota. The outcomes include improved detection of beaver activity as a cause for wetland changes and estimated surface water storage of beaver ponds. The resulting data would be immediately valuable for water, wildlife, and landscape managers. And again, the grant would support the initial heavy lift of prepping data and training the model, but the model can be used after the grant to continue monitoring statewide beaver activity. This will be the first study in the nation that we're aware of to census beaver activity and its influence on wetland dynamics at the statewide level. And then the third and last opportunity is improving our ability to detect and communicate changes in any wetland in the state with artificial intelligence. The West data set is a random sample of the state, so it doesn't capture every single change in wetland. The DNR also manages Minnesota's National Wetland Inventory, which was developed with support from the ENTRF as recommended by the LCCMR. The Wetland Inventory and West have earned Minnesota a reputation of high-quality wetland data, which drew attention from ESRI and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They use these 2 tools to train and test an artificial intelligence wetland detection model. The proposed project would build upon this work to train the model more widely in Minnesota with guidance from Esri scientist Dr. Gina O'Neill. The outcome would be the ability to detect changes in any wetland across the state as we obtain new remote sensing products like aerial imagery and LiDAR. This would be important progress towards a repeatable process for keeping Minnesota's wetland inventory up to date. People frequently use the inventory for land use planning, research, and conservation. Conducting this activity in conjunction with the second would increase capacity within DNR to implement AI models for natural resource monitoring. And Minnesota is uniquely positioned to be a leader in statewide wetland detection models because of our WEST data set, the exploratory work we've already completed, and our internal expertise in this area. Together, these three activities take advantage of an existing data set to modernize and revolutionize our ability to monitor statewide changes in grasslands and wetlands. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kendig. Are there questions from the commission? Seeing none, I have one. Oh, no. Commissioner Albrecht? Okay, no. Number one, thank you for taking advantage of all these studies the trust fund has already funded. It's great to see our investment used. So I appreciate that greatly. And it's interesting you're using beavers. I thought it's an interesting prospect. Of course, we know how beavers do use the landscape. Some consider them a nuisance, but for the most part, they're great attributes for our wetlands. Why did you choose the beavers? I mean, just because of its natural attribution?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gibson. That was actually sort of came out of reaching out to Dr. Emily Fairfax. She is a new faculty at UMN, and she has done a lot of research in beavers, mostly in the West. So she's yet to apply that research to Minnesota. And we know that, yeah, beavers are an important driver of wetland dynamics here, but we don't have quantities at the statewide level. And it just happened that she had the tools and we had the data to answer that question.
Okay, good. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Amy, for this presentation. I'm really interested in the idea of using AI to really multiply the amount of effort that can be put into this without adding staff time, which of course is expensive and also not always available. And I appreciate that you're looking to examine those wetlands in areas including the prairie parkland, the tallgrass aspen parklands, and eastern broadleaf forests and Laurentian mixed forests. So not just the southwest area, the prairie pothole region that you mentioned, but expanding that across the state, because I think one of the challenges we have in our state is that our wetlands are disappearing for one reason or another, and we don't always know why. But having you estimate the amount of surface water and water storage that's provided by beavers is going to be an interesting, I'll be looking forward to the results of your study. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that, Dr. Kendig?
No, thank you. Thank you for the comment.
All right. Mr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Kenning, I have a question when we think about, beaver as ecosystem engineers, but I'm thinking more about muskrats and the issue with invasive cattails, which has been getting quite a bit of attention recently, because we have wetlands, but they're filled with invasive cattails. They're not habitat for much of anything. And as we know from looking, long-term data sets of muskrat populations go up and down depending on pelt prices and these sorts of things. Where might that fit into this? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. That's a good question. So the reason we're focusing on beavers as a driver, and we'll also pick up restorations in our work too, is that there's signals in the imagery that we can pull out. I'm not sure if there are signals that we can pull out to pick up on those trends of cattails and muskrats. But it's definitely something I could look into, and we have all the data sitting here to do it. So if it's possible, that's something we could definitely think about incorporating, because a lot of the work for the first two activities is just manually going through the photos and reinterpreting them.
Follow up?
Follow up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking about. You know, if you, through the imagery, can see where wetlands are filling in or not, and you might be able to relate that to, you know, harvest data of muskrats or something on the landscape. Because when you see all the muskrat huts reappear, you lose cattail coverage in a lot of places. I mean, up around where I live, up in central Minnesota, I can tell when I see all of those little mounds are made out of cattails and so on. So I think that there could be something you might be able to pull out, which would be, you know, it's getting a lot of attention, just like beavers are out west and so on, as ecosystem engineers. So just that would be something to keep in mind as you're looking through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To what extent are you able to use the records on notices of decision related to wetland delineation for ground truthing on some of these model benefits? I know there's a long history of TEP boundaries that could be used potentially as field visits and save time for staff, but to what extent do you plan to use that to validate the model?
Dr. Kendig?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members. So that would be related to kind of our accuracy in identifying wetlands. And the majority of the ground truthing work for that has been done already, because that's sort of our base data set we're working with. And when it was established in the early years, they did do ground truthing and found really high accuracy for our ability to delineate the wetlands remotely. But we definitely will be looking at all ground data available for verifying our identification of grasslands and the beaver activity. So if there's information within those that we can incorporate, then we would definitely like to use that, because as you can see in our proposal, we didn't propose going out and collecting ground truth data. We know that there's a lot of data already available that we can use as comparison.
All right. Okay.
No, he's probably close to 18.
All right, Senator Hurd, do you have a question? Senator Hurd?
Oh no, sorry, just accident. Just accidental. I don't have a question.
Okay, thank you. You might want to mute your speaker there, unless you want to tell us what's going on. So, all right. Thank you, Dr. Kendig. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, next is lunch. And thank you for everybody being so attentive this morning. Lunch will return at 12:30, making up for our short lunch we had yesterday. And I just ask that you be back here promptly at 12:30 so we can get going on the afternoon.
And
yes, and yes.
And Madam Chair, members, if there are any, there may not be any presenters for the afternoon. If there are any presenters who are logging in, we will put you into a break room, and members who are online, we will put you in a separate break room and bring you back when it's time to reconvene.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, we're in recess.
I don't know. Does someone mind doing a sound check? Seeing heads nod. Good.
But we aren't hearing anything.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh,
Can you say something?
Can you hear us
perfect.
now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Yep. But we are ready. All right. Are you ready?
We are all ready.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. We're moving on to evaluation line 90, project 152. It's, oh my God, remediation of PFAS from soil. Wasn't expecting that big word. All right. Please proceed.
Sure, thank you. I'd like to start by thanking you all for the opportunity to potentially be supported by the LCCMR. I think the proposal we've put forward fits really nicely into the mission of protecting and enhancing the environment in Minnesota. My name is Christy Haynes. I'm a chemistry professor on the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus, and I'm here today with one of my two collaborators on this project, Mike.
I'm Mike Smansky. I'm an associate professor in the biochemistry department and the Biotechnology Institute. I'm also a technical fellow at National Manufacturing Innovation Institute, BioMade. And our third co-PI, Bo Hu, couldn't be here today. He's a professor in bioproducts and biosystems engineering in the College of Farm and Agricultural and Natural Resources. So the proposal that we're here to pitch is about cleaning up forever chemicals from the environment. I'm sure you're all well versed in forever chemicals. They're synthetic molecules. They've been around for about 100 years, and they're ubiquitous in industry. And unfortunately, they've become ubiquitous pollutants of our environments. They're present in aquatic environments and terrestrial environments. And the most mature cleanup technologies work for getting PFAS out of water. Getting PFAS out of soil is much more difficult. The status quo right now is to incinerate soil. It works, but it's incredibly cumbersome and expensive. It costs roughly $1 million per acre of topsoil. And so we are trying to innovate a solution that's more cost effective and successful at cleaning up PFAS from soil environments.
Yeah, so what we're putting forward is a kind of an unusual team that brings different perspectives. So Mike brings a molecular biology perspective, Bo brings the perspective of an agricultural engineer, and I bring a material science perspective. And this is unusual, but it gives us an extra bit of power because we can start at the kind of atom or molecule level. And of course, PFAS are molecules, but we can think about how we do remediation on the scale of a farm field. And so overall, what we'd like to do is take advantage of Minnesota's natural prowess as an agricultural state and use plants to remediate PFAS. So this is called phytoaccumulation or phytoremediation, where phyto, the root, means plant, like the one I have sitting here next to me. And if you read our proposal, you know that we're taking a three-pronged approach. So first, thinking about the natural ability of plants to accumulate PFAS. Second, making it so that plants take up and transport more water. And third, developing some safe nanoparticles that can essentially free up PFAS from the soil and get it into the water so that it can be transported into the plant. So with that overview, I can tell you a little bit more about the three major activities that we'd like to undertake. So the first activity is being led by Bo and Mike. And so in Bo's lab, they'll start by considering all of the crop plants in Minnesota and evaluating which ones should be the best for phytoaccumulating PFAS. So they'll think about biomass and root structure and how fast the plants grow. From that list, they'll down select to 3 to 5 plants and then consider cropping conditions. And then in parallel, Mike's lab will be using some molecular biology tools to make it so that certain plants are going to use water more effectively, transport more water. The idea being that if they transport more water, they'll also transport more PFAS. And the two of them will be evaluating the performance of these plants in some soils collected from Minnesota, from some of the most PFAS polluted sites. And they'll also be doing techno-economic analyses with each of these to make sure that we're coming up with an economically viable solution that will fit within the agricultural ecosystem we have in the state. My group will lead the second activity. And in this case, we're going to design something called carbon dots. These are nanoscale, think of them as nanoscale sponges that like to take up PFAS. And so the idea here is plants can take up some PFAS, but they don't do very well with the biggest of the PFAS molecules. So we want these nanoscale sponges to suck up the PFAS and kind of disguise them so they can be taken up into the plant. And so the idea here is we take our best performing carbon dots, put it into Mike and Bo's plant studies so that we can really optimize this PFAS phytoaccumulation by picking the best plant, transporting the most water, and then disguising some of the PFAS in these nanoparticles. So the third aim is one we're all going to co-lead. And the idea here is we're going to work with the University of Minnesota Research and Innovation Office to identify throughout the statewide use system all the researchers that are doing PFAS remediation, not just phytoremediation, all kinds. We're going to take that list and we want to organize a workshop for 2026 where we'll assemble everybody, and through talks and posters and meetings, we'll try to understand the full landscape with the idea of building a center of excellence here in Minnesota that will long outlast this particular funding opportunity. So overall, what we want Minnesota to be known for is not the state that created the problem of forever chemicals, but the one that found the solution. And we think that this proposal can be an important part of that. So with that, that's, I think, all we prepared, but we'd be really happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. This is always an interesting topic, and I appreciate you moving forward with this project. I'm curious, the plants that you're considering, are those crops? Can you just give me an example of what type of harvest crops you might be focusing on? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Importantly, we are starting with crops specifically. Other people have looked at a variety of plants to do this, but it's important if you're actually going to get something out into a field that you have the cropping systems, the planters, the harvesters that will go along with it. And so the crop that I'm having here, this is an emerging cover crop called pennycress. It can be planted in the winter season. It's a winter season crop that can be planted between corn seasons. And for example, this is the Biden administration just released a sustainable aviation fuel tax credit that corn farmers will have to plant a cover crop in between corn harvests anyways. So this would be an example of a crop that we're going to look at, but we're going to look at a number of about a dozen different crops that can be grown in Minnesota.
Your follow-up? Okay. Other members, commission members? Okay, I had a question. What do you do with that plant? You're just going to analyze it, but if you decide that this does work on a larger scale, what would happen to that plant?
So the incineration is a technology that works really well for breaking down forever chemicals. It's also called thermal oxidation. You might have heard it referred to. The idea is the plants would be pulling all the forever chemicals out of the soil where they're really difficult to access, getting them above ground so you can harvest the plant, dry it and burn it. And that would be much more economical than having a farmer go around and scrape off the top 8 inches of topsoil, bring that to an incinerator, incinerate it, and then try to put it back in the field. So we would still destroy the PFAS using incineration. There are other groups that are working on enzymes that could break down PFAS, but they're not mature enough yet to try putting into a plant.
Maybe I can add to that. I know there are also some really interesting innovations happening in the startup space in Minnesota. I'm thinking of Claros Technology specifically, where they're working really hard on some light-based technologies to break down PFAS. And so simply by having this in material that we could collect and take somewhere, I think we can actually easily flow with wherever the best practice for degradation shows up. Again, paying attention to the Minnesota community and all the technologies there.
Yeah, we seem to be throwing a lot of tools and hopefully remedies at some of these issues. Let's see, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this presentation. This is a really important issue. I guess my follow-up question, because the incineration is an interesting plan. My understanding is that typical incinerators don't actually heat to a high enough level to actually destroy PFAS. So is there a need for building higher heat incinerators as well? And would that be a secondary step?
So
who wants to answer that, Dr. Haynes or Dr. Szymanski?
Yeah.
Who wants that question?
Thank you for the question, Representative Hollins. You're right. Incinerators for thermal oxidation need to reach 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So not every incinerator reaches that. And that's one of the high costs associated with soil incineration, is that sometimes you have to transport the material fairly far to a centralized incinerator. I don't have a good idea right now of where those incinerators are located in Minnesota, but that would, right now we're trying to get this technology to proof of concept using laboratory experiments to show that plants do take up the forever chemicals and which plants take them up the best. What we know from experiments that have been done so far is different plants will transport the forever chemicals to different degrees. Some of them gets stuck in the roots. Sometimes it goes up into the stems. Sometimes it gets all the way up into the leaves. And we think that this is going to synergize really well with the carbon dots that Christie's lab is producing and allow those molecules to make it up to the above ground tissue. So I appreciate your question. It's very forward thinking of how are we going to, I guess, realize the potential of this technology in cleaning up our fields. But right now, we're still at that proof of concept stage.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Hollins?
I don't. Thank you.
Okay. I had a question. 3M, you got a big settlement from 3M. Is this in a location? I know you're talking about ag land, but is there any application, or could you use some of that money from 3M?
I can answer that if you like. I will just say I absolutely think 3M should be paying for part of the solution. We are both in communication with some of the people at 3M that are working on solutions that they're developing. In fact, they did a reverse pitch event at the university just like 6 months ago, and PFAS remediation was definitely on the list of they needed help with things. And in fact, they're part of the reason that three of us came together as a team, because we're not people that run into each other, regularly. And actually 3M was willing to do 1 year of seed funding to support this, but they have made it clear that they don't have the resources and the allocation to take it further than that. And so that's actually how we got together and why we're interested in doing this kind of more expansive view where we take advantage of all of the Minnesota research ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from commission members? Representative Hansen.
There is no incinerator in Minnesota that can destroy PFAS. I would encourage you to talk with the city of Woodbury about how they have to transport their aggregate filters from their water treatment to Ohio. So.
Interesting. Thank you. All right. Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks to all of you for your consideration. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we are going to evaluation line 51, project 112, transfer and toxicity of microplastics in urban ecosystems. And Lee Pollock is our presenter. Is Mr. Pollock here?
Yes. Can you?
Her. Yes, thank you. I was just looking at your namesake. Could be her. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and members. My name is Leah Pollock, and I'm a researcher at the University of Minnesota. I'm currently focused on stormwater contamination. I'm concerned about plastic. Plastic pollution is everywhere. It's in our water, soils, even our air. And this problem is only increasing as millions of tons of plastic accumulate in our environment every year. Critically, an understudied aspect of plastic pollution is that because of their chemical composition, plastics absorb other chemicals in the environment. So they attach and attract chemically. So not only are plastics maybe moving other pollutants around in the environment, but they're concentrating them in space. So we know other pollutants are in our waterways, and we know plastics are present. But if plastics concentrate these contaminants through this sorption process, this could be a lot worse for the environment. Yet we know very little about which types of plastic are combining with which types of pollutants in our freshwater networks here in Minnesota. Thus, the plastic issue is not just about plastics alone, but the combinations of toxins they move through our environment. They can serve as a vector for contaminants of concern like heavy metals and PFAS, which we heard so much about, so that when wildlife consume plastic, and a lot of them do, wildlife are accumulating both plastics and other pollutants. So for this project, we propose to focus on stormwater ponds like the one pictured behind me. They are a key part of freshwater ecosystems throughout the state of Minnesota. And stormwater ponds ease erosion during storm events, but they also play a crucial role of retaining pollutants from going further within freshwater systems. And as you can see behind me, they are also full ecosystems. They're lush with vegetation, and they're home to a whole host of insects and birds. And so this makes stormwater ponds a likely hotspot for both plastic accumulation and wildlife transfer. So in order to manage how plastic transfer of other contaminants in these freshwater systems occurs, we first need to understand what's going on. And this project has 3 aims to make this process more clear. First, we propose to document the specific combinations of plastic type and contaminants across various stormwater ponds here in Minnesota. This survey will connect local land use like traffic volume and green space to nearby plastic pollution. In essence, what are the local combinations we're seeing here in Minnesota? Which locations have higher concentrations of plastics? And ultimately, which locations should we be most concerned about? Second, we propose to document how these pollution combinations make their way into local food webs. To do this, we will document both the plastic and associated contaminants in bladder snails as part of our survey. So bladder snails are a native species here in Minnesota. They're found all over our lakes and ponds, and I've seen them in every pond I've surveyed here. They're an extremely useful biomonitoring species because they can tolerate these contaminated waters, and they don't move very far, so they can really give us a snapshot of what's happening in a single pond. Plus, they're a very important species to the ecosystem. They're a prey species to lots of wildlife, including ducks. So because we care about the animals eating these snails, we need to care about that these snails are eating, and that might be these plastic particles. Third, we propose to take a deep dive into understanding how variation in contaminant levels impacts that sorption process I first talked about, and then how that impacts the snail consumption and health impacts. And we will do this through a series of lab-based experiments. This will be done in collaboration with colleagues at the School of Public Health to look at how PFAS, this major contaminant of concern here in Minnesota, is combining with plastic particles and in turn accumulating in snail bodies. And the main outcome from this project is data. This is information that's going to help point the way for future remediation efforts and research. This data is both highly specific, it's very local, but the patterns have regional implications. We will share this data with our watershed and city partners so they can be informed about what specific combinations of plastics and contaminants are in their ponds. But we will also share this data with our contacts at the MPCA because we really hope that it informs future pond management practices. Lastly, we will share this data with the greater scientific community through journal publications. In summary, we know next to nothing about how plastics are concentrating other toxins in Minnesota's freshwater, and I believe this lay the groundwork to begin to understand how plastics are moving pollutants in a system that is likely to be most exposed, these stormwater ponds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Questions from the commission? Seeing Commissioner Albrecht?
Just one, I see that you're going to use snails in stormwater ponds to estimate the uptake of PFAS. How do you extrapolate that to other animals or humans? Is that something that you can do with your process?
It's more difficult to extrapolate to other animals and humans. We can certainly make estimates and work with other researchers about the diets of their animals, so how many snails that specific ducks are eating. I also have colleagues who have been creating like digestion assays to mimic human digestion rates. So we could throw some of our plastics in these digestion assays and get maybe an estimate about how that becomes bioavailable in a human stomach, for example.
Follow up? Okay. Any other commission members have a question? My last question is snails. how did you figure out that snails are a good catalyst for this study? And have you studied the snails for a long time? You know they don't have any bad effect from PFAS?
Thank you, Chair and members. So snails are a classic biomonitoring tool. There are a lot of other researchers using snails, and I chose this particular Phycella acuta, this bladder snail here, because I'm seeing it everywhere. And I've been working on a different project on stormwater ponds where I'm also looking at these bladder snails for about a year now. And the effects of PFAS. There is limited research on the effects of PFAS in particular on these snails, but what there is does show there's these negative effects, and we can study these snails from a whole host of sort of different features of the snail. So not just like its reproduction, its health, its growth rates. We can look at its immunity, so how many trematodes these snails take in. So it can really give us a whole picture of snail health, not just one aspect of snail health.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next project, line 25, project 215, affordable statewide tracking of forestry fragmentation and degradation. Rui Cheng, is that? Hope I'm not.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair and the Commission members.
Okay.
My name is Rachel.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. And my name is Rachel, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Bioproducts and Biosystems Engineering at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus. Today, I'm very excited to present our proposal for affordable statewide tracking of forestry fragmentation and degradation. As illustrated on the top, forestry fragmentation refers to a loss of forest and the division of remaining forest into smaller blocks by land management decisions and natural stresses. Fragmented forests directly threaten the amount and quality of wildlife habitats. At the same time, fragmented forests are more vulnerable to natural stresses such as droughts, fire, disease, and the changing climate, which eventually leads to forest degradation and further compound the problem. In Minnesota, more than 125,000 landowners own small parcel forests that are less than 20 acres. Various land management decisions fragment private forests into small parcels, posing even higher risks to the natural resources and the economy in Minnesota. According to a recent USDA survey, private forests in Minnesota have 3 times the mortality rate compared to non-private forests. Such emergent vulnerability of natural resources strongly motivates our team to continuously track forest fragmentation and degradation statewide at a low cost. And more importantly, translating technical products into business-ready information is critical for efficient decision-making. Therefore, we propose to develop a real-time interactive web dashboard for intuitively presenting the statewide forest fragmentation and degradation history. So first of all, we're going to build an innovative strategy to monitor Minnesota's forest by integrating 2 data streams, aircraft LiDAR snapshots and repeated satellite LiDAR measurements. LiDAR monitors forests in 3 dimensions. Aircraft LiDAR, such as the Minnesota LiDAR collection, offers high spatial resolution, but it comes with a very high acquisition cost. And it's very expensive to repeat sampling with the aircraft LiDAR. More affordably, NASA satellites are making repeated LiDAR measurements, which are free to access. By using advanced machine learning techniques, our project will monitor forests with the benefit of both aircraft and satellite LiDAR at the same time. Another innovation of our proposal is translating technical LiDAR terminology into business-ready information. The raw LiDAR data consists of point cloud and the canopy height statistics, which can be quite challenging for decision-making by non-technical experts. Hence, our proposal will develop algorithms to translate the raw LiDAR data into business-ready information, such as forest boundaries. By tracking the changes in forest boundaries, we can intuitively show where, when, and how many forests statewide are fragmented and degraded in history and real time. We will publish and update these data on a publicly accessible web portal in the form of an interactive map. In the region of users' interest, our web portal will present historical changes in time-lapse videos and time series. Taking all these innovations together, our proposed project will provide affordable and up-to-date forest information statewide, especially about private land, which is often inaccessible for field surveys. And our web dashboard will help federal and public agencies decide where to procure new LiDAR data by pinpointing regions with significant changes. To achieve the aforementioned innovations, I will lead the research team with experts in remote sensing, machine learning, and geospatial analysis. We'll continue our conversation with stakeholders, such as Minnesota DNR, to maximize the application of our product. And with that, I would like to take any questions.
I'm sorry, not pushing the right buttons. Dr. Chang, my question is, with your LiDAR information, will you know who is public or private with the ownership when you're doing these LiDAR surveys? And secondly, if you get this information, are you going, what are you going to do with it? Give it to some sort of stakeholders or any organizations like the Land Trust, Nature Conservancy?
Thank you, Commissioner and Madam Chair. I think I would like a little bit clarification on the question, first of all, whether you mean the private or public means the land or means the data access.
Yeah. My question is, when you're doing these surveys of the forest, will that data include who owns those forests?
I think we will keep the data as a sensitive information as a first step, and we will consult with our collaborators from the Minnesota DNR and the other stakeholder before we release any sensitive information to the broad public. But when we publish the data that are already coming from the openly accessible data source, for example, the satellite data or the Minnesota LiDAR collection, we'll first index the owner's information until we get the approval from the owners and also Land Trust.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, now that my mic's on, are there any questions from commission members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is evaluation line 28, project 2, oh no, line 26, line project number 217, safeguarding bees while monitoring pollinators and nesting habitats. Colleen Satcher, I think. If you'd be kind enough to state your name for the record, and then you may proceed.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Colleen Sadisher, and I work for the University of Minnesota. I have two colleagues with me today, and I'll pause so they can introduce themselves.
I am Dr. Beatriz Cervera. I'm a microbiologist at the University of Minnesota.
And I'm Thea Evans. I'm the project manager for the Minnesota Bee Atlas at the University of Minnesota.
Chair Gibson and members, thank you for the service that you all provide to Minnesota. and for the opportunity for us to explain our proposal, number 217, which focuses on developing 2 new methods of studying wild bees that harm fewer bees in the process, and that will help us learn more about natural nesting habitats for these bees. Bee pollinators provide an important service, pollinating plants in both agriculture and natural environments. And to conserve bees, we need to be able to track them over time with minimal impact to the bees themselves. Also, we need to know how to provide healthy, natural nesting habitat so that the bees have everything that they need to thrive right close by. We have the opportunity now to do this work. The bees that we are working with are solitary stem and wood nesting bees. So many people know the European honeybee. It makes honey, right? And it lives in hives that are made by people. But Minnesota has over 500 other species of wild bees. That's a lot of species, a lot of different kinds. Most of these are solitary. And that means that each female builds her own nest by herself, and she will store nectar and pollen, lay her eggs inside. And when she's done, she seals up the end and then departs, leaving the young bees alone in that nest to grow and overwinter. And leafcutter bees and their relatives are a unique subset within solitary bees that bring in plant material like leaves or resins to protect the young bees in the nest. So as you can see, these bees are in the nest for almost a year. That's a really long time. That nest habitat is really important for keeping bees around from 1 year to the next. And one common way that people study stem and wood nesting bees is to use a trap nest like this one. And the bees will build their nest in the tunnels, and then we take the whole thing back with us, rear out the adults, and use them for identification. So bees are pretty small, right? Like most insects. And standard methods for accurately identifying insects involve killing them so that we can see them under a microscope. The first outcome of our project will be to develop a variation on this trap method that doesn't kill as many bees. So we'll collaborate with volunteers across the state of Minnesota they'll have them open these traps right where they are and take out just a single bee, and then they will close it up again. And the rest of the young in the nest can emerge and sustain the local population right there. And we would then use the technique of DNA barcoding to identify that young bee. Our second outcome would be another low mortality method. This time, we would work with volunteers to use some new camera enhancements to take photographs of live adult bees as they are gathering nesting material, such as from these plants. And we would identify the adults from the close-up photos. This is kind of a 2-for-1. So we're gaining a new method for understanding wild bees with the cameras. And then we're also learning more about the plants that the bees are gathering for nesting material. And that's an important part of their habitat. Our third outcome would be to report back on the creation of bee nesting habitat from land management. So the Three Rivers Park District recently worked to open up some woods and expand the savanna habitat that they have. And this process leaves standing dead trees, which is where many of these stem and wood nesting bees should be living naturally. We will take advantage of that already completed work at the parks to report back on how effective it is in creating nesting habitat for the bees. Microbial interactions inside the bee nests. So we know from past projects that bees use different kinds of plant resins inside the nest. And now we would like to see how those different resins may affect the health inside the nest. Throughout the project, we will involve people all over Minnesota in a community science format, building off the successful online Minnesota Bee Atlas project, which I can explain more about if you want. Our project will benefit Minnesota because other people will be able to use these methods that we develop for future work with bees, especially in areas where less lethal methods are preferable, such as places where there are rare bees living. The knowledge that we gather and distribute will also benefit future habitat conservation and cultivate the agency of people around Minnesota to help bee pollinators live alongside us well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from commissioners? Dr. Faber, you're not going to ask a question. Yes, no, you did a very good job. You mentioned the park. Yes. Three Rivers Park, I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to use, what other areas around the state are you going to use?
So our goal in this case is we've have a situation that's sort of ready-made for an experiment where they've done this work creating the dead standing trees to open up the forest, and we can really put a lot of intensive study into this area and learn how to do it and the methods. At this point, this is the place that we know about where we can really walk in and do the research right now. If there are other places that are available, we're happy to consider them.
Well, I have a dead tree in my yard.
We'll share our methods with you.
Yeah. No, so I'm just, you're going to go to these areas. How are you going to find other areas, and how are you going to recruit volunteers?
So we're building off of the Minnesota Bee Atlas project volunteer base. And this is the Bee Atlas is a project that's been going since about 2019, is that correct? 2016. And we have some really excited, dedicated volunteers all over the state of Minnesota. These are the points that we had volunteers helping us over the past 2 years. And they're ready to go. They would like to do some more work with us. We reach out to people through, we have a Facebook page, we have a good web presence. Our website is the Minnesota Bee Atlas at umn.edu. We look through the Master Naturalist program. We've looked at 4-H programs. So we're really trying to reach out all across the state, particularly, to spread it out evenly across the state and not just have it really metro focused. There's a lot of people here that love bees, and that's wonderful, but we want to get a spread across the whole state as well.
Okay. No, that's great. So those little bee boxes, they come with when you volunteer?
Yep. Yep, they do.
Yeah, okay. And then you get some may get a camera if they have a nice dead tree.
Yeah, the cameras, we're hoping that we can chill down the live adult bees and be able to take some really close-up pictures with this so that we can see the parts that you would normally see under a microscope, but without killing the bee.
Okay, and then all this data that you're collecting about how to encourage bee nest, that'll be distributed through the bee lab, or there's a lot of interest in pollinators. Are you going to be doing other places?
Yeah, we can display it on the Bee Lab. It's actually, we have been putting results from the Minnesota Bee Atlas project up on the project website. And it's also, the data from that is given to the Biodiversity Atlas at the Bell Museum. And that's a publicly available database also. This is our website.
Yep. Okay.
Check it out. We just revamped it. It's really nice.
No, that's great. I just think the general public would be very
for sure,
because there's been a lot of interest in pollinators the last few years. So, all right. Any other commissioners have questions? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, team. We are on to evaluation line 28, project 239. Enhancing the value of Minnesota public grasslands. And we have Eric Mosel with us, I hope.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, well, thank you. If you would introduce yourselves and then you can start your proposal.
Good day, Madam Chair and members. Eric Mosel with the Department of Animal Sciences in the College of Ag, Food, and Natural Resources at the U of M. The project I would like to propose to the committee today has to do with enhancing the value of public grasslands in Minnesota. We have a tremendous number of public grasslands, but a worldwide problem associated with the encroachment of brush, woody species into grassland, largely driven by climate change and exacerbated by management practices, are really limiting the use of a lot of our public lands, lowering the habitat quality for both wildlife and pollinators. And my proposal aims at looking at management strategies that public land managers can effectively use to control some of this encroaching brush into the grasslands. Now, traditionally, fire has been the primary source of brush control in grasslands. But even with prescribed fire, where land managers purposely burn the area to control brush and stimulate grass growth, there's a very specific set of environmental conditions that must exist to get a very good quality fire that can effectively control brush. And, maybe 1 out of 5 years do you get the best conditions possible to have a very effective fire. And so what we found is, at least here in the northern part of the United States, specifically Minnesota, fire has had a limited effect on controlling brush. And so the area that I have an express interest in is in the very northwest part of the state at the Caribou Wildlife Management Area managed by the DNR. That's 15,000 acres of grassland in the tall grass aspen parkland biome. And this is an incredible resource that we have here in this state that has just entirely been overrun with this brush encroachment problem. And so working with DNR, I'm proposing a research project where we apply prescribed fire. We will probably have to do some mechanical brush mowing, but the critical component of this is using large ungulate herbivores to control the brush in the interfire period, which is really where we struggle from a management perspective, is what do we do in between the times that we can burn to control the brush? And the primary questions that we need to answer are, what kind of stocking densities does it take to effectively manage this brush? And maybe even more importantly, once we find that correct stocking density, what happens to the quality of our vegetation that's not brush in terms of grasses and forbs? Are we improving habitat? Are we hurting habitat? And those types of things. And so I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today, and I'd be glad to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you for your presentation. Question about working up there in the Caribou Wildlife Management Area. Once you have taken the brush off, are you planning to reseed or plant back on that prairie grassland?
Madam Chair and members, it would probably not be necessary to do any type of agronomic or restoration type seedings. A lot of the vegetation that is natural to that area exists. It's just being crowded out by the brush. And so our expectation is once that brush is reduced and not necessarily removed, but just reduced, we would expect a lot of that native vegetation to return and occupy the ecological niches where it historically did.
Follow-up? Just a follow-up. Do you estimate that removing that brush through burning or mechanical brush mowing will enhance that area as noted on your attachment here, the Carlstead water resources map that includes the caribou grazing units? Do you think it will enhance those areas to the extent that it would be attractive for caribou to go on that WMA and not into the crops of the farmers in that area? Because that's one of the big conflicts that we have up in the Northwest is the caribou love to go into, elk love to go into the to farmers' fields, and one of the challenges the DNR has had is trying to attract them into, instead of the ice cream, make them eat the, their vegetables for lunch. Thank you. I'm just curious if it's going to be more attractive to the elk in the region. Thanks.
Mr. Mosel?
Madam Chair and members, yeah, I would fully expect that the density of the brush is primarily what drives the elk away from the wildlife management area and into agricultural areas. I was going to bring some pictures to show you. I didn't know how well they would show up on Zoom, but the density of the brush is just astronomical. And my concern is if we don't figure out how to control this brush, within 5 to 10 years, the area will be completely lost to brush. And that obviously is something that doesn't benefit all of us, and certainly hope that we can remediate that to a large degree.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mosol. I think this is an excellent proposal. Can you elaborate a little bit on the grazing strategy? Or is it going to be intensively rotationally grazed, or cattle going to be left out for the summertime? What do you have in mind for that protocol?
Mr. Muzzle?
Madam Chair and members, great question. And certainly please understand that DNR does currently graze this area with cattle, but they have, it would appear to me, traditionally have used such a light stocking rate that it just has kind of been ineffective in controlling the vegetation species that they really are trying to control. And so what I am proposing is a rotational method of grazing that is quite a bit higher intensity at any given point in time, but maybe less frequent. So as an example, we would be able to put large numbers of cattle for a very short period of time in an area, let them graze that brush down, and then they might not return to that area again for 2 or 3 years. Trying to emulate to some degree historically how the large bison herds would have grazed that area, where tens of thousands, if not 1 million bison might roam through that area, completely graze everything in sight, but they might not return for 2 or 3 years. And so the process of this project is to evaluate, what types of systems are not only going to be effective, but also ultimately practical for DNR land managers to implement on a consistent basis to get the results that they're looking for.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Reese asked a little bit my question, but my question is: you referenced the omnivores. What animals are you all looking at grazing this area? And then, is it just applicable to this Northwest, or is this a project that you think would be able to be used all over the state? And then how do we get to implementation, assuming that it all works as you plan?
Mr. Muzzle?
Yeah, Madam Chair and members, great question. The first part of it would be we're largely looking at grazing cattle in that area for a number of reasons. They're available. There's a large ranch immediately adjacent to that particular area that they've worked with DNR for I don't even know how long, 30, 40 years in grazing that area. The other issue, of course, is smaller livestock species probably would not be too successful with the wolf population in that area. And so we in some ways tend to get stuck with just using cattle. And so the second part of your question, in terms of applicability to the rest of the state, absolutely anywhere where we're seeing this type of brush encroachment into grasslands, increasing the grazing component in terms of the overall management system, I think will not only be critical, but will be necessary to maintain the balance of vegetation species. And, you know, by and large, I know DNR is on board with this idea. I think they just need a little more evidence of seeing it work. And they'll be willing to implement a lot of these strategies when we figure out the correct components and how to apply them.
So follow up. Goats was another one I was thinking, but to your point, you'd have to figure out a way to mitigate or keep the wolves away. But they can do a number on anything. They'll eat wood, it seems like, goats. So I wondered if you'd thought about them at all as a part of the strategy, along with intensive cattle. And I guess just a comment before you respond. I mean, if this works and we can get the DNR, which has been moving the direction of grazing and leasing it out to farmers, which 10 years ago seemed like a big hurdle, or it was kind of like pushing a brick wall, but they have come that direction to manage these lands. I think realizing that is a great management level lesson. But I guess the reason I bring this up is a lot of times younger farmers trying to start out renting pasture land, and land like this from the DNR is a great opportunity for beginning farmers to really be a help to the management of the land, but also a big opportunity in getting started in livestock and ranching or pasturing cattle. So it really can be a win-win, I think, as we develop this, but I hope we go into it with that idea that there could be a lot of pluses for farmers, young farmers, and the state to boot. So,
any comment, Mr. Mosel?
Madam Chair and members, the first portion of that question regarding goats, that actually would be the preferred species to use. But I was informed by DNR that would not be a great idea up in that area. Other parts of the state, however, where the wolf pressure maybe is not as tenable, and maybe even coyote pressure is not as high, it'd be a fantastic component to include some goats, sheep, different types of herbivore that have different diet selection. The second component, I think it's a great opportunity, particularly for our state's grasslands, that DNR is moving towards recognizing that to manage land on a landscape level, we traditionally had grazing ungulates on the land, and to manage this land from now into the future is going to continue to require ungulate herbivores on the land to keep this vegetation in balance, maintain our grasslands.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mosel. Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. On to our next project, line 14, integrating wildlife objectives into long-term forest management planning. And let's see this name, Irene de Pellegrin Llorente. Is it Spanish?
That is correct. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Irene de Pellegrin Llorente, and I am a faculty member in the Department of Forest Resources at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus. Thank you very much for inviting us today to share our proposal. We are very excited. So the main objective of forest management planning is to understand how and when to schedule the management activities of the forest, such as harvest or thinnings, to achieve the long-term goals and objectives established by the landowner. This is key because landowner may have one or several long-term objectives, and usually different landowners have different objectives. Planning is a crucial step on every field and also in our lives, but it is especially essential in forestry because trees grow very slow. So making the wrong management decisions today can have an impact on the forest ecosystem far into the future. So traditionally, the main objective from forest ecosystem has been to sustain the production of timber. So we could provide an even flow of timber harvest every year. But nowadays, landowners want to provide a broad range of services besides timber production. So some landowners, for example, might be interested in maximizing the net revenue from the forest, while others can be more inclined to, for example, increase biodiversity of the forest or recreation or any other non-timber value. So the easiest way to address multiple objectives in forest planning is to recreate the forest planning effort with, for example, several timber harvest levels, and then afterwards assess the impact of each of those harvest levels on the other objectives. And what's the problem with this approach? Well, the main issue of using this approach is that those other goals are not taken into account in the decision-making process, but rather analyzing the effect after the forest management decision has been made. So we propose a different approach. Our objective is to include both wildlife habitat conservation and timber production into the forest planning process. This way, forest management decisions will be made taking into account conservation of the habitat wildlife species as well. So in collaboration with 4 wildlife biologists and experts, we will define habitat metrics that align with the framework used in forest management planning for several keystone wildlife species in Minnesota. So to be able to use these metrics, they need to rely on parameters that are usually found on basic forest inventory, such as age class or forest cover type or species composition. Something that I would like to clarify is that indices represent the area of available habitat instead of the actual number of animals or the probability to find an animal in that area. So by integrating these habitat indices into the forest planning model, we can actually track the change in the habitat of these species through time, and depending on the management activities or the management intensities that has been performed in the forest. So at the end of the project, the results will inform the trade-offs between timber production and wildlife habitat conservation in different areas of Minnesota. And this is crucial information for forest managers on the ground, wildlife managers and specialists, as well as policymakers. I personally believe that academic research should have outlets besides peer-reviewed publications. So we will engage with stakeholders, hold workshops and webinars, and attend local conferences in Minnesota during the duration of this project, as well as communicating the results of our project in order to make this research more useful and applicable. So, in summary, our intent with this proposal is to be proactive and look into trade-offs and synergies between these 2 objectives and actually take advantage of them during the decision-making process instead of using a more reactive or a more simplistic approach. And that is because we have to recognize that wildlife habitat and forestry go hand in hand. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any question or any comments that we could use to improve our proposal.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Commissioner Western, Senator Western.
Sorry, my hand's up wrong.
Oh, wrong. Okay. Other comments from commission members? Yes. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So question for you, Dr. DePellegrini Lorente.
Very good.
Is this, so when you think about when, you're going to make the recommendations for forest management versus wildlife management, will that be specific to any forest cover type, like, the deciduous forest versus deciduous forest, or is this going to be looking across the whole spectrum, is my first question.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. The answer to this question is yes. We will be thinking about which keystone wildlife species we would study first, and then we will develop those indices that will rely on. It depends on which, cover type or the species composition, and that we will address that change in habitat throughout the state. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, that's fine. My next question, you just said indicators or keystone species. That's somewhat specific to the the forest stand type. But do you have can you give me an idea? I see over your shoulders pictures. I see deer on your right, and I don't know if that's an ovenbird or a wood thrush maybe on your left shoulder there, which species I like to think I know quite well. But you must have some others in mind that you would be willing to look at. Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Llorente?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Well, that is actually part of the proposal. So the first activity and the first milestone on activity number 1 will be actually determine this which wildlife species will be included in this study. And the reason is because it's not always we are not always able to adapt or develop those indices for all the species because they need to be aligned to the framework that we use in forest management planning. So it depends on actually what's out there already, what type of research that are out there on those wildlife species, and whether we will be able to develop new indices or metrics of different wildlife species.
Thank you.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at your proposal in particular. I'm looking at the budget because I'm curious who's going to be working on this. And I see that there are, looks like 2, 4, 5 folks from the university. And also then 2 wildlife experts from the Minnesota DNR. Are any of those people that are planning to work on the project foresters, or are they all wildlife people? Thank you.
Dr. Llorente?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. So yes, the answer to the question is yes, there are 5 members at the University of Minnesota will be working on this proposal. And then there are members from NRRI that are wildlife biologists that are not in the budget because they are not they are not getting paid, but they are part of the proposal. And you will find them in project partners and collaboration table. So those will be wildlife ecology experts. And then we will also invite 2 wildlife researchers from the Minnesota DNR Wildlife Division of Fish and Wildlife. But that would be part of the proposal. But we also want to engage with the Minnesota DNR Division of Forestry, with county land, and with other local governments and policymakers during the time of the proposal. So we really want to make this, the more realistic data we have, and we want this research to be useful and applicable on the ground.
Follow up?
Thank you. I ask because without both forestry experts and wildlife experts at the table together at the same time, it is difficult to come to agreement on how to manage forest for both timber production and wildlife habitat. So I would encourage you to make sure that you have both expertise available at the table while you're doing your project. Thanks. If you're funded.
All right. Commissioner Pike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions and I'll break them up. So the first one is, how does this project intend to inform the revision of state wildlife action plans, state forest action plans, and the review? I believe the review is next year and we're 5 years out from a revision on the state forest action plan. Is there a feedback mechanism to bring this into the broader ecological planning for the state?
Dr. Llorente?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Yeah, so the idea would be working with Minnesota DNR and be able to include those wildlife species in the forest planning effort, and then trying to understand what they are also doing and trying to integrate that State Planning Act into the project too.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The second question I have is about interstate planning, specifically for Forest Province 212. So the Northern Forest there had been discussions 6-7 years ago between Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota on integrating some of the objectives for wildlife and forestry purposes. Is there still interstate partners that you have connection to for this project or could inform the objectives you're looking at?
Dr. Llorente?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Initially, we're thinking about in this proposal only about doing a statewide application in Minnesota, but that would be a good idea to reach out to our neighbors for a future proposal.
Follow-up.
Last thing, just as a recommendation, it might be good to connect with Glyphwick if you haven't already and consider bringing in some of the tribal and treaty needs to the planning opportunities.
Any other commission members need to ask a question? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to evaluation line 20, project 130, visualizing Minnesota's natural resources with CT scanning. And this is presented by Cassandra Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I am Dr. Cassandra Ford. I'm an assistant professor in fisheries, wildlife, and conservation biology at the University of Minnesota. I am also curator of fishes and mollusks at the Bell Museum. And I am really excited to share an opportunity to bring innovative approaches to science to both the Bell Museum and the state of Minnesota. The Bell Museum has thousands of specimens of all sorts of organisms from Minnesota and beyond that have been collected over the past 150 years. Here's an example of some fish specimens. These organisms were humanely sacrificed and are now used for scientific purposes. These whole body specimens are incredibly useful for many purposes, but what if we wanted to learn more about their internal structures? We really need the right tools to ask and answer some of these most interesting questions. Now, why would we want to know about internal anatomy? Well, things like fish heads and the internal structures within them can help us with simple questions like, how many jaws does a fish have? And the answer is that they might have more than one. Or more complex questions like, how do those different bones and muscles in the head work together to bite food? Endangered or extinct species like passenger pigeons or the ivory-billed woodpecker can help us learn more from rare biodiversity specimens. We can examine invasive species to understand how invasive populations might be adapting to new habitats, like the common carp, which is doing multitudes of destruction across the state. We can also take a look at-risk wildlife to help managers screen for abnormalities. Now, you might be thinking about X-rays. X-rays can be incredibly useful for thinking about internal structures of organisms, but high-resolution imaging allows us to do a lot more than X-rays can provide. We can visualize both hard and soft anatomy in 3D. We can produce 3D prints to visualize structures. And we can also combine all of these methods to look at how internal and external morphologies might be related to the environment, an organism's function, or their genetics. And there is a piece of equipment that would allow us to do all of this and would effectively double the information capacity of the Bell Museum's collections, helping us incorporate digital information into our databases and collections. A micro CT scanner like this would allow us to obtain that information about internal anatomy while keeping the specimens themselves intact. This is a similar instrument to those found in medical institutions, but it's a little smaller and a lot more powerful. Now, high-resolution imaging looks a little different for scientists than it does for medical professionals, but we are able to do some similar things. We are also able to do 3D printing. It might show up. So this is a 3D print of a fish skull that I produced after CT scanning a whole organism. I was able to blow up the size of the skull by about 100 times and visualize it and examine the internal bones without destroying the specimen. We can also use chemical stains to visualize softer structures in addition to just the bony ones. Other universities and museums have obtained similar scanners to this one and used that information in thousands of publications. As it stands, the closest similar scanner is in Chicago, and we would need to pay to use it. I'm actually currently in Washington State doing a scanning trip right now because we don't have a scanner here that is usable in Minnesota. We already have a list of 27 interested users from 13 different universities, most of whom are from Minnesota. We plan to have this equipment free for Minnesota investigators, at least for the first year and hopefully longer, while charging for those that are outside of that scope. The Bell Museum is already an epicenter for natural science education across the state, and a scanner would allow us to use 3D prints to improve our already outstanding programming. With the CT scanner, we as the Bell Museum and the state have an opportunity to establish ourselves as an epicenter for scientific research. We can exponentially increase our knowledge using the museum collections we already have, with combining it with new and innovative technology. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. Questions from the commission? Any? See any? Commissioner Peichel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the size of an instrument like this for CT scanning? I mean, is it something that would travel around the state to different locations, or you would bring the samples to this room-filling CT machine?
Dr. Ford?
Thank you, Chairwoman and members. So the short answer is that it wouldn't take up an entire room, but it would be too big to travel around the state. But luckily we are, within driving distance of several hours from all of the different universities across the state. And traveling with specimens is not incredibly challenging. You can do it in your vehicle. I did it coming out here to Washington. So those users would be able to travel to the University of Minnesota and do their scanning there.
Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking about this, Dr. Ford. You said fish and mollusks. Is that your particular area of expertise? Because I'm thinking that, I'm a mammal and bird guy. I mean, is it going to be limited to people that want to scan? Give us a little idea. I'm sure I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just thinking this thing would be able to be used for whatever the specimen was, basically, yes?
Dr. Ford, he works with moose, so I'm just warning you.
Now, you said it would be easy to travel. If I got a big old moose skeleton, my young friend, I don't know if that's going in the backseat of the VW Bug. You know what I'm saying? Thank you.
All right. Try to answer that, please.
Thank you for the question. So this would be open to all different types of organisms from Minnesota and beyond, but my plan would be to have those from outside of Minnesota charged for the use of the scanner to help pay for its maintenance costs. We are open to a multitude of different types of organisms. I have behind me some CT scans of birds, reptiles, and amphibians, mammals, and fish. We also have mollusks. I am the curator of mollusks, although I'm not a huge expert on them. That kind of came with the job description of curator of fishes. But we are hoping to get a curator of mollusks in the near future. But we are hoping to be able to incorporate all types of Minnesota organisms in the CT scanner. I can't guarantee you can haul a moose in your VW Bug, but maybe in a truck.
Right. Well, I will say you have a lot of fans of mollusks in this group of LCCMR participants. So kudos to you, even if you're not an expert in their biology and so on. Thank you.
All right. Next is Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, two-part question. I'll just ask it together. Am I right? Is the assumption the specimen or species you're scanning would have to be dead, or can you do it on a live species? And would there be a benefit of that? And second part, does this fit under capital equipment that we're purchasing here, or how does it jive with the LCCMR requirements of buying capital equipment.
Dr. Ford?
Okay, we have two parts of a question here. These specimens do need to not be alive when they go in here. We are dealing with high levels of x-rays, and it has been documented that that can be incredibly dangerous at these levels to live organisms. We do have somewhere close to 1 million different specimens already here at the Bell Museum that are a multitude of different species, and most of the ones that are found here. And so we would hopefully be able to scan a bunch of the specimens that are already here as opposed to live ones. In terms of the capital aspect of this project, we are hoping, I have it listed in the actual description here, that we are going to be trying to fundraise for the maintenance of this particular equipment afterwards, but we want this to be maintained for Minnesota scientists for the entirety of the duration of its lifetime. And so our hope is that we can have this charging system for outside of Minnesota researchers that will allow this to be a continuous, in and of itself, a resource for Minnesota researchers for upwards of a decade, if not 15 years.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I guess I just more of a comment on the charging system. It does seem right to not have a charge for Minnesota researchers, but charge the out of state. I guess so I think that's a good model, and it seems like we should keep that model for maintenance and costs like that. But do you have a foreseeable problem of out of state researchers gaming the system and finding somebody in Minnesota to still collaborate with? I'm sure Moose Man wouldn't do that, but do you see that as kind of a way they're going to game the system potentially, or how do you legitimize out of state versus in state?
Dr. Ford?
So the current plan would be that primary investigators' home base would be how we would probably make that decision. If they were to collaborate with them, but that person is listed as a co-PI instead of the lead PI, then we would go to the charging pattern. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Chair. I have, as some might have noticed, kids coming in and out of my work area today, and they were interested when it was mentioned that the fishes were ethically euthanized, and the last time they were on a pier fishing, not sure that they fully understood what that might mean, and so that's their question today: is how would we ethically euthanize fish?
All right, Dr. Ford.
So first of all, I think in terms of ethically euthanizing, there are the actual chemicals that we would use to, it slows down their nervous system and their central nervous system. It slowly puts them to sleep until eventually their heart does stop beating. And so it's not a painful process, and instead is pretty much like falling asleep and then passing away. We're also incredibly careful as curators here at the museum to make sure that we are only taking what we need in terms of museum specimens. And so we're not going out and just going at will and euthanizing fishes or other organisms. We're trying to do it in a sustainable way.
Does that satisfy the kids, Representative Heinzman?
I don't know that they feel like they have any more options out on the dock, but it makes folks feel better.
All right.
Whatever.
Are you
Best of
having
luck.
other questions?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that brevity, the levity, I should say. All right. Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ford, first of all, for the presentation, but also for entertaining my children at the Bell Museum photo shoot, where you gave them a curated tour of the Touch and See exhibit. We really appreciated that. My question is, and I might have missed this because I had to go and take care of my child, but how many of these types of scanners are there in nearby states? So like how many people would we be attracting to Minnesota for this? And also, therefore, how much revenue could we generate to upkeep this machine?
Dr. Ford?
Thank you, Representative Hollins, for that question. And I had a blast taking the kids to the Touch and See lab. I believe the closest CT scanner that I'm aware of that's similar to this is in Chicago. And it's also a pay scheme. So being from out of state, we would need to pay to have access to it. There are other ones across the country, and some of them are free to use and completely open, like the one where I am here in Washington State. I'm currently here because it's affordable and it was actually cheaper for me to fly here and CT scan than to go over to Chicago and do the scanning there. So we have some across the country, but I think we are in a position to be a hub for a lot of researchers. We already have a list of 27 interested users from 13 different universities, mostly here in Minnesota, but also Iowa and Wisconsin as well. So I think also bringing in North and South Dakota, some from Illinois, if they're interested in a little cheaper model pay scheme than University of Chicago. I think we have multitudes of opportunities for researchers to come here and use this machine.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Hollins?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, we have. Oh. Senator Westrom, is your hand up again, or just a leftover?
I keep forgetting to lower it, Madam Chair.
All right, that's fine. Just want to make sure we have you down. All right. Thank you, Dr. Ford. Greatly appreciate your presentation. Okay, we're on to evaluation line 37, project 304. Superior Shores, Protecting Our Great Lakes Coastal Habitats by Haley Sauer. Please introduce yourself and you may proceed with your proposal.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Haley Sauer. I am representing the Science Museum of Minnesota today, more specifically the St. Croix Watershed Research Station. Our research team targets resource issues around water quality and watershed and landscape processes using cutting-edge science to deliver products, solutions, and outreach to Minnesota state tribal agencies, our citizens, and then with the help of the Science Museum's educational programming, we reach all 87 Minnesota counties. Today I'm here to discuss proposal number 304, our Superior Shores project. This is a vital initiative aimed at preserving the unique rock pool ecosystem along our beloved North Shore of Lake Superior. So these rock pools, though small, are ecologically powerful. They support a diverse range of flora and fauna, yet despite their importance, these pools face significant threats from environmental changes and human activity. So our project seeks to address sort of the overlooked necessity of mapping these pools, as well as monitoring and conserving these habitats to ensure that they can thrive for generations to come. So this weekend, over 20,000 racers and their families are going to go up and experience the majesty of the North Shore during Grandma's Marathon. And many of them are going to encounter these rock pools, not unlike the ones right behind me, not knowing that they're teeming with life and the challenges that they face. And so this is the perfect example of why public engagement and conservation along the North Shore are so crucial. So our project Superior Shores is ambitious and multifaceted. So first, we want to employ some high resolution mapping along Lake Superior's coastline, specifically using some LiDAR data to map the pool's locations, and then we'll supplement this with aerial imagery. So these detailed maps will allow us to kind of pinpoint the location of these rock pools, their general size, and then some broad ecological characteristics, ultimately laying groundwork for subsequent conservation efforts. Secondly, our water quality monitoring and biological surveys are going to focus on the health of these systems. So we aim to analyze and affect both natural factors, so you can think temperature and pH, as well as some human-induced stressors, thinking like chemical runoff and microplastics, on the viability of algal communities, invertebrate communities, and reptile and amphibian populations that may inhabit these pools. And so these data are crucial as they kind of inform us about the resilience of these habitats and their capacity to support biodiversity under changing environmental conditions. Lastly, our project really emphasizes strong community engagement. So we plan to collaborate with the public through outreach programs and initiatives that highlight the significance of rock pool habitats, both as biodiversity hotspots, but sort of refugia for species. But integrating the community, especially our youth, in these conservation efforts, we aim to foster a long-term commitment to protecting these natural resources. So, for example, our Rock Pools Explorer program is designed to encourage young minds to discover and document the life that's in these pools, ultimately transforming those findings into educational and published stories that can be used as resources. Through these efforts, the Superior Shores Project is going to enhance our scientific understanding and build a community that's invested in the preservation of our natural heritage. By gaining a comprehensive understanding of the biodiversity and ecological dynamics along the coastline, we're not only boosting the knowledge of the scientific community, but we're also informing policy and conservation efforts statewide. So this initiative will enable us to preserve these natural treasures for the enjoyment and education of all Minnesotans who venture up to the North Shore, as well as foster a healthier ecosystem and a society that values and protects its environmental assets. So in conclusion, supporting the Superior Shores Project is a direct investment in the sustainable management of one of our state's overlooked natural resources. And on behalf of myself, our partners with the National Park Service, as well as Minnesota Children's Press, I just want to thank you for considering this opportunity to make a meaningful contribution to the conservation of the Lake Superior shoreline, and further thank all of you for your attention and welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sauer. I'm having to turn my microphone on and off per the staff request, so I apologize. Let's see, Dr. Sauer, any questions from commission members? Okay. I had one. I noticed that you're going to team up with a children's book company, if I can find that on my proposal. And then you're going to publish this book. Am I correct?
Yep.
And then where are you going to distribute it, and what are you going to charge for it?
So thank you for the question. These are books that will be published by Minnesota Children's Press, and then they're just distributed from there. And so they are not for purchase. They are just accessible books. There is occasionally, this would be our collaborator, Ann Braddis, who she does this, and she's currently working with us on another project like this. And so the children themselves will write multiple books, and they will all then be published.
Okay, and then they're going to be given away, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarity. Okay, other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. We are a little bit ahead. Let's move to line 39, project 323, emerging issues, CWD prions in Minnesota waters. Diane Carwan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good. Just introduce yourselves and you may start.
Okay, yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission for consideration of this proposal, Project 323, Emerging Issues, CWD prions in Minnesota water. I'm Dr. Diana Carwin. I'm a faculty member in CFANS at the University of Minnesota in the Twin Cities. I'm joined here by my co-PIs in the room, Dr. Tiffany Wolf and Dr. Stuart Lichtenberg, and I will give the main presentation, but all of us will be available to answer questions in the Q&A portion. So background to this particular proposal is working through MinPro, or the Minnesota Prion Research and Outreach Center. I began collaborating with their environmental team in 2020. We've just completed some work funded by the Clean Water Council from the state of Minnesota, where we determined that we were still detecting CWD prions leaving positive cervid farms or deer farms that had CWD outbreaks. And we determined that these could be getting into waterways that were draining from those farms. Those efforts also helped fund laboratory studies where we determined that in waterways, CWD tends to be on soil or sediment particles. And so in the water contamination world, we've figured out how a little bit this might move. That background, that collaboration has led to this proposal where we want to harness the detection and analytical powers within MinPro to start looking at a series of Minnesota waterways where we have streams draining into lakes and rivers that flow away from where we have known chronic wasting disease hotspots on the landscape. And so this proposal has sort of a two-step activity plan. The first would be to leverage other water and watershed information in the state to allow us to start to think about travel times, not just of water, but particularly of those sediments. We would be using a review of existing studies to help us set out a field sampling plan to move into the waterways and continue moving downstream from these known chronic wasting disease outbreak points on the landscape, and conduct evaluation of water and those sediments that exist within the stream channels and get hung up there. We then take that material into MinPro and examine it for the presence of chronic wasting disease. So we would be working with presence absence detection to get an idea of how far downstream from known hotspots on the landscape this can move within the water. This study is focused initially on presence absence. I know there were questions that were listed on the site ahead of time. Thank you on infectivity. We'll get to those momentarily. And I'm happy to take more of those in the Q&A portion. This is a part of the environmental detection routine, and any findings we have will be communicated to relevant stakeholders, both in the wildlife communities and in the water communities, leveraging the outreach conversations that we have with MinPro that includes wildlife management, tribal natural resource management, through my connections within the state, within water resources, to start communicating this as a potential water traveling contaminant to the water resources community. So to start now, a little bit on addressing some of the questions that we had ahead of time in the materials that you circulated. This study is really set up to be about detection and not about infectivity. This would dovetail very well with any future studies that could be done of infectivity, because we'd be sampling and then archiving any material sampled. There's resources available to archive that within MinPro. So it could be used as samples to study infectivity in the future, though that capacity is not part of this current study. And I do believe other questions that came up were about the association with MinPro and broader communication. I've been a part of the MinPro environmental team since 2020, 2021, and worked very closely with them. And this project is really an add-on to taking the science further downstream and thinking about chronic wasting disease moving through the waterways. So thank you. Seeing the time, I will turn it over to your questions. And again, myself, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Lichtenberg are all here and able to answer questions from the same room.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from our commission members? There was some discussion on emerging issues. If Director Nash could discuss this. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair and members, so this proposal was submitted as an emerging issues request. Staff did not have the time to process that as an emerging request, and we didn't have any upcoming meetings immediately when it was submitted. So we asked the project manager if she would submit as part of the RFP, but we labeled it as an emerging issues to give you members an opportunity to think about it as an emerging issues request, which would come out of a different source of funding. It would require a different threshold of support from members. And then we could do that. You could do that today. You could do that next week. We could schedule that if you want, so that you would have some certainty on how it would be handled before you have to complete your evaluations.
Okay, so just to be clear, we have options.
You have options.
Either emerging issues or funding it through our normal process. Yes, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so on that point, I'd ask the testifiers, just, is there a way to phase this? Is there something that is urgent right now? I understand the clean water funding is probably used up. So providing bridge communication, if we waited, and again, this is assuming approval, which is an assumption, 486,000 July 1 of 2025 versus an emerging issues request. I mean, what would you absolutely have to have now, hypothetically, if we were considering this under existing authority?
Yes, thank you for that. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative Hansen. And so the way that this is staged and the timing that it moves through, there is an opportunity with some subset of funding that would be under the personnel for activity 1. That's really, it's human resources to look at the studies, to look at the maps, to lay out where we would go sample in the rivers. And so, for example, with staging it, if a portion of the resources were available as of later this summer, it would allow us to lay out a sampling plan in place so that sampling could take place as early as possible. Another level of money would allow for that sampling to take place in the spring timeframe. So all of us in Minnesota, those of us in the Twin Cities this week especially, are very aware of the weather. And the weather and the rainfall tends to drive what the water levels do in the stream. And so if we have a plan in place and have resources in place, we could sample in the spring. If we have a plan in place and we know money is coming in July, it would allow for those summertime samples to happen right away in July. So what I can see is like a few phasing options where we would be planning our preparation and then seasonally informed sample times based on when we know the money is coming. Does that answer your question?
Representative Hansen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I'm not proposing making a decision today, but perhaps that the proposer could come forward with a breakdown of what is needed when for next week, if that's possible.
Next week. Sure. Can I follow up with that through the commission by email?
No, just if you could, I think there's some interest in having you phase this project so that you could get it started. We can't promise that the whole thing's going to get allocated, but I think phasing it might be better for what your project's trying to do and for us to address our emerging issues. Representative Hansen.
I think an email breakdown or a written proposal of what you need when would be helpful to get to us for consideration next week.
Is that possible?
Ambitious, but feasible.
All right, we greatly appreciate that. Other questions? Oh, Representative
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Your kid's still there?
I may have missed it. Yeah, there is one still here. I may have missed it, but why is this project coming through this way? Is there anything that might help the public and myself apparently understand how this process is being triggered for this project?
All right, thank you. I'm going to let Director Nash answer that.
Madam Chair and members, this proposal was initially submitted as an emerging issues proposal through that process that's listed on our website. So this came to us through a separate process than the current RFP. Staff have not had capacity to process an emerging issues request. It is a rather intensive process, and we have not yet been able to fully process the emerging issues requests that were submitted in February. So we asked the proposer if she would mind just submitting that proposal through the current RFP so that you could review it as part of this RFP process.
Okay, does that answer your question? Yeah, sure.
No, Madam Chair, maybe Director Nash could further elaborate. Is there time, if this project was heard next week, for staff to go through that review process?
Director Nash?
Madam Chair and members, I just have to be honest that we have a lot of priorities right now, and we are still trying to work through final reports from a year ago. So we do have a backlog that we're working through. We also have 2 years worth of final reports being submitted this year because of the 2 years appropriations occurring in the same year. So we do have a heavy workload. That being said, if members do deem that this is a priority, we can make it happen.
Representative Hanson.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yes. Representative Heinzman, then we'll ask Representative
Yes.
Hanson. Go ahead.
Well, I will defer. Maybe Representative Hanson can address my concern. I think he has an idea where I'm going.
Okay. Please, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Heinzman. I asked that they prepare what they absolutely needed to have for consideration next week. That does not mean that we would vote to do that. But as this did come in with emerging issues, and I'm assuming that was several months ago.
Yeah, I think that's right, but I don't know exact date.
Just a minute, we'll get that data for you.
So if, Madam Chair and Representative Heinzman, so we have 3 more meetings next week, and then we have the actual allocations that are going. So, and I'm going to just use hypotheticals here. I don't want to, but let's say that what was absolutely needed was 50 grand out of 480. And if that was something that could be used for the plan, and I have no idea if that's a work product or not. I'm just using hypothetical there. And then this was a proposal for something larger that's considered. I am not assuming that this would be funded. I'm asking if this is an urgent proposal, if the proposers could break down what is urgent, and if that is something that could be considered, that would break apart the proposal, which I read in front of us is $486,000. And it's my understanding that our aggregate amount of emerging issues dollars left is a little over 500K.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Representative Heinzman.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Hanson, is there any reason to your knowledge why the project came through as an emerging issues project versus, because you said a moment ago that it was quite some time since it was submitted. Is there any reason why the project wasn't also submitted through our normal process?
Representative Hanson.
Madam Chair and Representative Heinzman, and I would defer to the executive director on this, but my understanding is this proposal came in as an emerging issues before the RFP was out. If you may remember, there were several, and I think when we did the last emerging issue, Director Nash said that there had been one other one that had come in, which I believe was this one, but there was not time to process it. So then Director Nash encouraged the applicant to apply through the RFP, which they have done. What I was asking is there something, because it was an emerging issue and an urgency, is there something that they need right now, which I'm assuming, and again, not my proposal, but assuming that if it was submitted as an urging issue, there was some urgency that was needed, and what exactly, and separating that out, is that request.
Director Nash, do you have any of that data when the proposal came in?
Madam Chair, yes, I do. The proposal came in to us January 29th, which missed a deadline for the upcoming meeting. And so the proposer circled back to us in April.
Okay. Representative Heinzman, do you understand? And can this wait till
I
next
think
week?
I do, Madam Chair. I'm not necessarily speaking in favor or against the project itself. Mostly wanted to understand why we're in the situation that we are, and it sounds like because of a missed deadline. So
Yep.
as long as members and the public are clear on that,
Yep.
I think we can move on with the hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Representative Hansen did ask to get something to us next week. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you for the presentation. I'm curious what the practical outcome of research like this might be, whether to policymakers or natural resource managers, given that A, we don't know whether or not prions in the water are infective, and B, what we can do about that. I just wondered if you could possibly address how those findings will inform policy management or have a practical use. Thanks.
Sure. Sure. So I can address both the where would this information go? And also I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Lichtenberg, to give information that's from other studies that can help inform what we would think infectivity would be if we were set up to study it. So hang on, why don't you start with the infectivity piece first, and then I can say where we would go from here.
Sure. So
please identify yourself first.
I'm Dr. Stuart Lichtenberg. I'm a research scientist here at the University of Minnesota. Came to MinPro about 1.5 years ago. My specialty is in the environmental implications of prions and prion diseases. So I would say in regard to prion infectivity in water, there was one study to my knowledge that was able to detect prions in water aside from ours, but again, infectivity itself has not been established. Now, that being said, establishing infectivity per se from any given sample is quite a bit different than what we've been doing so far. To establish infectivity with a prion disease, you pretty much have to do what's called an animal bioassay. That means we have to have animals that we're going to subject to our given samples that we've collected and see if they get sick. And unfortunately, with prion diseases, like everything else related to prions, it's a complicated process. It takes about 2 years to get through that whole thing. Have to have multiple animals set up. It's a whole different game compared to what we're asking for here. So we are interested in pursuing that at some point in the future with both this and other environmental samples that we've been collecting over the years. But it's a little bit outside the scope of what we're interested in with this particular study. With this particular study, we're more interested in tracing where prions are going and why they're going there, and where we can expect possibly to find things like hotspots, that sort of thing, in the event of, say, an outbreak on a captive servant facility, that sort of thing. It's basically a tool to let us predict where we may have trouble in the future, where we may be able to address things like fencing off of certain areas, that sort of thing, mitigation practices, so on and so forth. Again, all that comes in the future. The main goal of this work is to address where things are going and where we can expect to find prions based upon things like hydrology and water flow and so on and so forth.
All right, does that answer your question?
That was part of it.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
please ask the second part.
Yeah. So the second part on how could managers use this information, this kind of adds a layer onto how this can move through the environment. There's a lot of focus now on the animals, specifically animal to animal transmission, animal to environment, kind of transmission, and then like storing of the prion in the environment. What this particular project seeks to address and how we would share that with, say, wildlife managers, watershed managers, natural resource management organizations, is to think about how far prions could move through waterways. So for example, if there's an outbreak on the landscape at a certain place, it's not a matter of that place itself being fenced off is contaminated. What we're finding is soil erodes and becomes stream sediment, and that carries with it prions that can then move. So it's starting to think about how this might spread by water. And so it's that level of communication and risk map generation that would be communicated with resource managers.
Thanks. No other questions, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. Quick question from Commissioner Reese.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Thank you. Well, it's we'll say a comment. I think it's a failure of our commission to let an emerging issue proposal sit for 6 months without action. And I'm not blaming staff. I realize they have extreme workload, but we need to establish some processes and mechanisms that work for these emerging issues, because that's what it's set for. If we sit 6 months, that could be the difference of, that's why we have this fund, is to address these immediately. We can call these rapid response funds as well, and it's just not working for us. So I would encourage that we take a look at this next week, but we also at the same time look at mechanisms, whether it's a separate committee, executive committee action, staffing, or emerging issues. If we do this, in some cases, we're going to be too late. So I would encourage the commission to think of ways that we can help move this process along and live up to the intent of what it's for. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just move on from that comment. Okay. Next, we have line 20.
I'm sorry, Senator Western has his hand up.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Senator Western?
Madam Chair, question for the presenter. What are you doing to collaborate with information in Wisconsin or other states that have CWD currently?
Sure, my colleague, Dr. Wolf, is going to address that question.
Okay, please introduce yourself for the tape and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Senator Westrom. My name is Tiffany Wolf. I'm the co-director of the Minnesota Center for Prion Research and Outreach. Very much.
We're losing you a little bit. Could you get closer to the microphone?
About how we, apologies, appreciate the opportunity to share how we are going to disseminate this information to other state partners and interested parties. Our team at MinPro has a number of collaborators across various state agencies, including Wisconsin, Dr. Lichtenberg being one of them. We're also, several of us are members of the National CWD Research Consortium, which is a consortium of researchers and managers among various state agencies. These are many different outlets that we can tap into to share this information, aside from our more traditional routes through a lot of the scientific conferences and meetings that we attend that include both academic researchers as well as state agency partners and their researchers.
Madam Chair. Dr. Wolf, I guess what I'm wondering, seems like Wisconsin's had a lot more. I mean, they're our neighbor, but they've got their house is burning down if you compare that to the CWD we have in Minnesota versus Wisconsin. They've got a lot more of it. Had it longer, I think at least greater amounts, a lot longer than we have. So I would assume they would be much further down the road on this research. And so what are we doing with their research? Or are we just duplicating it? Or have they not found the concern to research this, and so we're doing it before they are. Can you give us just the lay of the land of that?
Absolutely.
Ms. Cohen? Oh, no,
Dr. Wolf is going to handle.
I'm sorry. Please, excuse me. Yes, please.
No. Absolutely. And apologies if I misunderstood your question. We have existing partnerships with Wisconsin. This is cutting edge research. Dr. Lichtenberg was previously at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He's joined our team as of a couple of years ago to really help us advance this environmental research. There are very few research institutions that are conducting this kind of work, specifically looking at dissemination of prions into the environment and thinking about where do they go, do they persist, or how do they move and are transported. So this is novel, it's cutting edge. We have existing partnerships with Wisconsin, and we would be very excited to leverage those to collaborate to not only conduct this work in Minnesota, but also in Wisconsin, where, as you point out, it has been at a much higher level for a longer period of time. And if time allows, I'm happy to let Dr. Lichtenberg expound upon some of those partnerships.
Thank you. Senator Westrom, any more?
Well, Madam Chair, just a brief follow-up to that, Dr. Wolf. So do we know the prions existing in the soil right now transfer to other animals, and especially deer, and then cause that CWD in the next deer? And do we know the prions in the soil that then move down a river, consumed by another deer or animal, now causes CWD in those animals? Do we know that from the prions, or what's the status with the current prions in either the soil or the moving water?
Who wants to answer that? Dr. Wolf, go ahead.
Thank you for those questions. We are learning a lot still. We know from experimental work that prions bound to soil are infectious to other deer. We know this through experimental studies. We also have information from captive studies where deer are reintroduced to a contaminated paddock. So prions are in the environment, whether they be bound to soil or remnant carcass materials, those deer can become infected, even in the absence of deer already infected in that environment. So that is strictly a result of the contaminated environment. How much a role water plays into this, as far as a route of transmission of CWD to the next year, that part we don't know yet. We have more information about the soil piece. As Dr. Carwin mentioned, we know that it's the sediment component of water that is moving where the prions are found. And so the same processes of transmission from those sediments, or what we know of soil, may be extrapolated to those sediments that may be carried by water. But we have only in more recent years acquired the ability to actually be able to study this in the field. And so this is an attempt to answer more of these questions that you pose here with the new tools that we have at our disposal.
Okay. Thank
All
you
right,
very
thank
much.
you.
Representative Heinzman, do you have a quick question?
Thank you for this hand down now.
I believe I lowered my hand, Madam Chair, so
all right. Perfect.
there shouldn't be anything
All right.
indicating
Thank you very
otherwise.
much for your presentation, and let's keep moving on. We're going to move to line 130, project 154, removing mercury from Minnesota waters. And Dr. Szymanski, you're back.
I'm back. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Again, my name is Mike Szymanski. I'm an associate professor in the Biotechnology Institute and the Department of Biochemistry at the University of Minnesota. My lab uses precision genetics to engineer all across the tree of life, from microbes to fish to plants and insects. Since this isn't the second time that you're seeing me today, I want to make clear that the other project does not use transgenic plants. Those were genome edited, but not transgenic. But this project does use transgenic organisms, specifically to deal with the problem of methylmercury. So methylmercury is an environmental pollutant in aquatic ecosystems. It's a neurotoxic compound, specifically in developing young children, infants. And those of you who fish or those of you who eat fish are probably well aware of the problem with methylmercury. Leads to strict limits on the amount of fish that can be consumed on a weekly basis or a monthly basis without causing adverse health effects. So our idea was to introduce genes that evolved in soil bacteria, and using precision genetics to write these into the genome of fish to allow fish to degrade methylmercury. There's two bacterial genes that allow us to do this. One removes the methyl group from mercury, and the other reduces a form of the atom called mercury 2 to a form called mercury 0, which is actually volatile and will leave the fish and go back to the upper atmosphere. Now, most of the methylmercury in our environments is anthropogenic. It comes from human activities. And you don't see many proposals to remediate our waters because it's such a pervasive problem. It comes from the atmosphere. It could be coal burning plants in China or gold mining in Africa that causes contamination in even the most pristine lakes in Minnesota. So it doesn't matter where you are, every lake, every body of water in Minnesota has methylmercury pollution. Our goal would be, and we've already reduced this to a proof of concept in a project that started in my lab several years ago. We know that we can engineer laboratory fish with these genes and have them remediate or break down methylmercury. Our vision would be to engineer a fish that's more suitable for release. And that's why we're working with fathead minnows here, which are pictured over my right shoulder. Fathead minnows are the most abundant freshwater fish east of the Mississippi. Over the past several years, my group has developed protocols to be able to precisely rewrite the genome of these fish. You may see two of them are slightly pink. We added an optional third gene to make them visually identifiable. And our goal would be to test these fathead minnows to verify with increasingly realistic environments that they can remove methylmercury from the food chain. And the long-term vision would be to release sterile fish that were engineered. We would sterilize them so that they would not pass on the recombinant DNA to any other wild fish. But being low in the food chain, these fish would actively remediate methylmercury, removing it from the environment. And as they're predated upon, those larger game fish would accumulate less methylmercury, making them safer to eat for humans or animals in the environment. So that's the project I'm proposing, and I'll set my time down and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from commission members? Yes, Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for your proposal. I'm curious, how likely should your hypothesis prove that these transgenic fish do actually reduce mercury? How likely is it that you would get regulatory approval to deploy them in Minnesota waters?
Thank you, Representative Albrecht, and thank you for that question. So activity 2 of our proposal is to begin those conversations in earnest with the key stakeholders, including the local regulators, the federal regulators. I'll say that in another project in my lab where we're developing genetically engineered agents to control invasive carp, we've already had conversations with state and local regulators. There are emerging biotechnologies that include environmental release of recombinant organisms that have been approved at a federal level, nothing in the state yet. But we are breaking new ground with this. This would be the first of its type of technology to clean up pollution using a genetically engineered animal. We know that many things that regulators are concerned about, namely persistence of a transgene in the environment, would actually be easier to control with recombinant animals versus microbes, for example. There's about a half dozen ways we could sterilize fish before releasing them to ensure that they can't spread those genes to their wild counterparts. So I do think that there's a regulatory path forward. I already have the respective regulatory staff members in my Rolodex, and activity 2 of this proposal would be to fund workshops to inform them early and often of the status of the technology and figure out, what permits and when would have to be secured for the first secure pond trials or small scale field trials.
Do you have a follow-up? Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I'm really excited and interested by this. I think I think it's really innovative. My question is less around how it actually works and more around, I have never considered the impacts of mercury consumption on wildlife. But because there is wildlife that primarily eats fish, right? There are predators, whether they're, other fish or if they're, bears or whatever. What is the impact to our ecosystem and that wildlife from that mercury consumption?
Thank you for the question, Representative Hollins. It's a known impact, but it's difficult to measure. The way we measure the impact in humans has to do with cognitive impairment. It's hard to do an IQ test on wildlife, right? But presumably, the brains of mammals work the same, across the tree of life. That's how our modern drug testing works. We tend to test things on animals before bringing them to clinical trials in humans. And so the impacts on cognitive impairment would be similar, but again, difficult to measure precisely.
Follow-up, Representative Hollins?
No, I'm just thinking, so we might have smarter wild animals if we were successful.
That's a new. I hadn't thought of that concern yet. I like that. I get a lot of Jurassic Park questions, but having smarter animals, smarter bears breaking into the picnic baskets. It's like Yogi Bear.
Thank you.
This is almost sci-fi. All right. Any other questions from commission members? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay. We are on to line 32, project number 250, Advancing for Evergreen Agriculture by Mitchell Hunter. If you would identify yourself and then you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Mitch Hunter, and I'm the Associate Director of the Forever Green Initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our proposal. Forever Green is a research and implementation platform at the University of Minnesota. We are working to transform the Minnesota agricultural landscape to protect and enhance our natural resources. While Minnesota farms are highly productive today, current cropping practices leave over 15 million acres of cropland bare with no living plant cover from September or October through May and into June. These 15 million acres are so extensive that they show up on satellite images as a big brown spot. Our basic goal is to take that big brown spot and turn it green with living cover from productive crops. So why is this so important? Without plants covering the soil, it's vulnerable to erosion, and nutrients like nitrate and phosphorus can easily leach to the groundwater or run off into streams and lakes. This hurts fish and other aquatic organisms by reducing the clarity of the water and causing harmful algal blooms. Back on land, wildlife and pollinators also suffer when there are no living plants, which they rely on for food and shelter. Of course, natural ecosystems evolved with year-round plant cover, and that's what the animals need to thrive. Finally, bare soil is a source of CO2 emissions because the soil microbes are always chewing up soil carbon and emitting CO2. And if it's bare, there are no plants there to take the CO2 back out of the atmosphere. So in short, soil is meant to be covered by living plants. To address the big brown spot and turn those 15 million acres green, we need a big systemic solution. And that's what we're working on in Forever Green. We're developing new profitable crops that can be integrated into our current cropping systems to keep the soil covered all year round. We call this continuous living cover. And our portfolio includes over 15 new crops, which you can see here on the screen behind me. Some are perennial, which means that they grow back every year for multiple years. The most famous of these is Kernza, the first commercially viable perennial grain. Thanks to our research and many partnerships, Minnesota is a leading producer of Kernza, and there are over 50 products on the market nationwide, including this cereal here from General Mills, and beer from many different breweries, including Bang Brewing here in St. Paul. Another exciting new perennial is hazelnuts, which we are developing into the first agroforestry nut crop for the upper Midwest, with huge benefits for wildlife habitat and carbon sequestration. Our partner, the American Hazelnut Company, is already selling great hazelnut products, and we are on the cusp of releasing improved varieties that will help the industry grow. We're also developing winter annuals, which are crops that you plant in the fall and harvest the next spring. Some of these are winter hardy versions of the crops that you already know, like barley, durum wheat, and pea. But there's a ton of momentum behind a new crop, winter camelina, which can produce low carbon oil for transportation, while also protecting soil and water quality and producing vast fields of yellow flowers to feed pollinators in the spring. A couple of years ago, LCCMR funded an on-farm implementation project that's helping farmers adopt winter camelina in 3 targeted watersheds. And this project has been oversubscribed due to high farmer interest. Some of those farmers are selling their grain to Cargill as part of a pilot program that we're a partner in. So in other words, Forever Green is making real progress toward our mission of continuous living cover. And we've requested LCCMR funding to help advance these efforts. We'll deploy the funds through our competitive grant program with research focusing on the following outcomes: improving the crops through traditional plant breeding, determining how to manage them in a way that provides key environmental benefits and is also profitable for farmers, which is critical if we want these crops to scale up to millions of acres. Identifying new end uses, including feed, food, fuel, and beyond, and developing robust markets and supply chains to enable widespread adoption and maximize the benefits for Minnesota's natural resources. This research will directly advance our crops toward commercial viability and help get them on the landscape. We are very focused on this research making a real difference in the real world. On that note, I want to highlight another LCCMR proposal called Developing Markets for Continuous Living Cover Crops, which is designed to help the small businesses that are building the market for these forever green crops. In closing, we are extremely grateful for your past support, and we hope that you will continue to support us going forward. LCCMR funding will greatly accelerate our progress with widespread benefits for Minnesota's natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the commission members? Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think over the last 10 to 15 years, the state has invested about $22 million into Forever Green. And, we've done that through AGREET. We've done that, I think, through Agri. We've done that through Clean Water and some parts here. So my question is why here and why now, if we've had those other sources of funding?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Madam Chair and members, thank you for the question. I think you're all familiar with the way that research goes, especially when you're working on a broad portfolio and a big transformative idea. A little bit of funding only goes so far, and we're incredibly grateful for the 22 some million that we've received from the state over time. But when you're talking about bringing over a dozen crops from a very nascent stage, some of them wild plants, to the point where they are viable as crops for farmers, where they have end uses developed, we've addressed regulatory barriers, we've got a market built. It really takes some substantial investment. And an analogy we like to draw is with the crops that we have on the landscape today. We wouldn't have corn adapted to Minnesota. We wouldn't have soybean in Minnesota. We wouldn't have wheat. We wouldn't have really any of our crops if there hadn't been research done here in the University of Minnesota to bring them forward. And that has been sustained over decades for many of those crops. We still are doing research on corn and soybean and wheat and all of our other commercial crops to enhance them and make them work better for farmers. So, research is usually not a one-off when you're trying to make systemic change like this, and it does require a substantial amount of investment, but we're not trying to design a system that depends on that investment to succeed. Ultimately, We are releasing these crops. That's happening now. They're going out in the marketplace, and they will live or die and make their impact or not based on their uptake in the market and private money, not state money.
Follow up?
And I believe that's correct. They'll live or die according to the market. So, when does the state end its initiative? Is it 20 years? Is it 30 years? Is it 40 years? Or do we look at it money? Do we end it after 22 million or 30 million or 40 million or 50 million? When we have competing demands for money. So I think we're at that stage now of asking those questions. It's not back at 2010 or 2012. We're now at 2024, 2026. So that we need those answers, I guess, now on projection of where do we go? Because if it doesn't get picked up, if there isn't the transition, and I sympathize with the effort because during this time we've had even more monopolization of crops. So what, as policymakers and as people recommending the use of the public's money, when do we say we're done?
Mr. Hunter?
Yes, Madam Chair and members, thank you for the question. I think the short answer is when it's no longer a good investment. And I would say that at this point, it still is not only a good investment, but critical to make good on not only those 20-some million of state funds, but the additional 80-some or more of federal and private funds that have come in. So we have leveraged the state funds many times over to bolster our work. And we're at that point where we're going to see these things take off. And so, for instance, winter camelina, which I mentioned, a couple of years ago, there were probably 100 or 200 acres in Minnesota. Right now, we're about to harvest some 1,500 acres. And we see another big jump coming this fall. That's because through our ability to improve this crop, through a lot of outreach, we've developed a strong partnership with Cargill. And so they are out there with a contract so farmers can grow it and they have some terms that they can get their head around economically. And that's still just the beginning. For that to reach the massive scale, the massive potential that it has, which is truly over 1 million acres for that one crop alone, we're going to need stronger varieties. And our breeding pipeline right now has varieties that are earlier maturing, that are increasing seed size, that are increasing yield. And to really reach the potential, we can't leave those varieties on the shelf. We need to move them forward, and we need to bring the management information along with them so that we can have this actually work at the really large scale that we hope it can to improve our natural resources. So I would say that right now, these additional dollars are still a really good investment to advancing this and making it real for Minnesota.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hunter, for the presentation. I was a skeptic of some of these alternative cropping systems. To some extent still am, but I am seeing the incremental progress that you're making. So I think you are on the right track overall. I would ask how many farmers are currently involved in production of these crops, and then if you were to project 5, 10, 20 years from now, what will the economic impact be based on the incremental gain you're seeing at this point in time? Do you have that information to share?
Dr. Hunter?
Madam Chair and members, thank you. So in terms of number of farmers, there have been about 30 plus who've adopted Kernza, tried out Kernza. There have been 15 or 20 that are part of this fall, this past fall's winter camelina pilot. And then a smattering of others that have taken on some of our other crops that are at that commercial stage. You have to remember that only a few at this point are at the commercial stage. A number of others are at pre-commercial or earlier in the R&D process. But going into this fall, we are, along with Cargill, doing a massive recruitment effort because we know we need to greatly increase the number of farmers who are producing winter camelina specifically. So we expect to see the number of farmers grow quite rapidly. We're also seeing, you know, you never want to count your chickens, but we're seeing signs of a resurgence in the Kernza market. There was a bit of a downturn, a bit of a lull as the supply and demand were finding each other. But on multiple levels now, we're seeing demand coming back. The market is kind of stabilized, and the channels that we're seeing open up are both larger and you know, more robust than what we had seen in the past. So we expect farms and acres to both grow. And as far as the economic impact, what we can rely on is we've commissioned a study with a group called Ecotone Analytics that indicated that, broadly speaking, for this portfolio of crops, so I can't speak to individual ones, but for the portfolio, that widespread adoption of continuous living cover crops could increase on-farm, let me make sure I'm getting it right, net revenues, net versus gross is always challenging, but increase on-farm net revenues by about 20% if you kind of hold everything else equal. So I think that there's real potential for these crops to add value on the farm as well.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reese.
So you mentioned Cargill. How are the farmers being recruited? Is it through direct interaction, direct payments? Is it through market incentives, increased pricing, contracts, things of that nature? How are you developing the pull to pull farmers into these crops?
Dr. Hunter?
Madam Chair and members, great question. Multiple avenues. So there's no question that Cargill putting a contract out there was a huge catalyst. So the first question that farmers always ask is, what's the market? Can't spend the money, can't devote your land to this and not something else, and take the time if there's no market to sell the crop, right? So Cargill coming to the table and creating that market has been huge. And they put a contract out there with quite reasonable, favorable terms that can give farmers some confidence that they're going to get paid. Also, it's Cargill, not a fly-by-night organization, so they can expect to get paid, which is very helpful. But we're packaging that with a set of other incentives. The biggest of those being a program that we run called the Environmental and Economic Clusters of Opportunity Program, or the ECO program. And so that provides technical assistance. We have a full-time field agronomist who I know he's blocked off all of next week because he expects to be going around to farms to support the camelina harvest. And he's supporting throughout the year in various ways, as well as financial assistance. So we can provide a small incentive of payment for water quality benefits, nitrate leaching reduction in particular, as well as financial risk payment. If the market doesn't pan out, if production goes poorly, we can help cover half of the cost of production for those farmers because we know they're taking a risk, trying something new. We don't want to hang them out to dry. And so I think it's this combination, this package that's helping bring farmers in. And then as far as recruitment, we have our networks through Forever Green. Cargill has its own networks. We've been doing some joint outreach events, a couple of field days and meetings that have generated a lot of interest. So that's how we're approaching it.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. Just one short question. I may have missed this. I apologize if I did, but the question is, you have about 4 million that, or maybe more, that to hand out in grants. What would be the average grant amount and how many farmers are expecting to grant to?
Dr. Hunter?
Madam Chair and members, thank you for the question. So a little bit of background on our internal grant program. These grants are primarily directed at University of Minnesota researchers to advance the research, to improve the crop, improve the management practices, et cetera. They do include at times collaboration with farms, so some on-farm research, participatory research where we're learning together with farmers. The nature of these grants, though, is to advance research, not to directly support farmers. We have that other program that I mentioned, the ECO program, which is funded by the Clean Water Fund. That program is in place to support farmers. To the other part of your question, the grants that we provide for research in the past have been capped at $350,000. So that allows us to provide a number of grants with the amount of money that we're requesting, which is necessary when you have a portfolio like this behind me with this many crops. as well as multiple different aspects, the breeding, environmental and soil science, the management research, food science and biosystems engineering to develop the end use. We need to make sure that we are bringing each of those pieces along kind of in tandem. So we cap the grant amount relatively low to be able to address more issues at the same time.
Oh, okay. I just have a quick question. Where can I see this? I drive a lot through farm country. I've never seen it and in action. Still can't find Kernza in the store. So I'm just trying to figure out with this $5 million, what percentage are we going to see on the ground?
Yes, Madam Chair and members. So good question. The acreage amounts are still a lot lower than we want them to be. No question about that. I'd be happy to follow up with you and bring you to a Kernza field, bring you to a Camelina field. We certainly have plenty out there that we can speak to, or bring folks on campus, of course, to do a tour of what we're up to. This product, this cereal, is in every Whole Foods store, so that's relatively easy to access. Kodiak cakes with Kernza are in Walmarts. The products are becoming more available, certainly. You can also get a lot of them online. And then, there's clusters around the state where we have farmers who are interested in working with us, West Central, Southeast, and there are times when I'm driving through farm country and I say, "Oh my gosh, that's winter camelina. That's very exciting thing for me," and we just want to see more of that. So that's why we're hoping that this research funding will come through and allow us to accelerate the work all the way from the basic breeding and genomics and to getting the crops out the door to farmers.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hunter.
Thank you.
All right, a little bit ahead of schedule here. Let's go to evaluation line 35, project 294, zooplankton data to support lake health, presentation by Jake Walsh, excuse me.
Yeah,
Good.
Absolutely.
Welcome, and please state your name and you can then proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members, for the opportunity to present our proposed research. I'm Dr. Jake Walsh from the University of Minnesota Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology. I'm a lake ecologist, and I'll be joining the department as an assistant professor in the fall of 2025. So with over 10,000 economically and culturally valuable lakes, Minnesotans are deeply invested in protecting and improving lake health. With that stewardship comes countless challenges that threaten the things that we value in lakes, like robust fisheries and high quality water. Often our toolbox for understanding and addressing these challenges is limited. Zooplankton, the tiny and abundant free-floating animals in lakes, are a centrally important biological community that could be key for expanding our capacity to monitor and manage lake health. Because they're microscopic and we don't get to see them swimming in the water, most people don't even know that zooplankton exists, much less the outsized role that they play in shaping our lakes. Practically, these tiny animals have an outsized importance for lake management in terms of two critical management outcomes: improving water quality in algal blooms and supporting robust fisheries. Zooplankton are critically linked to both fish and water quality as they transfer matter and energy between algae and fish. Every species of fish uses zooplankton as a food source at some point in their life, and many depend on zooplankton their entire lives. For water quality, zooplankton can eat algae quickly enough to completely clear the water. So losing zooplankton can lead to lower numbers of fish and smaller fish, as well as murkier water with more algal blooms. Lucky for us, zooplankton are also an extremely responsive indicator of lake health. They're our canary in a coal mine. We already covered how they're linked to important lake services like fisheries and water quality. They're also linked to drivers of change such as water chemistry and temperature. Zooplankton often grow, reproduce, and die in a matter of days or weeks. And this live fast strategy means zooplankton abundance and easier to measure individual traits change quickly in response to changes in lakes, making them ideal early warning indicators. So just to frame their importance another way, improving our understanding of the role zooplankton play in lake management parallels innovation in the management of their ecosystems. So thinking of tiny animals with an outsized importance, could we manage our crops or our gardens without understanding pollinators? Or thinking about grazers, could we manage forests or wolves without understanding deer? Zooplankton give us the means to improve Minnesota's lakes, but we need research that identifies the management levers to do so. Fortunately, Minnesota is home to some of, if not the most valuable zooplankton data sets in the country. The Minnesota Department of Natural Resources has identified and measured nearly 1.5 million zooplankton from 413 lakes and 63 counties, referenced in this map here on my background. So these data have provided individual cases that highlight the value that we lose when zooplankton are threatened. And we propose to broaden this understanding to 1, better understand the role of zooplankton in water quality and fisheries, and 2, develop tools to use zooplankton community data as an early warning indicator to rapidly respond to changes in lake health. Minnesota is already a national leader in assessing and managing lake health, and we have the zooplankton data to make this project a success. We'll use long-term data collected through the Minnesota DNR Large Lakes and Sentinel Lakes programs to build the research foundation needed to understand the specific measurable relationships between zooplankton, fish, and water quality using formal time series analysis and causal inference, which is my research background. We'll also use these data sets to leverage zooplankton as indicators of lake health. Zooplankton as early warning indicators will be an important and unique tool to monitor lake health and could integrate well into existing Minnesota DNR indicator databases through the Watershed Health Assessment Framework program. Data from this program are public-facing, and they're used for managing lakes and watersheds by local governments and citizen groups across the state. In addition to sharing products publicly, project results will feed directly into state research and management. Our project team includes our co-PI, Dr. Heidi Rantola, a Minnesota DNR fisheries research scientist, and we collaborate with a Minnesota DNR statewide zooplankton specialist. Project goals and products align with the zooplankton specialist duties and fisheries research needs. This foundational research will be used to identify operationally meaningful research and management opportunities. So to sum up, even though we can't see them at work, zooplankton are critical to lakes. Because of this, as a lake zooplankton community is both an important management lever and a canary in a coal mine that quickly tells us about lake health. This project will provide the foundational data management and analytical support to better use an immensely valuable Minnesota data set of an often overlooked but centrally important group of animals in our lakes. So thank you, Madam Chair and members, for your time and consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walsh. Questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I have one. Since zooplankton is so valuable, and this may be a dumb question, can we take some of it and introduce it into lakes that really need some cleanup or have some benefit from bringing it over to another lake?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is a great question. So there are billions of zooplankton in every lake in the state, and they're incredibly numerous. Changing how abundant they are directly is a challenge because they live and die so quickly, and they can be eaten by fish so quickly. And so managing zooplankton directly often comes from manipulating sort of the environment around them. So one really classic example is changing the number of big fish-eating fish in the lake, which reduces the number of predators that larger algae grazing zooplankton have. And I think a lot of other really important where there's still a lot of research needs has to do with understanding zooplankton habitat and how to better preserve zooplankton habitat. We know they use the bottom of lakes. We know they use the nearshore sort of plant-rich littoral zone as refuge from predation. But what we don't understand largely is how our management behavior in nearshore areas or in the watershed, which impacts the bottom waters of lakes, is going to be impacting zooplankton. And so sort of creating a lake that is good for zooplankton can feed back positively in terms of their role in water quality and fisheries.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you for that presentation. I think zooplankton are a relatively unstudied organism or class of organisms in Minnesota, so I'm glad to see this project. That said, I'm curious if your group is working with any of the tribes or intertribal organizations within the state.
Yeah.
Dr. Walsh?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. That's a spectacular question. So this is a big part of where I see my research program going. I'm a descendant of the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa here in the state. I'm a member of the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society. And I think working on this sort of foundational data wrangling and research component is a big part of trying to reach out to, I think, often time-strapped tribal organizations. And I am very curious about sort of the role zooplankton play in managing tribal waters and fisheries, and how tribes address that. I know I haven't personally talked to somebody from Fond du Lac about zooplankton at all, and I'd love to sort of bridge that gap and think about where these sort of little spirits or Monty Dunes fit in this broader food web of lakes and sort of how we live with them. So that's something that, yeah, I think it's a great question, and I'm happy that I'm able to talk about it a little bit more here.
Thank you.
Follow up? No. Okay.
No, thank you.
Other questions from commission members? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Walsh. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we are moving on to line 36, project number 295, trialing climate-ready woodland trees in urban areas by Alicia Coleman. You on board here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Alicia, yeah, yeah. Alicia Coleman, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, now, yes, we can see you now. Thank you.
Good.
Please introduce yourself and then start with your proposal.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, Commission members. My name is Dr. Alicia Coleman, and I am a new Assistant Professor of Urban and Community Forestry in the Department of Forest Resources at the University of Minnesota. And I'm excited to talk with you today about two of my favorite topics, which are trees in cities and the people that manage them. So I just wanted to briefly cover what we're saying when we talk about urban forest, because it means something to everyone. And by definition includes all of the trees and vegetation in areas of impervious surface, which includes different places around our state and around the world, from dense rural downtown areas to far expanses of larger cities. But regardless of location, people are active participants in tree removal and the replanting of tree species. And this can happen for many reasons, because of the natural aging of the forest stock, just like we see in larger forested landscapes, or because of abrupt disturbances, like we all know about Dutch elm disease and emerald ash borer. Also, within the past few decades, expanding the urban tree canopy cover is a new and incredibly important initiative in our urban and community forests in order to provide and expand access to ecosystem services for a greater number of urban and community residents. Regardless, the future composition of our urban forests continues to be in our control. And we now know that we need to be replanting trees with a far greater species diversity in our downtowns and larger city centers that include other species than ash and elm in order to have healthy and sustainable urban forest systems for the long run. Trees and species selection decisions across entire cities and metro areas don't just happen by one authority. They happen by large landholders with legal care and control of urban forests, like municipalities and county governments. But it's actually urban and private residents that hold the greatest amount of tree canopy cover on private residential property across urban areas. We also have anecdotal evidence from our ongoing relationship with urban forests and urban land managers that they're already trialing new species of trees more native to southern parts of the United States. And some of these trees are large, established, and thriving in places like Minneapolis and the University of Minnesota campus. And I have one example here today of a tulip poplar that was picked off a young tree right here in front of Green Hall on the St. Paul campus. And it's because of these opportunities to deliberately and intentionally expand species diversity in urban and community forests, and to engage with the public and private stakeholders that are already undertaking this work, that I've developed a unique collaboration with UMN Extension Forestry and University of Minnesota Urban Forest Research Lab to engage what managers are already engaged in, which is to deliberately study the species that are not currently common to our region of the world, but are predicted to thrive, survive, and provide additional canopy in places where we need it the most. And the funding we've requested will support 2 different streams of data collection related to new tree trials, as well as with a participatory science campaign intended to engage private residents as well as urban land managers in not only the data collection process, but understanding what they perceive to be the values, benefits, and long-term risks associating with managing trees that may be new to our region. So ultimately, the proposed outcomes that we hope to achieve with this project is to create a tree canopy worth preserving and understanding climate-adapted tree survival along the way using science and protocol that have been established by the U.S. Forest Service. We also want to improve our understanding of different managers' risk tolerance for these tree species in order to better serve them as they are navigating this new terrain of tree care and survival across these new landscapes that we are living in. Also, our opportunity for participatory science elevates the involvement and feedback between individuals, new organizations, and overall the urban forest science that is able to take place at places here like the new. And just to reiterate, this is a really exciting new collaboration across cross-disciplinary entities at the University of Minnesota. And it is a topic that students and stakeholders alike continue to be excited about and are anxious to think about through a critical lens. And I think we can play a really important role in helping to navigate these tough conversations with the best science-backed information that we can provide. So thank you, Commission members, for I'd be glad to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Commission members, any questions or comments? Commissioner Peichel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the stressors that urban and community trees face, where does climate change rank compared to things like soil compaction, root space, and even chloride contamination?
Yeah, so in my arboriculture class, I like to say that there are 25 different things that we need to think about when we are planting a new tree in the right place. Climate change and cold hardiness zone is one of those things. So it is something that urban foresters and arborists have been thinking about kind of by accident or by necessity for a very long time. And is something that has been part of the equation, but is also becoming something become more top of mind for folks as well, and that they've been doing organically and on their own, like I said, by planting species more native to the southern United States here.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Peichel? Good. I understand Representative Hollins, you have a question or a comment? Go ahead.
You got there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say Holly Athena or something. Sorry, partner.
Well, my mom's name's Holly, so you were close. I just wanted to thank you for this project. I think it's really important, and we know how critical tree coverage is as we, as summers become longer and hotter and more destructive. And also, as a person who lives on a block where all of my ash trees, our old gorgeous ash trees, were taken out last year, I was relieved to see the city replanting with a variety of different types of trees, but I know that that's not always the case. And I just learned yesterday that we are scheduled to have approximately 1 billion ash trees in the state of Minnesota that will be removed or will be affected by emerald ash borers. And so this is going to be actually an incredibly critical, a critical aspect of everything that we're doing moving forward. And we have to think about it now because it took, 50 to 75 years for those trees to grow to the size they were when they were providing that shade. And so I shudder to think what summers will be like in 75 years. So thank you so much for the work you're doing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Hollins. Representative Heinzman, you've got a question or a comment for our proposer?
I do have a question, Mr. Chair. I am curious, been working in the forest industry for quite some time, and our there are examples. I'm sure there's lots of them. I just can't think of any of them off the top of my head in my region, the Crow Wing County area, so direct center of the state. I can't think of any native tree species that I no longer see due to a change in climate. Like I said, there's probably something. And the reason that I'm asking is I'm wondering if we may be setting ourselves up for a potential problem. We've had talk of drought for a long time, 3 years, and now, of course, nobody's talking about drought anymore. Should the climate somehow begin to change and we see a trend towards cooler, could we potentially put ourselves in a pickle?
If I could just repeat the question. So it was if we could potentially be setting ourselves up for further issues by only relying on climate adapted tree species because of all of the other issues that already exist. Is that a summary?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you. So more specifically, I'm trying to think of a native species that is in my part of the state that is declining because of trending higher temperatures.
Understood. So I believe that there is evidence of new invasive species coming in from out east that are affecting things like maples, things like birch and beech. And when I'm thinking about cities in particular, native trees tend to thrive in areas with larger soil volumes and places where they have adequate space to grow. But thinking about places in between the sidewalk and the streets, these are often trees that are less native to areas to begin with and have either been horticulturally adapted or are smaller statured trees from the outset altogether. So I believe these are really the areas that I'm speaking to most explicitly, are planting spaces that do not constitute most of the urban woodlands, but provide direct access and shade and the sites and benefits of pollinators, and even flowering, images of flowering fruits and things for residents from the outset. So I think where the issues you describe are a little bit very complementary, but may not be directly addressed by the purpose of this study. And there's an area of future research, absolutely.
Representative Heinzman, follow up.
Thank you, Chair. No, really only a comment. My question was, of course, are there native species that are declining? Do they don't think that an answer really or the other? That's okay. My only takeaway on a personal level that possibly could apply to these urban plantings would be, it seems as though the native species may be a better option than some of the others that we hope might be the future, but of course we don't know that. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Heinzman.
With apologies, I was having difficulty hearing the question as well. I guess if I may add a comment.
Certainly, Dr.
Thank you. That the species that we are most interested in are not just things that we're coming up with on our own. We're working in consultation with partners at the DNR and using lists derived by the NIAX, the Northeastern Institute of Climate Adaptation Science, in order to responsibly introduce species that may not have their native ranges typical here of Minnesota, but as I mentioned, are already being planted by land managers and have been for quite some time. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Yep. And Dr. Coleman, I've got a question myself. I spent 13 years in Sweden, so this idea of moving tree species in the forest products industry is not new. I remember doing work in Sweden where Scots pine is half of the 90% of the commercially available tree species, but they had introduced loblolly pine because their forest products people thought that would be a better. So we went out to this stand. It wasn't. but it was species in similar conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So that idea, you know, it's been around for some decades. I think that was probably about in the 70s or the 80s that they did that. So this idea that we might be moving species from other countries, let alone south to north, and this sort of thing isn't really anything new. And I think that's, and this is somewhat following on what Representative Hines said, we're going to be trying different species. Our own Dr. Frelick has said that, you know, our climate, if it continues like it is, that in our areas of central Minnesota, maple will have taken over, and birch is on the decline now, I might argue. And so that sort of thing, I don't think it's new. That's what we're trying to determine. And then, as you stated, with the invasion of these different species, loss of other species, and so on, you know, what's going to happen with our ash? The black ash forest could be gone almost to 100% within 50 years. So that's part of it. That's what your research really is attempting to help clarify some of that area.
It absolutely is. Yes. Thank you for that. Yes. And doing so in a very controlled and meticulous way too, I think can assure some authority over any potential negative effects as well.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Any other further comments or questions from commission members? Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it, Dr. Coleman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And thank you, Commissioner Faber.
Oh. Representative Heinzman, did you have a question or comment?
I specifically be acutely interested. Years ago, I was one of those that thought that the DNR might be something Scotch pine, which you just mentioned, and we thought we would give it a go. So I planted well over 1,000 of them, and unfortunately, it was near failure as they didn't do very well here, as opposed to what had been suggested. So, just a cautionary tale. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
What I would follow up with that, Representative Heinzman, is I find it very easy to pick out the individual Scots pine in a red pine stand because you'll see them all over. And I don't think my students oftentimes won't know that it's not the same species. You see one tree next to the other because they're quite similar. But yeah, it wasn't any great success. So, okay. Any further comments, questions? Thank you. We'll move on.
All right. I'll take over. Thank you, Commissioner Faber. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to line 23, and that's project number 180. The impacts of climate change on northeastern Minnesota. Our presenter is Chris Knopf. Chris, if you're here, please identify yourself and start your presentation.
Yes, I'm here. The video is not starting for me, or I can't see myself. Can you see me?
No. Let me see if we can do any tech magic here.
Okay, here we go. The host is engaging that.
Oh, there you are. You're on screen.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and other council members. I'm Chris Knopp, Executive Director of Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. Thank you for this opportunity to present our proposal, The Impacts of Climate Change on Northeastern Minnesota. As events over the past few days illustrate, the climate of northeastern Minnesota is changing and becoming more extreme. This underscores both the timeliness and importance of our proposal. Before I provide my project overview, I also want to thank you for the past support that the LCCMR has provided to Friends of the Boundary Waters for our No Boundaries to the Boundary Waters education program. Because of your support, each year we connect more than 2,500 Minnesota students from the Twin Cities to Ely, from Bemidji to Barnum, from the Fond du Lac Reservation to Grand Rapids, to the Boundary Waters through classroom presentations, field days, and scholarships for wilderness canoe trips. Last year, 160 Minnesota students went on Boundary Waters wilderness canoe trips thanks to your support. This very week, we have students from Bemidji, Ely, and Brooklyn Park on Boundary Waters wilderness canoe trips. Regarding our proposal, climate change is significantly impacting the habitat and wildlife of northeastern Minnesota. A range of government, tribal, academic, and private entities have conducted studies and other research relating to the impacts of climate change on the habitat and wildlife of the region. However, this information is siloed and fragmented across multiple databases and sources. As a consequence, it is difficult to develop a comprehensive understanding of the impact of climate change on the region's habitat and wildlife and assess appropriate responses to these impacts. Our solution: to address these challenges, we will first engage local, state, and federal governments, tribal governments, academic institutions, and nonprofit organizations to collect and aggregate studies and other data relating to the impacts of climate change on the habitat and wildlife of northeastern Minnesota and identify gaps in this data. Second, we will develop a publicly available web-based electronic database of information related to the impacts of climate change on the habitat and wildlife of northeastern Minnesota. Since Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness was founded nearly 50 years ago, we have played an active part in the management and protection of the boundary waters in the Quetico Superior ecosystem. This has required us to develop extensive technical and scientific knowledge regarding forestry, wildlife, hydrology, and other matters pertaining to the ecosystem of northeastern Minnesota. We continue to collaborate with a number of experts in these fields. This is what makes us an effective organization and puts us in a position to be a successful aggregator of research and data regarding climate change and a disseminator of this information through a publicly available database. The impacts. Our project will have the following beneficial impacts. First, we'll create a resource for stakeholders. Stakeholders will be able to easily access research from other entities, allowing for interdisciplinary approaches to understanding the impacts of climate change on the habitat and wildlife of northeastern Minnesota. Second, we will foster collaboration among professionals. Researchers and conservation professionals will be able to communicate with one another more easily, fostering collaboration on understanding the impacts of climate change on northeastern Minnesota. Third, we will educate and engage the public. The website will present the data in engaging and understandable formats, resulting in a public that is better informed on the impacts of climate change in northeastern Minnesota. The website will also enable the public to connect with citizen science programs run by researchers. Northeastern Minnesota is still reeling from the extreme weather events from earlier this week. While we cannot predict with certainty what the future climate of the region will look like, we can assemble the research and data to make science-based decisions on managing the landscape of northeastern Minnesota in the face of the anticipated impacts from climate change. I thank all of you for your service on the LCCMR and for providing me with this opportunity to present our project, The Impacts of Climate Change on Northeastern Minnesota. It would now be my pleasure to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Knopf. Questions from commission members? Any questions? I had a question, and I think I talked to you about this as well. Could you explain to us a little better why you were taking on this stakeholder and assembling data and whatnot versus what you've been doing is taking kids up and enjoying the boundary waters? If you could just
Sure,
talk about your collaboration.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we are a good fit for this project because we have a network throughout the conservation and environmental professionals that work in this region, and there's a real need for this. We collaborate with a range of government entities and tribal officials on this, and we became aware of this gap in this information. An example of our recent collaboration was earlier this year, the Superior National Forest opened a comment period to on updating the forest management plan for the Superior National Forest. That plan had not been updated in 30 years and includes no reference to climate change or the use of traditional ecological knowledge or indigenous fire or any of these other things. So we assembled experts from across a number of fields and provided robust comments to the Superior National Forest that includes addressing climate change, traditional ecological knowledge, and the like. And that's how we operate. So we're a networker and collaborator in assembling this information. And that's sort of the value added that we provide in this area here. And that's illustrated, Madam Chair, by the letters of support that we have from experts across disciplines. We have experts from the Institute on the Environment provided a letter of support. Dr. Lee Freelich from the Forest Ecology Center at the University of Minnesota provided a letter of support. As the Mille Lacs Band of Lake of Ojibwe provided a letter of support for this. So we work across disciplines, as well as the Nature Conservancy and Minnesota Audubon. So these are the entities we would work with together that would, and it's because of this network and our collaborative way of working why we're a good fit for making this project a success, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from commission members? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Whoops. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Heinzman.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was a little slow to push the button. I just really appreciated your question. I am not sure that it was completely covered in the response, but I kind of think there might be someone maybe better suited, although it sounded as though they feel they are, to collect data. There's quite a lot of other entities out there that do that frequently, as opposed to some of the outreach and trips, which I think there's plenty of people that support that and appreciate that effort. But the collection of data might not necessarily be in the wheelhouse necessarily of Friends of the Boundary Waters. Just once again, appreciate the question that you had, Madam Chair.
Representative Heiselman and Madam Chair, maybe I'll expand on that. I mean, we have for nearly 50 years provided technical comments on various aspects of forest management, and we're not doing primary research with this project. We're an assembler and aggregator of this information, and that is what we do. And we work with experts. We have a robust website where we provide information to the public. And that's what we'll do. We're a communicator and we're an assembler of information. And so that is the expertise that we have over nearly 50 years. We obviously get kids out into the environment. We have a community outreach program, and we also work to protect the wilderness. So we have a range of programs that we have here. And I can't speak to why other institutions have not done this, but I can say that academic institutions, other conservation organizations, and Native nations support what we do. And so that we have broad support looking to us to do this project.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Knopf.
Thank you.
Okay, next is line 17. Project number 098. Outreach for possible CWD spillover, and Dr. Michael Osterholm, who I think we probably all know him from television. So are you going to be on our real screen? Or
I should be.
You. Yeah, welcome to the LCCMR. Please state your name and then you may proceed with your proposal.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mike Osterholm. I'm a Regents Professor and Director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota. I want to thank the committee for their consideration of our proposal and the opportunity to present it here today. And also thank you for hanging around the last of these proposals. You've had a long couple of days. Chronic wasting disease, or CWD, poses a serious threat to Minnesota free-ranging cervid populations, including deer, moose, and elk. You've already heard today from MinPro talking about the issue of the prions and the concern that they have in terms of how this particular condition is transmitted. As an epidemiologist, CWD has been a concern of mine for many years. I served as an expert consultant regarding the 1980s and 1990s prion-caused epidemic of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or BSE, or better known as mad cow disease, focused in the UK. That epidemic resulted in 232 human and 184,000 bovine cases, all died. Today, CWD is present in 34 states and 5 Canadian provinces. Many of my colleagues and I have an urgent concern that the growing prevalence of CWD disease in cervids is increasing the spillover risk for humans and non-cervid production animals such as cows or pigs. Further, my concerns extend to the very serious implications such an event would have for hunting, the environment, food security for those who depend on venison, cultural practices of our state tribal nations, and beyond. We know that more than that 500,000 people hunt deer in Minnesota, a tradition that generates over $500 million annually in economic activity for the state and local communities. Deer hunting license sales alone provides the State Department of the Department of Natural Resources with tens of millions of dollars each year. In this light, it's important to understand that natural resources conservation activities happening in North America are largely balanced on the back of deer hunting or licensed sales. Now consider that one of the many far-reaching impacts of a CWD spillover incident to production animals and or humans would almost certainly be a sharp decline in hunting participation, really the only means that we have for trying to control the disease and a critical source of funding for the conservation or other natural resources. I can assure the committee that the fallout would be devastating. At this time, however, there is no comprehensive authoritative guidance available to help develop a practical, coordinated, and multidisciplinary response to a CWD spillover event in Minnesota, or for that matter, anywhere, and to effectively minimize the impact on natural resources, public health, and agriculture. With this project, we aim to fill that gap. When we look at the issue of where we're at today, it's important to understand that we're seeking this funding to coordinate and implement Minnesota statewide preparedness exercises that prioritize equitable and consequential CWD outreach, education, and communication. CIDRAP's CWD program is currently being funded by the Minnesota State Legislature through May of 2025 to develop CWD contingency plans and has meaningfully stewarded that grant. We continue to work with a number of different experts throughout the world, and specifically here in Minnesota, notably the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Departments of Health, Agriculture, the Pollution Control Agency, along with our key partners at the university like MinPro. We have active collaboration and participation from the White Earth Reservation, the Great Lake Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, and the Indigenous Vision. With our legislative support, we have convened 70 of the world's leading experts on critical CWD-related issues to identify effective measures to spillover and to related issues through a series of in-depth working group discussions. From this effort, we have established a connection among members of the scientific community with policymakers and on-the-ground responders in a way that's never been done before with CWD by any other state or federal agency. Now we're preparing a comprehensive report and summarizing the findings and critical knowledge gaps from these discussions. It's been an extraordinary effort that many have said was desperately needed, but what we're doing really serves as a launch pad for our future work. But we need to keep this momentum moving forward and build off the progress. With the proposed work, we aim to take the key findings from our ongoing effort and to apply them to Minnesota, working with agencies to build capacity at the local and state level to prepare for and manage a spillover event and establishing a Minnesota model for CWD preparedness. As a Minnesota-based and supported organization, the most important constituency we have are the citizens of this state. And overall, we want to do whatever we can to make Minnesota as best prepared for a possible spillover. The funding priorities of the LCCMR Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund align closely with the focuses not only on the consequences of CWD and SERVIDs, but also the long-term environmental, economic, and cultural challenges of continued disease spread. We propose that we will expand our efforts with established experts to continuously provide data-driven counsel to Minnesota local and state level agencies, leveraging current partnerships to develop timely, comprehensive, and authoritative CWD outreach materials. In close collaboration with the Minnesota and state local agencies and state legislature, we will strengthen Minnesota's readiness by conducting 4 regional workshops that will be held throughout the state and will engage local agencies and key community partner organizations, including hunters groups, conservation agricultural organizations, tribal nations, and even the media to enhance Minnesota's CWD spillover preparedness and response capabilities. The media will be included so that they too are educated about the basics of CWD. Building onto this Minnesota model, we will design and facilitate the first ever tabletop exercise here in Minnesota that will bring leading national partners from numerous levels together to work through stakeholder roles and responsibilities in a possible CWD spillover scenario. We will maintain CIDRAP's CWD program and within the U of M as a central source of current, comprehensive, and authoritative information and preparedness resources for our far-reaching audience. Outcomes, our work will help deliver meaningful preparedness and response outcomes with specific capacity building, namely education, recommendations at the local and state level. It will be very key to our outcomes. Our activities will benefit Minnesota environment and natural resources, particularly servant herds and their associated habitats and industries, by identifying appropriate and practical methods to respond to spillover crisis. Disseminating our report findings in conjunction with regional Minnesota meetings will strengthen agency and public knowledge of CWD. Basically, reinforcing the importance of CWD disease control and prevention is critical to Minnesota's servant populations and a key to sustaining and expanding Minnesota's outdoor economy. Because the elimination of CWD is unrealistic, we aim to develop a roadmap that can be used to minimize its impact. There is no such thing as CWD elimination, but we want to minimize the impact of the natural resources if a spillover incident were to happen. We must build capacity now to respond as disease prevalence is increasing within our state. CIDRAP's proposed work calls for a legislative partnership now to protect our natural resources for generations to come. Thank you, and I look forward to taking any questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Osterholm. We have a question from Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, what exactly would we be doing if we had a spillover? I mean, what can we do about it with $3 million? What types of things are you going to have prepared? We're seeing a little of this with avian influenza right now, that it's showing up in some dairy cattle, some questions of whether it maybe has and we haven't caught it sooner. But we don't really know. I mean, there's nothing dramatic we can do to stop it. Same with this spillover. I mean, I'm struggling to find the connection of what would we do to stop or in a spillover event.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, first of all, let me very much support the point you just made, and that's hopefully came through in my presentation, that in fact, this is a train that's already left the station. We can't control it beyond trying to limit its impact. But I think as you made a comment earlier today, when we look at what's happened in Wisconsin, we have counties there with 40 to 60% of the white-tailed deer now infected with this. So what we're talking about is what happens if the spillover occurs. I happen to be very involved right now with the H5N1 response nationwide. And I have to tell you, there's a tremendous amount of chaos. No one ever thought about having to trace back or follow the movement of 9.7 dairy cows in this country. And right now, that's a huge challenge. No one knows who exactly, which animals were exposed, not. What we're trying to do is provide the kind of work now so that should that happen, we won't have the same kind of response. We can quickly isolate and identify what happened where and not let an entire statewide industry be potentially at risk because somehow one particular herd may have had a spillover event. So what we're trying to do now is understand the science. And we just did that recently when a report came out of Texas that 2 individuals had contracted, quote unquote, this particular CWD condition, when in fact it wasn't the case at all. We were able to provide additional counsel and evidence to suggest that, to support that point and hopefully dismiss that. So I think our work is as much about basically trying to just help control what would happen with markets, what would happen, for example, with deer hunting licenses. What can we do right now to promote ongoing hunting if a spillover event occurs enough to ensure the confidence of hunters that they can still do that? So that's what this was really aimed at.
Madam Chair, a follow-up.
Yes, follow-up.
Doctor, I forget the name of the professor or the doctor at the university, but 3-4 years ago, LCCMR and the state legislature put a lot of money into coming up with a live CWD test for deer herds so they can test live deer and not have to shoot them all before you find out if they're.
Yeah, I think that was Dr. Tiffany Wolf.
And so where is that at and how does that interplay with this? Do we have an advancement where I thought I read where we do have live tests that are at least in the field needing to be reaffirmed that they are working with what's come out of the test labs, but how does that play into it? And are we making some headway? Because it seems like it's a little bit like AIS. Sometimes we're just putting a lot of money into something and we don't feel like we're getting advancements or results. any update on that, and how would that play together with this?
Dr. Osterholm,
Yeah.
we funded something with Dr. Tiffany Wolf
Right.
several years ago, and I'm not sure you're familiar with that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I am familiar with that, and I congratulate you on funding it. It has provided very important work, which in fact they are developing a test for live animals that would require that they basically take a biopsy as opposed to, as you pointed out, putting the animal down. The challenge is that that doesn't really impact overall the risk of transmission in the wild. We're obviously not testing wild cervids right now with a live animal test, in the sense this was really meant more for the ability to test dead animals or those who might be farmed animals. The point is here is that it is continuing to spread. It's going to continue to spread. As I noted, it's now in 34 states. It's getting more. So again, our project is to, what do we do with the spillover occurs? You know, having watched what it did to the agricultural economy of the UK when the BSE spillover occurred with those prions, we're looking at the same thing. For example, one of the things we've been working very hard on is carcass disposal, and the fact that it's very likely that should there be a spillover event, we've heard from a number of the landfills, they would no longer accept these animals. Well, we don't have an alternative right now to what to do with carcass disposals if in fact all the landfills shut down. We're working on issues like that to try to have plans in place so that it doesn't become the immediate crisis when or if a spillover event potentially occurs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langseth, welcome to the meeting. I was remiss in not noting your attendance. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm curious, being down here in Southeast Minnesota, one of the big topics of conversation when it comes to CWD are deer farms. What is your plan to work with the farms, and you know, is there prevention also built into this? And yeah, just kind of the outreach with the farms in particular, I'm curious to hear about. Thank you.
Dr. Osterholm?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner. First of all, there has been a fair amount of work done with the deer farms over the course of the past several years. Representative Hansen, a member of this group, has really led a lot of the work in this area. We would, in this sense, have the kind of relationship with them, and that they too have their positive deer, but we're really focused more on the big picture issue of the potential thousands and thousands and thousands of deer around this country that are positive, that are in the wild. And that what we have to look at is they're the ones that are going to have the contact with companion animals, or specifically production animals, that would raise concern about transmission to, for example, cows or pigs. They also are going, the wild animals are going to be the ones that likely that we're consuming as humans. And that's the challenge we have. Will that in fact transmit to humans? And what happens if we even have 1, 2, or 3 confirmed cases of CWD in humans? And so again, that is largely going to be as a result of exposure to a hunted animal in the wild.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, and thank you, Dr. Osterholm, for your presentation. I have a similar line of questioning, actually, to Senator Westrom. It seems that we've invested greatly in CWD management, both federal, state, and lottery ticket earnings over the last few decades. The disease itself has been around for nearly 40 years. There's yet to be an established crash of any population of any species of cervid. And I'm curious if you can comment on why continued investment of intellect, time, and financial resources is of value. As you said yourself, this train has left the station. It just doesn't seem like a great investment to me, unless you maybe can try to convince me otherwise.
Dr.
Chair, Commissioner, I think what we have to do is somewhat kind of turn the question on its head a bit. The bottom line is I'm conceding, just as you very rightly pointed out, this is a challenge now that is, we are not going to control this. And in my comments, I hopefully emphasize that. What I'm trying to do in our group is help moderate what happens if we have a spillover to humans. For example, what will happen to the number of deer licenses issued and what will happen to hunting? We could see a crash literally nationwide of wildlife conservation activities because of the loss of millions and millions and millions of dollars in hunting licenses. When we look at the issue of agriculture, note that what would happen if we have a spillover into a bovine, much as, it's very different with H5N1. That's not a life-threatening illness to the cattle, and it's one that right now is very rare. But if this were to happen in cattle, we could see much of the cattle market in the United States collapse over people's concerns. Am I eating an animal now that might have CWD? And because these strains of the prion that are causing CWD are constantly changing and emerging, we think that we very well may be much closer now to the potential for that spillover. So we're not trying to control the disease as such in cervids. We acknowledge exactly what you just said. What we're saying is we're trying to make sure we have plans to cover what happens with the consequences to our wildlife conservation and agricultural issues, as well as, of course, just human health in general.
Follow-up question?
Just a quick follow-up. It seems to me within the field of CWD research that there's a lot of fear-mongering that goes on. There are these claims that, people with illnesses in areas where CWD is endemic have been potentially infected, and I think many of those claims have been proven to be wrong. There are claims of potential spillover into agricultural species. And I'm just worried that this fear-mongering is really designed to help to generate more investment into this field, where as a natural resources manager, there's really not going to be anything that we can do about it. So I just urge you caution as forward in this, with this line of research, to be careful about the fear-mongering and generating emotional response to try to perpetuate the work that's being done.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you, and we would agree with that. It's our group that's actually, for example, really answered the call with this recent report from 2 physicians in Texas about those cases and said that wasn't it. That wasn't the case. And so we've tried very hard to bring to the table the kind of thoughtful review process. So if there is a spillover, we'd know what really happened. If there wasn't, we'd be able to say it wasn't there either. And I think, again, at this point, we're not trying to control the disease with our efforts. We know that that is a whole different topic. But I think if you were to talk to anyone who could imagine in their agricultural role or their role as a wildlife manager, what would happen if a spillover occurred and the resulting activity of lost license, of lost agricultural production, that's what we're trying to work on, is to make sure that that doesn't happen. So thank you for your comment.
Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have line 30, project number 244, the continued aggregate resource mapping with Heather Ahrens, or Ahrens? I think it's Ahrens.
Ahrens, thank you.
Ahrens, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. My name is Heather Ahrens, and I'm the manager of the Mineral Potential section with the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the role that aggregate resource information plays in supporting sound natural resource management, conservation, and the environment. Effectively communicating that connection between aggregate resource mapping and environment and conservation has been an ongoing challenge for our program. Initially, many, including the Southwest Regional Management Team of the DNR, were skeptical. They were concerned that this information could lead to more mining, potentially jeopardizing conservation efforts for other resources. However, this sentiment has changed as users leveraged aggregate resource information for natural resource conservation and preservation. For example, when acquiring conservation land containing sand and gravel deposits, identifying alternative nearby sources of gravel that do not overlap with sensitive habitats help with gaining local support for these acquisitions. Over time, the skepticism transformed into advocacy. Since we restarted our program in 2017, the Southwestern DNR region has become our biggest supporter, brokering requests for air resource maps in 10 counties that right down here. Counties join our wait list when their elected officials pass a county board resolution requesting this work. Local governments are our primary audience, and they initiate the projects. The final results are presented to county commissioners and staff. Recently, collaborating with Judy Albert, the Scientific and Natural Area Program Supervisor with the Division of Ecological and Water Resources in the DNR, efforts to preserve native prairie have further highlighted the importance of our work. She states, with the approval of Division Director Katie Smith, that, quote, aggregate resource mapping has been crucial in protecting native prairie on school trust lands. Approximately 5% of Minnesota's unprotected native prairie, which is about 7,500 acres, including high-quality, globally impaired native prairie and rare species, occurs on these lands. Identifying where aggregates and prairie overlap enables us to target these parcels for conservation and potential condemnation with easements. This information, combined with native plant community and rare species mapping, allows us to fulfill our fiduciary responsibilities to the Permanent School Trust Fund while permanently protecting native prairie. Moreover, recent legislation in 2023 requires environmental production declarations for construction materials to measure their environmental impact and carbon footprint. By 2026, MnDOT intends to implement these EPDs, making it essential to source aggregates close to projects in order to meet the maximum acceptable global warming potential for state-funded transportation projects. Unfortunately, aggregate resources are not evenly distributed. They are found where glaciers deposited them 12,000 years ago, and not necessarily where we want them or need them today. Comprehensive aggregate resource mapping is crucial to minimizing greenhouse gas emission from road construction projects and the manufacturing of concrete needed for roads, bridges, mass transit projects, stormwater management, and public buildings. Finally, the orderly and environmentally responsible development of aggregate resource is a key legislative purpose that guides our program. Statute 8494 directs the DNR to provide aggregate resource information to local governments, enabling informed land use decisions. These decisions range from determining areas unsuitable for mining to permitting environmentally optimal sites. Our maps are designed to be accessible and easily understood by non-geological audiences. They're available in multiple formats and free to the public to use and access. Our program, revitalized in 2017 with ENTRF funds, has since mapped 4 counties and is currently working on 2 more, including St. Louis County, which is equivalent in size to 6 counties. 14 additional counties have joined our waitlist since 2017, totaling 22 counties, which is a quarter of the state that is awaiting aggregate resource maps. We collaborate with MnDOT, the Minnesota Geologic Survey, and industry to gather information to create these maps. With your support, we aim to maintain our momentum by staffing 2 geologists to map 2 to 3 more counties and starting 2 to 3 additional counties depending on their size. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today and welcome your questions, and thank you for considering funding this project.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Other questions from commission members? Do you have one? Okay, Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Heather, for your presentation. I support this project because you know, gravel is our #1 mined mineral in the world, and of course in the state of Minnesota as well. And it's a finite resource. And the challenge that counties have is when development projects come forward, they may not know that they're over very large gravel resources, and so they might get built on top of, and so that's a gravel resource that's lost. So it's important for planning and zoning, in particular in development projects, to understand where gravel resources are. And in the metro, for example, one could look to the Maple Grove area, where they have been doing a sequential development across that span of gravel resources. And as the resources are mined, then development occurs, and then they move the gravel pit and more resources are mined. So you can actually see it when you drive by on 94. So this is the kind of project that you can actually, you know, watch and look at over time. So I really appreciate that you are doing this. Question I have is, I do have a question. Are you able to map both public and private lands?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair and members. Yes, we are able to map both private and public lands. We do work with tribes to determine if they want to be included in the maps and if we can access land. And so that is determined tribe by tribe. Some tribes say yes, some tribes say no. But we're able to extrapolate information from, you know, where we can visually see things to other landforms that may not necessarily be on public lands or have an exposure to be able to identify aggregate potential.
Follow up, Ms. Chair. Yep. Thank you. And you note that one of your activities, actions in your proposal are to conduct field work, collect field observations, inventory active, inactive, and reclaimed pits and quarries. I may be asking something that's not within your wheelhouse, but can you tell me who monitors inactive and reclaimed pits and quarries? Because I believe there's a state statute that requires the reclamation of a closed gravel pit, and so that we reduce erosion and that kind of thing. And is that something the DNR does, or is that another agency? Thanks.
Ms. Ahrens?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. The reclamation of non-metallic minerals is delegated to local local governments. And so counties are ultimately the ones, and they may delegate that further down to townships, who are responsible for setting permitting as well as reclamation guidelines within their jurisdiction. There certainly is, you know, state statutes that, for example, the aggregate production tasks that provides mechanisms for funding of reclaimed and abandoned gravel pits. But that's one of the reasons for our survey, is to fully map out where there has been aggregate mining within, you know, the full history of the county. And so we're able to identify aggregate pits that are over 100 years old sometimes, and just to have a very comprehensive survey that then the local units of government can further build upon to make sure that they're fully aware of the gravel pits within their counties.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay, I have a few questions. Over the years, the Environmental Trust Fund has funded county biological surveys, soil surveys, geologic surveys, LIDAR surveys. Didn't you get any of this data from all the surveys that we've been doing, primarily with the DNR?
They are definitely used in creating these maps. What I like to, you know, LIDAR shows the elevation. Soil surveys talks about the top, you know, 6 feet of the surface. Superficial maps, geologic maps of the surface talk about the top, you know, 10 feet of what's encountered in the top 10 feet. For aggregate resources, we definitely use those sources of information, but they can be lost in some of those maps because the overburden that gets scraped off a sand and gravel deposit might be classified as till on a map, but underneath that till there is sand and gravel. And so we take a really comprehensive approach in fully identifying the full 50 feet of what's encountered under the surface to identify potential resources now and in the future.
Okay, so there was a story in today's paper, you probably were aware of it on the front page, about some citizens who were upset with their county because they agreed to have this gravel mining right next to the Big Woods area. So my question to you is, when you are getting this mapping, are you aware and are you encouraging areas that need protection to not be mined for gravel? So I guess, are you giving an environmental assessment for some areas that might be at risk?
I would say that we provide information to the decision makers about the distribution of aggregates for them to kind of decide whether or not, with other classifications, whether it's proximity to a park or another sensitive feature, whether it's suitable to be mined or not. We provide that technical information upon request, but we try to remain neutral, not in support or in favor of a project, but to be just a source of information.
I didn't mean you'd be pro or con. I'm just asking, you're the Department of Natural Resources, and we've done all this mapping for you. If there's an area that is sensitive to this area, are you giving them that data that this could affect water, could affect land, could affect scientific natural area? And then I just want to know if that data is provided to these people that make these decisions.
If we have this data, we certainly do provide it. And, there's environmental review that occurs within the DNR and input that where different subject matters would provide input on the potential impacts of a project. That gets routed through the DNR, through all the divisions, so that projects like this do have technical input from our agency.
Okay, that helps. And then do you encourage restoration of the land?
Yes, I think that's one of, as that was previously discussed, one of the, I think, great talking points for, this interface, that we want aggregate mines close to the projects, close to communities, close to where people are, to minimize, the potential impacts of global emissions. But also there is, it can be a source of conflict. And so, reclamation is one of those. It's a temporary land use and aggregate mining, and reclamation is one of those, talking points that can certainly bring, I think, overlap and people with different viewpoints together on how to manage these lands post-mining. And the Maple Grove is a great success story of what happens when communities and industry work together and set expectations. I think Apple Valley is another example where there's you have great housing developments and former gravel pits. And it happens in rural landscapes as well, where I've seen, baseball fields and orchards being reclaimed in former gravel pits. So there's a lot of opportunity in reclamation. And one of the interesting things too that communities have done is to try to do habitat specific restorations and reclamation geared towards potentially endangered or species that are threatened, and so that you can revegetate these areas to promote rehabilitation of wildlife.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we are on to line 29, and that is project 241. Data to reduce environmental impacts with Joel Talkinson. Are you there with us? See you online? Okay.
Hello.
There you are. Okay. Please state your name and then proceed.
Hi, my name is Joel Tollickson, and I am a researcher at the West Central Research and Outreach Center in Morris. And I appreciate the opportunity to present this proposal to you all. What we're interested in looking at is precision agriculture and its ability to reduce environmental impacts for agricultural systems. Just to give you a little bit of a background on precision agriculture, what we're interested in using advanced technologies to manage crops at a much finer level of detail. Instead of, for example, looking at an 80-acre field as one whole unit that's the same throughout that 80 acres, we can start fine-tuning and looking at 81-acre fields and manage each of those individually with our precision ag technologies. Now, this is very data intense. There's a lot of remote sensing of field conditions, and we're also looking at accurate application of our inputs and then tailoring our management to those individual zones. So things like looking at irrigation systems that can specifically put water where we need it, or fertilizer systems where we can drop fertilizer where it's needed, not just put it at the same rate throughout the whole field. Now, one of the things that I think is important is there's a lot of technology here, but this is also kind of a philosophy of managing fields differently. And I think we bring together the technology, the agronomic experience, and sort of the background in taking lots of data and using it well. So why would we want to use this technology? Well, really, because we can look at our fields in a much finer detail, we can reduce the amount of fertilizer. We can reduce the amount of chemicals. We can change our tillage to match what type of soils and elevations and gradients we're looking at. And all this taken together really limits the amount of fertilizer and chemical runoff, so we can improve our water quality. Also, if you're changing the plants in the landscape, you can also improve some of your soil quality, which really is helpful for reducing erosion. That improves water quality again, but it also provides a lot of resilience for our fields so that our fields are less prone to drought and waterlogging. And we also think that there's a good possibility for long-term economic benefits for the farmers as they improve their resource use. Unfortunately, some of these technologies have been out quite a while, but right now farmers have been fairly slow to adopt them. And I don't want to say that there isn't a cost barrier, but the biggest barrier really is the knowledge barrier. Having good examples of where and how the technology is best applied. And understanding that really is going to require some training and resources and examples for these farmers to look at and see, kind of kick the tires on things. And I think one of the other big things is they want somebody unbiased to show some of this information. They don't want equipment dealers who say that this technology, this single piece of technology is going to do everything for them. And I think that's a role for researchers like us. And foundational data is really key to looking at this. Long-term data is going to allow us to develop best management practices. And this is where we have things that are well replicated. They look at a lot of different crops, a lot of different soils, and can look at different weather patterns and climate issues. And we think that this technology also integrates well with other sustainable agricultural practices. So if you're thinking about reduced tillage, things like that, you can use this technology to figure out where you want to apply those kind of techniques. Now, the University of Minnesota Research and Outreach Network, I think, is really well positioned to look at some of these needs. We already have a lot of long-term data. We have people who are experienced and have a lot of knowledge about data collection. We also have the infrastructure, the university infrastructure, which can handle a lot of data. These projects, or this precision agriculture, also fits our overall sustainability goals really well. It allows us to incorporate more environmental aspects into what we're already doing in terms of food, feed, fiber, and fuel production in the state. And I think it also allows us to do a little bit of fine tuning. So if we have a water quality issue in one part of the state, say southeastern part of the state, we can look at that with some of these technologies. Whereas on the western part of the state, we're actually looking at how much water we're using. So I think that this technology has a lot of promise, but it's going to take somebody doing good long-term research to show the farmers that we really have the advantage of using this technology to reduce inputs. So with that, thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. I'll open myself up to questions here.
Okay, Senator Putnam.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Joel, for the presentation. You know, I read an article just yesterday about artificial intelligence and machine learning in precision agriculture. Is that a component of some of the research and the work that you're going to be doing? And that is your project primarily about outreach, or is it also about technological innovations within the field of precision agriculture?
Well, I mean, we'll apply some of those technologies if they're in the marketplace, but at this point, we really want to get the systems together that will allow us to test what's already out there for farmers. But as these come out, yes, but we're not going to be developing new technology necessarily, but testing and building the systems to test the technology we already have.
Okay, follow up. Senator Putnam?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Langseth.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I live down in southeast Minnesota and work for Olmsted Soil and Water as my day job. And as much as we want to boast about, our advances in technology, I don't really understand how this is going to actually have any effect on the landscape whatsoever. I mean, the University of Minnesota has fertilizer recommendations that aren't even being followed by farmers. So I don't know you're going to have to do a lot more convincing on your part in terms of how this is actually going to have an effect on the landscape and reduce nitrates in our groundwater.
Well, I think the big advantage here is that the technology really allows you to kind of painlessly, without much trouble, make those changes. So, a farmer oftentimes just says, okay, the recommendation is this much nitrogen for corn, so that's what I'm going to put on all 80 acres. But if you start applying some of the technology and some of the recommendations on a smaller unit, and you have the equipment, you can actually really reduce the amount, especially if you're considering things like near waterways. And most farmers actually don't want to spend more money on fertilizer than they have to. It's just easier with the current technology that's in use to just go out there with one rate.
A follow-up, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Okay, Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Chair, thank you, Joel, for bringing this forward. And I guess similar to Senator or Commissioner Langseth's question, I want to just make sure I'm understanding it better. But on the other side of things, Joel, correct me where I'm wrong, but my understanding and following this, the whole idea of precision is what you just said. I mean, putting this much on 80 acres, but this precision, as I looked it over, it seemed like your research would be what many farmers aren't going to take the time or have the resources financially to really study and evaluate. If I do, X number of soil bores on this quarter of land, and with GPS mapping, can I really cut my fertilizer costs by 35% or 50%? Because now this equipment and this precision technology that would help make sure the fertilizer is going in the areas of the field that are maybe more sandy, maybe not holding as much phosphorus or those types of nutrients. And then once you come back with that information, that's where the real savings is. And you can also do that with chemicals and weed and insect testing. Talking to a constituent just a week or two ago, and they were talking about drones and what he's looking to get into for imaging. And I know I've talked to some other constituents here in Alexandria not a year or two ago, but they've been working on a lot of heat imaging where they can actually use drones and precision technology to tell when an infestation is starting in a field, just because of the infrared and the heat that starts in a certain area. And that's the type of precision that then all of a sudden, with the right research and technology, you can have much quicker application of less insecticides or herbicides or fertilizers. Am I kind of recapping the idea? Yep. More precise, Joel, or talk to me, okay. Just tell me where I'm misleading or misinterpreting this.
Okay,
no,
we have
exactly
a long
right.
list of questions here. So, Mr. Talixon, please proceed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. By getting more data, we can make predictions faster. And actually, some of them aren't very expensive. We put $1,200 worth of sensors on our planter, and we now know where all the organic matter is in our fields this spring. So, yes, making predictions and making better recommendations.
And Madam Chair, I said that, Madam Chair, I'm going to talk to you afterwards, but this idea of making quick remarks like this on some of us members and others you let go on forever is very noticeable, and I'd appreciate if you'd kind of treat everybody fairly. But
I am
we'll
trying
talk
to
about
treat
that
everybody
later.
fairly.
But, so to Commissioner Langs's question, I hope that helps get a little better understanding. But Commissioner Lang said, I think you raise a good question. How does it fit to help? But that's some of the understanding I've learned more and more as I look at this. And ultimately, if we can save pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizer costs for farmers, but also application to the land that isn't needed in areas, that is a tough thing to do in the farming practice if you're not familiar with it or don't have the research. So I think that's what I hope we can take out of this. Last question, Madam Chair. Joel, I know the Research Center has worked on some of the solar robots and weed control that way. Is there interplay between those projects that are being tested and worked on and this or not? And I don't know if there is or isn't. The question comes to my mind as we go through this project.
Yeah, for this project, there probably isn't very much direct interplay, but that's the long-term goal, is that we can transfer information from system to system. So you use drones or satellites to find where the weeds are, and then you use the solar charged robot to go out and take care of those weeds. That's the long-term goal of this kind of work.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I'm kind of going down the same path that others have asked about, and that is, how is this going to make a change and a difference? I'm curious about, it says that you're going to produce BMPs, best management practices, for farmers on, in particular, their use of fertilizer, as it sounds, and maybe pesticides as well. But I'm curious, what has been the success of convincing farmers to use BMPs that are developed? For example, the University of Minnesota Office of Soil Health has been for years telling farmers that you need to have reduced tillage, you have to have cover crops, rotations, alternatives, and yet we'll drive by fields because tradition of farming is having a black field in the fall. And so it's hard to change tradition, I recognize. And so how are you going to make this successful when in the past, some of the BMPs that are very economic, positive for economics in farming, and yet farmers don't want to adopt those new practices? Any comment on that? Thanks.
Mr.
Yeah,
Tolliver?
well, I would say that the farmers aren't convinced the economics are there for some of these, and that's one of the biggest issues. And that's why we wouldn't actually do best management practices on the amount of fertilizer or the amount of insecticide, but best management on how to use these tools for insecticide prescriptions, for fertilizer applications. And that way, as those recommendations change from other groups, it's not something that our BMPs change, but we can show the farmers how to use the technology along with the fertilizer recommendations and other things to set their practices up. The other question I think is interesting. We talk about cover crops and reduced tillage and all that stuff. I'm starting to see the changes, and you might not believe it, but when I left the farm at 18 to go to college, almost everybody was still using a moldboard plow, or a lot of people where I grew up where nobody uses it anymore. So these are changing. It's just a really slow thing, but the big thing to make a farmer change what they're doing is you have to show them the economics and the reasons behind it, or they won't do it. If they'll stick with what they're comfortable with unless the economics dictate they do something different.
Thank you. All right, Representative Heinzman. Representative Heinzman?
My hand is down.
Oh,
my
okay.
question was answered.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hansen? Pass. All right. Senator Putnam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly to the issue as a whole, and to a certain extent to the project as well. And I know it's just an anecdote, but last summer I met with a farmer, Tim Velde. He's been a farmer for his entire life. He's in his 70s. His father was farming into his 90s. He is employing precision agriculture, and he talked to me about the tremendous decrease in his expense on inputs, on outputs that he was using, his decreased use of fertilizer, decrease of pesticides because of using these things. So to me, this is a very important project because it can, as Joel's talking about, make this new technology more accessible to people who will then in turn use less stuff. And I know that's just one anecdote, but it's a compelling one.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hansen.
Just, I guess I will make a point that, I think we funded through the state, or maybe it was even LCCMR 30 years ago. Pierre Robert was the researcher who developed precision agriculture 30 years ago. So this is not new technology. This has been around for over almost two generations. And, most of the farms I know are gridded, have been. It's hard to be precise when you buy your fertilizer and pesticide in December for tax purposes rather than for the application. So just some facts.
Okay. All right. Any final comments, Mr. Talkinson?
No, I'll let the next speaker go, but thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
All right, and thank you. All right, our next project is line 15, project 091, PLSS preservation to protect public lands. Corey Thurnau, I think is, I'm saying it correctly. You there with us? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And welcome to the LCCMR.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Thurnau, and I am the survey coordinator at the Minnesota Geospatial Information Office, MinGeo. Thank you for the opportunity to present and discuss our proposal this afternoon. MinGeo, through the Geospatial Advisory Council and its committees, leverages the talents and passion of the state's geospatial community to develop policies, establish standards, and ensure that our state maximizes its potential by using geographic information systems to solve problems. Today, I want to highlight the urgent funding need to preserve a critical infrastructure that underpins land management in our state. To be frank, the foundational infrastructure of our land management system is decaying, and with each passing year, the consequences become more dire. Failing to maintain this infrastructure has resulted in land ownership confusion and inaccurate digital mapping products. This system, although largely unknown to the general public, is the Public Land Survey System, more commonly referenced as the PLSS. Established in 1785, the PLSS has been the cornerstone of land management in the Western United States. The PLSS divides land into townships and sections, simplifying land identification and enabling efficient land management in real estate transactions. A crucial aspect of the system involves physically marking key PLSS locations, such as the corners of sections or townships, with markers known as monuments. These original locations form the foundational control of all real property boundaries in Minnesota. Minnesota was originally surveyed between 1847 and 1907, and many corners in the state have not been maintained since the original surveys. Evidence of their position is disappearing. This neglect threatens the integrity of Minnesota's PLSS network. Of the 300,000 original section corners in Minnesota, less than half are certified with known geodetic positions. Public land managers in Minnesota confront a complex and fragmented ownership landscape. Accurate land surveys are crucial for establishing and maintaining boundaries to ensure the comprehensive protection of conservation areas statewide. By accurately surveying and mapping public land boundaries, authorities can identify and prevent unauthorized use such as illegal logging, mining, grazing, or construction. This ensures that public lands are used in accordance with regulations and conservation goals. Properly posted public lands also prevent trespass on adjacent private land. Unfortunately, survey costs are 10 to 15 times more expensive in areas with unknown PLSS corner positions. So, in many instances, land surveys to define conservation area boundaries do not get completed. If awarded, we would utilize MinGeo's established PLSS Monument Grant Program to provide funding to Minnesota counties for the restoration, maintenance, and updating of PLSS corners. Counties will use these grants to hire licensed land surveyors for the necessary PLSS restoration tasks. Increasing the number of certified corners will enhance the feasibility of future boundary surveys and management efforts. In turn, the PLSS data obtained from county land survey efforts will be consolidated into a statewide PLSS database. This database will be instrumental in updating and enhancing the accuracy of fundamental geospatial data sets used for analyzing and conserving natural resources. Accurate and reliable geospatial data helps monitor changes in land use, vegetation cover, and boundary integrity over time. This allows land managers to detect and address issues such as unauthorized activities, natural disasters, or environmental degradation, thereby preserving the long-term value and functionality of public lands. Land surveys and PLSS preservation play a critical role in safeguarding public lands by providing accurate spatial data, supporting effective management practices, and ensuring adherence to legal and regulatory compliance. Preserving the PLSS connects historical knowledge with current needs, helping Minnesotans make data-informed decisions about land use. I appreciate your time this afternoon, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm trying to remember how much money did we appropriate in the state government finance bill last year for the monument marking.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. 9.7 million. And we have now awarded 9.1 million of that to Minnesota counties. And that project work is underway.
Follow up?
And then, thank you, Madam Chair. And so would this appropriation go to, if awarded, would this go to only public lands, or would this go out to the county distribution to get X number more counties on top of the 9 point whatever we are funding through the general fund.
Mr. Thurnow?
Yeah, good question. So the focus of this is what our proposal would be. We'd open it up to Minnesota counties, but we'd be asking them to develop a request for proposal that would target areas with a significant percentage of public lands within that. So we would fund the county work, but we would ask them to focus on projects where there is public land within their project area.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that would be critical if we are funding it through the Environmental Trust Fund. Otherwise, we would be replacing a traditional source of funding that was provided last year. If it goes towards public lands and identifying the public lands, I think that we would, just my interpretation is we would be on firmer ground in terms of providing support.
Okay. Any comment? Okay. Other commissioners, questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, we are on to evaluation line 46, project number 087, emerging contaminants via microbial starvation. Paige Novak. Dr. Novak, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee for inviting us here. I'm Paige Novak, and I'm joined by my colleague here and co-investigator Bill Arnold. Our proposed project focuses on how best to engineer a system for the biodegradation of contaminants of emerging concern. Contaminants of emerging concern are very low concentration chemicals that are present in the environment from human activities, and they can cause negative human health or ecological effects. Examples of these are pesticides, pharmaceuticals, and human hormones. And what happens is if we do something like take a medication, a lot of that medication actually ends up being excreted through our urine. The same thing can happen with hormones. Women in particular excrete estrogens naturally, and these are also released through our urine. And all of this ends up in our wastewater. Pesticides that we use on our pets for flea and tick prevention or that we use in our house can also end up in our wastewater. And so once these compounds are present in our wastewater, we have the opportunity to treat them. They're all contained. But if we don't effectively remove these compounds, they'll end up in the environment. This can be a problem because these chemicals can cause impacts in the environment, such as fish feminization or antibiotic resistance. Also, if we want to reuse that water to use it for some industrial process or even for drinking water, the presence of the contaminants of emerging concern make this much more difficult and expensive. The good news is that many of these contaminants of emerging concern are biodegradable. Bacteria will essentially eat them. And this is great because when we treat our wastewater, what we do is we have wastewater treatment plants that rely on big reactors just full of bacteria to eat our waste. And when they eat our waste that we discharge, they clean up that water and we can discharge it to the environment. The problem is that when we have these contaminants of emerging concern present, they're often more chemically complicated and they're present at low concentrations. And so traditional wastewater treatment doesn't always remove them well. So it would be like I gave you all a big plate of cake and I put one lima bean on it. You'd probably eat the cake first. And if you weren't super hungry or I didn't give you enough time to eat everything, you might never eat that lima bean. And bacteria work similarly. So what we want to do is find the conditions where we can get the bacteria to eat the cake, which is our normal wastewater, and the lima bean, which are our contaminants of emerging concern. We know from past research done in our labs and then also by other people that when bacteria are starved, they'll eat mixtures of compounds at the same time. And they also will eat these mixtures down to levels that are much lower than they do when they have ample food around. And so in the proposal, we talked about this as eating everything on their plate and cleaning their plate at the same time. So that's what we basically want to try to induce. We know that this kind of behavior happens with at least some of these contaminants of emerging concern, including some pharmaceuticals and the most problematic human estrogen called estrone. What we don't know is how hungry the bacteria need to be, how reproducible this bacterial behavior is, and which types of chemical structures this pattern works best for. And this is what we aim to find out in this research. So in this research, we plan to work in the laboratory to determine how wastewater bacteria grown under conditions of abundant food versus starvation differ in their ability to degrade a mixture of 9 different contaminants of emerging concern, both how fast they can degrade these compounds and to what final concentration. And we'll also determine how low the food concentration has to be to stimulate this behavior. We're looking at a number of different contaminants of emerging concern, 9 I mentioned, and these will include pharmaceuticals, pesticides, a hormone, and a mosquito repellent. And these were all selected because they're commonly found in Minnesota water, and they also represent different likely degradation pathways. So although this is somewhat basic research, it should be very applicable. Right now, there are several wastewater treatment technologies being used that could induce this kind of starvation behavior if we know what we're looking for and we know what we're going for in terms of concentration. And we can only do this, we can only change the behavior of the bacteria if we know what conditions we're after to stimulate this behavior. And in this context, success would mean that we'd remove the contaminants while we still have control of the wastewater, while it's still in the wastewater treatment plant. And this would prevent the release of these contaminants of emerging concern into the environment, and also would stop extra steps being needed as part of water reuse.
Thank you very much. I was sorry, I'm reading your proposal and there's a lot to it.
I know.
Appreciate it. Questions from the commission members? Anybody? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also looking at your proposal, and I see that you are going to under the budget. It looks like you're using the wastewater biomass samples from Hutchinson, which has a membrane bioreactor.
Yes.
And operates under starvation conditions. I know that Bemidji has a clarifier that has bugs in it, and I'm on their wastewater treatment facility, and I'm just wondering, will this style of wastewater treatment facility, the research you do, would that be transferable to other types of wastewater treatment facilities? And then also, how will this be shared across political entities, cities that have wastewater treatment facilities? Thanks.
Dr. Nowak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. Great question. We're using the organisms from the Hutchinson plant because they should already be conditioned to starvation. And so we want to set up the system so that we can find out the limits of that. And the best way to do that is to start with a system that is already starved. It will have applicability to other systems. Basically, what we need to know is basically how hungry these bacteria need to be. And so when we can figure out that concentration, then we can advise different types of plants, different ways of treating wastewater, basically how long to hold that wastewater, how long to hold the bacteria, how to operate in a way to reach those low concentrations of carbon once we know how low that has to be. And so there are plants that have wastewater treatment ponds. Those would be a very, very simple kind of rural system. Those could be operated in this way. The membrane bioreactor is a little bit more high tech, but that is definitely a starvation kind of a mode if you operate it properly. And you can also operate kind of natural or normal, I should say, activated sludge systems in this way, or follow it up with a kind of a starvation secondary system that follows it like a little pond. And that's done in some wastewater treatment plants as well.
Answer your follow-up?
Oh, I'm sorry. And I forgot to answer your second question, which was how are we going to communicate these? We've got partners at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and we'll work with them to spread this information to all the different treatment plants. We'll definitely communicate this in a regional way, in a local way, in terms of giving presentations. And so we'll work hard to really get this information out there, most likely through MPCA, because they have this nice big reach to all the different wastewater treatment plants.
Other questions from commission members? I just have one. I'm looking at your different things that you're going to be testing for. And I see a lot. I was wondering, some of these things we use for treating trees and DEET. What about sunscreen? Is sunscreen an issue for the water?
Bill?
So there's a whole suite of sunscreen chemicals, and they are definitely of interest as well. I mean, they've got a lot more attention on the coasts because of coral bleaching and the like. And I know there are people that have concern in Minnesota as well. And this is a hard one too, because you have to balance.
Oh, okay.
We want to use sunscreen because it prevents skin cancer versus, yeah. I mean, that's certainly another class of chemicals we could look at. We haven't seen as much evidence of those being present in Minnesota waters as these other compounds that we selected.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I was just curious. You used bug spray, but not sunscreen. Are two things we need to survive in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So, all right. Okay. Other questions? Thank you both. Thank you for your presentation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Last one. Yeah. All right. Line 54, project 169, modeling the future Mississippi River Gorge, Jeffrey Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. Please state your name and present your proposal.
So my name is Jeff Marr. I serve as the Associate Director of Engineering at St. Anthony Falls Lab, University of Minnesota. Appreciate the invitation on behalf of our team. My team includes Dr. Jessica Kozarek at St. Anthony Falls Lab, Dr. John Infanson, who's retired historian and former superintendent of MNRA through the National Park Service, and then a host of hydraulic engineers and technical staff at SAFL. We've proposed to you all a 2-year physical model study of the Mississippi River that flows through the Twin Cities. This section of river is often referred to as the Gorge, which extends from the confluence of the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers up to the 45-foot tall St. Anthony Falls in Minneapolis. A little background on the gorge was formed about 10,000 years ago as the waterfall retreated up from the Minnesota confluence to its current position in Minneapolis. And I bring that up because before the dams were installed in the gorge, this section of river was really steep, was turbulent, fast water, dropping around 110 feet in just that 9 miles. So one of the steepest stretches of river on the Mississippi in total. 24 permanent islands, we think, with major sandbars and large limestone boulders left behind as the water moved upstream. We have a lot of history, some histories from that time indicating the river had a lot of biodiversity of fish and mussels as well. A lot of change happened in the gorge, however, around 1917 when Lock and Dam 1, also known as the Ford Dam, was constructed by the Corps of Engineers. This established about a 36-foot pool behind the dam that extend all the way up to the lower St. Anthony Falls, which is around where the 35W bridge is crossing the river. And this transformed the gorge from a steep and fast river channel to really a deep and slow impoundment system. And it also resulted in the capture of we estimate 2.8 million cubic yards of sediment, gravel, and sand behind Lock and Dam 1. In the 50s and 60s, 1900s, the Corps added lower St. Anthony Falls and upper St. Anthony Falls locks to allow navigation all the way through the cities. But today our understanding of the river has changed compared to 150 years ago. And because of the ongoing disposition studies by the Corps of Engineers, which I assume most of you are familiar with, there's a unique opportunity to really reevaluate our connection to the river. The Corps' disposition work is important because it will lead to change in how Pool 1 or the gorge is managed. In December 2020, the Corps put out findings from their first disposition study determining the full disposition for the upper St. Anthony Falls Lock. And disposal of the lower St. Anthony and Lock and Dam 1 is ongoing, or disposition, I should say. But it is likely that there'll be changes to how Pool 1 is operated, changes of ownership of the dam, or even proposals for dam removal. So the impact of the disposal process, this disposition process of these structures, is complex, multifaceted. The project we're proposing here will use physical modeling as a tool to help discover new knowledge and also create visualizations for citizens and stakeholders about these various scenarios. So the main activity of our project is the construction of a large hydraulic model, and behind me you can see a rendering of what we think we're going to build, also a photograph from the 1950s where SAFL was doing this kind of work. This is what we do at St. Anthony Falls Lab, one of the things we do. We'll use existing topography data to replicate the river valley and construct that out of concrete and wood. Water for the model will be actually sourced from the Mississippi River through our water intake, which is kind of cool. And then water hydraulics and sediment are also scaled in this model using some of our hydraulic techniques to accurately simulate how sediment moves, how it deposits and erodes under a range of flows, everything from a drought all the way up to big floods. And then once constructed, we'll use that model over 14 months to simulate a range of scenarios, including the present day as well as future scenarios like lowering the pool or even removal of the dam. So important outcomes of the first one really is visualization. For nearly all the models we build at SAFL, we find the ability for people to stand next to a model, look at it, even though it's reduced scale, see processes like flooding and erosion, builds an understanding that otherwise can't be communicated. So when we build this model, we'll be building it to accommodate site visits and tours, and we'll work with our advisory group to help organize and make sure we're bringing the proper stakeholders through that, and also public showcases. We'll also produce video and photographs of the models. And then we'll use the model, of course, in robust research, doing kind of what we do day to day, using it as an engineering tool to make measurements and understand different processes that are ongoing under these different change scenarios. So our output from the project will be technical reports that we'll publish, as well as these images and videos I mentioned that will be edited, narrated, and published and pushed out to our advisors and stakeholders. Just to conclude, we often focus our attention, I know I've been guilty as well, on the 10,000 lakes of Minnesota, but I think it's important just to mention that Minnesota is also the origin of one of the great rivers of the world, the Mississippi. Over the next few years, because of the disposition process that's going on at the federal level, we can ponder new connections to the river. So things like public awareness of the river, access to the river, ecological restoration, improvements in water quality, fish biodiversity, etc. Also looking at stability of existing infrastructure under these changes. Physical modeling and research in the gorge will support citizens. It's going to support science community as well as decision makers as we consider these important pathways. So I'll stop there and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm being from the first city on the Mississippi. I share your love of the Mississippi and the importance of it as a watershed for the interior coastal region, is what I call the watershed of the Mississippi, which drains, I would say, 25% of the country into the Gulf of Mexico. So we do have a moral and ethical responsibility to the rest of the nation for our care of the Mississippi, in my opinion. So having said that, I'm looking at your presentation and I see that there are a number of concerns that folks might have if you took out Lock and Dam 1, including, downstream marinas could fill faster, and maybe there would be sediment that would be washed downstream. I'm also curious about the idea that the Ford Bridge, which is upstream from the lock and dam, would there be any compromising to the Ford Bridge if, for example, that sediment did dislodge and move downstream?
Well,
Yes, please go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Great question. The answer could be yes. It comes down to how the foundation of that bridge was constructed, and I do not know the answer to that. If the footings of the bridge are in the sandstone, which I imagine they are. Near that bridge, though, the pool is on the order of 30 feet deep, and there's a lot of sediment that's come in since 1917 when that dam was built. But that's an example of the kinds of things a physical model can get at as we simulate a lowering of the pool, look at the scour and erosion around the footings of the Ford Bridge or any of the bridges, the Lake Street, Marshall Bridge, all of those we can do a good job of that in the engineering sense in a physical model, looking at how that sediment works. And then we would look at what we can find for the structural drawings from the Minnesota Department of Transportation of those bridges to understand their footings.
Follow-up? Thank you. Thanks for that answer. Was the Ford Bridge built after the lock and dam or before? Do you know?
I do not know the answer to that question. My colleague
I have one
John
more
would.
question.
Yes, please go ahead.
And that is what scale will your model be and where will it be located? Will it be 1/3 scale and where will you be located? Because you said it would be a learning opportunity for folks to visit. So I'm curious where that would be.
Mr. Marr?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, great question. The model will be located at the St. Anthony Falls Lab, which is right next to the St. Anthony Falls in Minneapolis. Sure. And there's a floor dedicated to physical modeling. The scale we haven't figured out, but this is going to be like a 1:100, 1:200 scale model. So think of the width of the valley, the river right now upstream of or by the Ford Bridge is around 900 feet. We might see in our model something like a 3 or 4 foot valley in our model. Similar to what you see behind me is this side that's the St. Anthony Falls simulated in that same place where we would construct our model, but that model's from 1950. But that space still exists. We still use it in the same way.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Western.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, what are the chances the modeling wouldn't be 100% correct? Is there a chance that it wouldn't be accurate or wouldn't be right on?
Mr. Marr?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, great question. 100% that it won't be exactly accurate. The reason labs like St. Anthony Falls exist is because they can be quite accurate. The way we scale the sediment and water, we know that we can do good velocity scaling. We can do good sediment transport scaling, things like that. One of the challenges with this model, and it depends on how far upriver we want to simulate, but it is an issue of scale. If the water gets too shallow in our model, then some effects of the viscosity of water come into play and some of the accuracy goes out the window. So, but I think the best answer is these physical models have been going on for almost 100 years. And that is because we can rely on them as an engineering design tool. So I think that the information we get will be quite useful and we can rely on the findings.
Follow-up?
Follow-up, Madam Chair. So what do you do with the findings then? How's kind of what's the long-term use or solution to it? If your model says that something there's going to be more erosion or things are going to move and part of Minneapolis is going to float away, what do we do with it then, or what do you do with it? If you get my point.
Mr. Marr?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think here's Let me give an example. I think our model will do really well at looking at the sediment, the gravel and sand that's behind this dam, 2.8 million cubic yards of gravel. One of the questions, let's say the decision is to remove lock and dam 1. How do you do that? In the dam removal world, they might call it blow and go, where they just blow the whole dam up and let it wash out. Probably wouldn't do that, but how do you lower that pool in a way that you can move the sediment out with the least amount of impact? So that's how we could use this model to really, and we can do simulations like this in the next couple of years. So we notch it down by 5 feet every 6 months, and we let the sediment move out. And we could do another scenario where we drop it 10 feet every 6 months. You can play with those different rates and look at how much sediment is moving and try to understand how that's going to impact upstream and downstream of the lock and dam site. And hopefully that gives you some insights here.
Okay.
Does. Thank you.
Follow-up? Senator Westrom, you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Any other questions from commission members? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Marr, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
And commission members, we are done. Not yet. Representative Hanson. Yes.
Just a reminder, so we're approaching the end of the fiscal year. If you have not done your per diem forms for prior meetings, it would be good to get those done promptly.
Do you know who is missing, Diana? Nobody right now. Okay, all right.
Don't call us publicly.
What was that?
Or don't call us out publicly.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know, I was gonna say.
Yes, we'll get a hold of you.
Just far away to kick under the table.
Yeah, right. Any comments from our director, Nash?
Well, just as a reminder, next week we have on Wednesday, the 26th, we have a shorter day of presentations followed by a strategic planning subcommittee meeting. And then Thursday will be a long day of presentations, 9 to 5:35 or so. And then Friday we have 3 meetings. 8:30 to 9 is an executive committee meeting. So that is the chairs and the vice chairs. And then at 9 to noon, we'll have presentations and some other LCCMR business. And then after that, a strategic planning subcommittee meeting from 12:30 to 2 or so.
On Friday.
That is on Friday.
Okay. Yep. All right, so everyone move around before we sit back down. So, all right, thank you, everybody. Any more comments, concerns?